1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Greetings and happy February. We are here to finalize the 2025 DBN. I am Kevin O'Kelly. I am the host for today's event here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I am super thrilled to be joined by one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, a former, and we do call it former because he's not the Diplomat of the Year anymore, but he did win it. Brandon Fogel. Brandon, welcome.
Hey, Kevin. Great to be here.
Excellent. We've got talent on both sides of this diplomacy spectrum. We are going to be watching virtual face-to-face here, but we've got a face-to-face world champ to help us out today, Dan Lester.
Hello, everyone.
And we've got two champions here on the map, but the people's champion is really why people tune in to DBN. I'm thrilled to have Ed Sullivan join us today.
Well, just because I can't win anything, you got to go Diplomat of the Year, World Champion, and then Ed, the people's choice. You threw me this bone. I don't need this. I quit.
People watch this program for the ratings, and Ed, you drive the ratings because the viewer count has doubled since you've been on the show. So people are here to see you.
That's true.
Right.
That is true. So the DBN Invitational was something that three guys who were figuring out what to do with their lives during the pandemic 5 years ago, and virtual play came to play. We all know face-to-face diplomacy. We all know kind of play by email. Some older school people might know that. And so this event was put together, taking results throughout an entire season of diplomacy play. We didn't have face-to-face tournaments then. Now we're back to there. So we get results from face-to-face. We get both results from virtual leagues. We get results from virtual tournaments. We do have some even long-form extended deadline play as well, which is less virtual, still online, which is great. Diplomacy can be played in many different forms, and we are thrilled to have so many different players. Brian will hit you with the statistics next weekend when we get to the DBNI Championship about how many number of players and number of countries played this game over the last year. So today is the setup. We've got 7 games, 7 game winners who are working to qualify for the 2025 DBNI Championship game. Dan, you're not a virtual player. We'd love to get you in. One day, maybe we get you in. You've been on some top boards in your face-to-face career. What's it like looking over at the 6 people on the other side of you going, gosh, how am I going to slay that dragon?
You said it, Kevin. That is the number one challenge. You've done your preparation. You've thought about it. You think, well, what country am I going to get? How am I going to approach it? Which individuals can I work with? Which ones am I not going to, make the same mistakes, fall into the same traps? And then they get this. You're under the starter's gun, and it goes off, and you look them in the eye, and you think, there's no way I'm going to win this. There's literally no way. There's no way. Not only is there that guy here, and she's here, and all of that, but also there's so many of them. There's like 7 people here. There's so loads of people. I'm only one, and there's one of the best odds I've got is 7-1. You've got to put it all out of your mind, the whole thing. You've done your prep, right? So you've got some ideas about how you might play certain powers and how other people play. And you get that all has to go into your long-term memory, your medium-term memory. And you have to go, okay, now it's 1901. What do I do in 1901? And then that goes well or badly. And then you've got to do 1902. I'm going to talk about this a lot, but it's all about the dream. Because your dream in these games today is to qualify for the final. That's your dream, right? And as the game progresses, do you still have that dream in mind? Do you still think you can win this board? Only this is a great format, right? It's a fantastic format. There's no other format like it in the hobby because it's like a lot of little top boards that qualify you for the top board. And I think that's magical. And I tell you why. Because in almost every tournament that you play one kind of set of games, and that qualifies you for a totally different format. So you win by doing one thing and you qualify for something that requires you to do something else. And that's almost true everywhere, right? Oh, here I am. I'm going to get a lot of 11-11-11s. I'm going to rack up points. I'm going to do whatever. And then boom, you're going to finally got to win. I'm going to be a close second. I'm going to have a long alliance and then we'll see who wins at the end. Okay, maybe that will work in this format. Maybe it won't. So that's what you got to do. You've got to get into top board mentality. You've got to go up there. You've got to believe you win and you've got to watch them one by one as their dream dies on the board, not you, them. And then you've got to work that because that is an element in a top board format that doesn't exist in any other kind of diplomacy. In every other kind of diplomacy, you go, okay, what am I playing for? A bit of fun. Maybe I'll come second. Watch their dream. And when their dream dies, play a different game with those guys. Okay, I've said enough. That's it.
And this is where, so we're going to show here are our top 10 coming into this event. Ed, as one of the 4 people who have qualified for each one of these, you know the players. Like we're talking about, I got to know this. You know the players. You know their styles. You know the way they play in draw-based systems. You know the way they play in winner-take-all systems. What, in your preparation for these types of games, do you study the player? What's the preparation like coming into a qualifying round?
I'm kind of a fanatic about this, which is I watch a lot. I mean, these boards were announced, 3 or 4 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, and they were last year. And even I don't think in the first season of DBNI that we knew who we were playing with. I think we just learned right at the time. But last year I knew for these first games because you had the coin flips and all the rest of it. Some of them I played with so many times that I didn't need to go and review their games, but others I went back and looked at all. I mean, DBN's got great coverage, right? You can go back and look at what they've done with other people, which I do. So I'm really interested in how people play, but I'm most interested in when people stab. That's actually what I'm thinking of when I go back and watch other players play. And a 1913 format like we have for these games is patience is its own reward, but you'll see people, still do those 1902, 1903 sort of ill timing stabs. But I like to get a feel for when people run out of patience because I want to know when my playing partners are going to get tired of me. And the emotions are even more heightened on a top board format like this.
Yeah. Brandon, you came in as the favorite. And I think the year you won, you had dominated the Virtual Diplomacy League top board. I think you won in like 1903 or 4. It seemed like it was super early on. What are Karthik, Jamal, Jordan, what going on to a top board? We saw Tanya in that first season. Tanya was dominant the whole way through, and she was relentlessly attacked in both games. I think I was on sidelines on both of them. Ed was on one of those games. I will defend him. But
give me a break. Tanya was not attacked game 2. Get that. She attacked me. Okay, keep going though with your propaganda.
What's it like? All right, so Brandon was the favorite. Ed, not so much the favorite. People's favorite. Not on the board favorite. What's it like? What are you thinking going in when you're in that Paris method room going, oh, shoot, they're going to be targeting me if I choose France, Italy? What's the thought process minutes before the game?
There's different ways to approach this. One is to try to shrink, make yourself seem as innocuous as possible, say really nice things to people, sort of chat them up before the game, come across as human. And sometimes that comes across as very fake, and people can see through that, and they know you're just being nice because you don't want them to come after you at the beginning of the game. Another option is to sort of embrace it and be like, yes, I'm a good player, and it's worthwhile to work with good players, ones you can trust, and I am trustworthy. That's also, something that people try to establish and work through. I think when it comes down to it, though, in a game of diplomacy, everybody is looking for reasons to make decisions, and big scary person on the other side of the board is a convenient reason to make a decision. And what you have to do as a highly regarded player is to just come up with a reason that can compete with that and hopefully better it.
All right, we're getting everything set up and ready to go. We used to do a fun little, not betting, but prediction matter. We used to have the DBN fans put in who their predictions are. So in the chat today, we've got a lot of viewers already, which is great. We will interact with you as we go along here during this live broadcast. Put your favorites. Who's going to make the top board? Who's going to win each game? We're going to get some predictions from each of the players before the game, or each of the analysts before the game. And we're going to do some mid-game look backs on those. We'll see who's got the advantage as we go through. We've got 7. Yep.
Sorry, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind. I just wanted to add something to what Dan had said earlier before we move on from this portion. Because we've talked about the top players here, but there are a lot of players who are coming into this for the first time. I think we had like 12 or 13 players, which we think is a high. We haven't looked into that. One of the keys to doing well in a situation like this is the first key is to believe that you can do it, to believe that you deserve to win one of these games. And for players who have not won before, that can be hard to come by. And you can often see them reach a critical point, like a decision point that Ed was talking about, and shrink from it. And so it's very important to come into a situation like this with confidence and self-belief, and just that baseline that you think you are deserving of the win and being able to advance over somebody else, even if they also deserve it. And that can be really hard for people. Yeah.
I want to add on that point because I try and learn from everybody. It's one of the reasons I really enjoy Dan's commentary. But I've played with Jamal now 5 or 6 times, and his mind does not ever believe he's out of it. Chip in a chair, one center. He's talking to everybody on the board at one center, coming up with ideas and plans. I'm like, it's over. And you know what? Maybe it's over in his mind, but he doesn't let himself get in that. He does not let himself think that he cannot win. And in this kind of format, you're never out of it until you're eliminated.
I remember being on a board with Dan Lester not too long ago, where he and Doc Binder were making my life very unpleasant. And I worked as hard as I've ever worked on a diplomacy board to convince them to keep me alive at 2 centers for the entire game. And I think I succeeded in the end. Yeah. Yep. It is in a top board format, you are actually really never out of it until close to the very end. So if you're down to 2 centers in 1903, 1904, you can come back. And it's important to keep that in mind.
And we've seen that. Peter McNamara, I think both top boards, both the championship games, he was not in the lead the whole game. Brandon, you fought from behind in that game too. That's the beauty of 1913, and someone brought that up. 1913 is a little shorter than last year. Last year's semifinals, I know the finals was 1916. I think the semifinals were a little longer as well. So these games will be a little shorter. The players will be a little sharper at the end of the games than I think they were in some of the previous years. So we will see how that factor plays into that. So as we get to round 1, board 1, I am trying to make an update to the system. Let's see if I've got that done.
Well, Kevin, do you want us to jibber jabber for a couple?
Let me jibber jabber about
one more jibber jabber
for a second.
Okay.
One more thing, because something Dan talked about being, a top player, and Brandon did too, and then having to face people. And Peter's won this event twice, which is really remarkable. Not for him, that's probably just another day at the office, but for someone like me to see someone as great as he is win twice, knowing how hard it is. And one thing I observed that he does to take pressure off of himself is he doesn't ask for anything. He's just like in a Socratic dialogue with you about, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? What about this? And of course, all answers lead towards, don't attack me anymore. But he's not begging you on that thing. He's just a remarkable player. And I don't know how he could do it three out of 5 years if he does it. I mean, but I don't know. But you guys as top players, what's your secret to have people not attack you?
Dan?
Yeah, it's horses for courses, and it's hilarious to hear you talk about Peter in this way. You're absolutely right. He just enter the, no one can present best practice to you like Peter McNamara, right? If you're doing it wrong, he'll tell you, and then you'll be like, oh, you know what? I am doing it wrong. He's right. And I think you've got to be in your comfort zone. If you feel like you get under attack, if you feel like you're under pressure, you've got to try and get yourself back into your comfort zone and back into that place where you can feel that confidence that Brandon was talking about. And that's actually the same no matter what your kind of level of experience or your perceived standard in this game. If you can be in your comfort zone, in your heart, in your head, then you're just going to play better. I mean, that's going to vary from player to player. For me, just keep talking to people, just keep smiling, keep enjoying the game. When I'm at my worst, I'm not enjoying the game, and I start to kind of retreat from the board, and I start to retreat from ideas, and this thing that Brandon was talking about again, and this idea that you're not working the whole board, you're focusing too much on your own position, and you can sort of shrink away from there. So, yeah.
And for me, it's just finding ways to be of service to other people. Honestly, if you can't get anybody to sort of do the thing that you think is best for you and the person together, then just find someone who will let you do something for them and try to change the dynamic in some way. But diplomacy is a game of relationships. At least that's how I approach it. And so it's a matter of finding someone you can form a good working relationship with, and one that works for both of you, and then take that forward and see how far the both of you can go.
Speaking of Peter McNamara, we get to see him live here in Game 1. Game 1 is named after John Smith. I want to thank David Hood, as he has done in all of these events. Diplomacy has been played for 65 years now, I believe it's at. I would think it was late 50s, early 1960 maybe. John Smith is the winner of DipCon number 3 in 1970 in Oklahoma City, where the scoring system was literally a popularity contest. This is perfect for this type of event because top board winners, yes, they may be the best diplomats. They may be the best tacticians. Sometimes they are just the most popular player on that board. After a weekend of play, he was voted by all attendees as the winner of the event in a landslide. He was seen as one of the very best in the early hobby, then came out of retirement for the mammoth 2000 World DipCon held in Hunt Valley, Maryland, which featured over 140 players. Smith was not rusty at all as he finished in 8th position. Incidentally, the winner of that 2000 event, Simon Bolton of Great Britain, disappeared from hobby play many years ago, but is scheduled to make a comeback at this year's WDC in San Francisco. So we are 6 weeks away, I think, from that. So WDC, we'll put some info at the bottom of the screen throughout this broadcast. Make your travel reservations now. Adam Silverman, Siobhan Nolan from the San Francisco Hobby will be available for questions, maybe not in the chat here, but through email, we will get you in touch. That is coming up April 4th through 6th, I think the dates are, in San Francisco. So we will get to that. John Smith, thank you, David, for that one. And these methods, I'm sure all the viewers have seen it before. Paris method, you get to pick which selection order you want to pick your countries in, and then you get to pick your countries. So you'll be able to see who's near you, who's by you. And the best part about it is the reverse order of the selection is the tiebreaker. Brandon has a nice little updated gizmo this year that we will remember who has what tiebreaker selection order. Sometimes it's basically who's playing Turkey, so that way we all know it's the easiest one. But I have a little insider tip. Turkey is not the last selection for every one of these 7 boards. So thank you, Brandon, for that update. Let's see this video, and then we'll get into some predictions.
Real quick, Doug Malat is playing with us from Thailand. So that is something I need to update. I can't remember if it's a permanent move or just for these couple weeks of the DBNI, but
excellent. We will. Good to know. Here we go.
Welcome everyone to the Paris method for Game 1 of the DBNI 2025 semifinals. This is the first chance round of the very first game. So to kick ourselves off, obviously Matt has no choice and will end up picking in 7th. Doug, where would you like to pick? Before or after Matt?
I will pick above Matt, please.
Above Matt, sounds great. Rob, where would you like to pick?
I'll pick above Doug.
Above Doug, sounds good. Zach, where would you like to pick?
Go below Rob.
Below Rob, above Doug. Sounds good. Marcus, where would you like to pick?
I think I'll stay where I am. I'll pick above Rob.
Before Rob. Okay. Peter, how about you?
Oh, let me think about this one. I'm going to go, where is it? Between Rob and Zach.
Between Rob and Zach, it is. Okay, and then Karthik, what do you want?
I'm going to take first.
Very first? All right. Since I get to ask you another question, what will it be?
Vive la France.
France.
Whoa. No.
No bias at all. No bias at all, I swear. Marcus, what would you like?
Oh. I think I would take Russia, please.
Russia it is. How about you, Rob?
I'll take.
One more time, Rob. Sorry.
I'll take Italy.
Italy. All right. Peter, you're up.
I might need some time.
Absolutely.
I'm going to pick Austria.
Austria it is. Zachary Moore.
Let me take, trying to figure out who's even left. Let me take Turkey.
Turkey is the selection. Doug?
This is all very unexpected.
Yeah.
No one wants to play with Karthik.
Except for Karthik.
They're all scared of Karthik.
I will certainly take England.
Yeah, I hear England. Is that correct, Doug?
Yes, sir. I will certainly take England.
All right. That leaves Matt with Germany.
I'll take Germany, yeah.
Those are your powers, everybody. Good luck and enjoy.
Good luck, everyone.
This.
Good luck, everyone. Have a good game.
Good luck, everybody.
What's that trophy, Zach?
Meet you in the.
Zach didn't get a chance to explain that trophy of his. Ed, you were there to witness the trophy. Was it as exciting as that Paris selection?
No, but I mean, anytime Zach wins is a letdown because obviously we as a field didn't do our job.
Indeed.
But this was a really exciting Paris Smith. There's a lot of history going on here for our viewers. First, you got to go back to DBNI season 1. Who's next to each other? Karthik and Peter. Who solos over Karthik? Peter. Okay. Then you got to go back to DBNI. I think it's season 4. It might be season 3 in the West. Peter and Karthik are next to each other. Who does Peter again solo on or get to like 17 or some outrageous amount? I'm pretty sure Peter knew that no matter what, Karthik and Peter were going to be at war. That this was going to happen. And I think that's why Peter moved down, I think hoping for Italy. There's that. Then you got a whole other history with Matt Tatanchi and Doug Mallet being in last year's Super 7. Now it ends up in the Paris method. Why does no one want to go against Karthik? He's a tough negotiator, but wait until Doug Mallet and Karthik try to negotiate with each other. That's like the old Seinfeld episode of Rock, Paper, Scissors, and both players pick rock every time. Rock, 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 rock. They are tough negotiators. So I don't know what's going to happen with EF. I love this Paris method. I think it was just fantastic to watch. I'm going to let the geniuses commentate, and I'll just come in occasionally, but I wanted to say that.
Brandon, you had some behind-the-scenes comments during that video as well.
Oh, I mean, first of all, I just want to thank this board for not letting either Austria or Turkey go into the bottom 2. I mean, that is just extremely unusual now for Paris methods. And it's refreshing to see Peter boldly go for Austria. I mean, that's a big swing that'll either could potentially work out really, really well, and it could also fall in his, blow up in his face very quickly. Trying to search for the metaphors here.
Yeah. Dan, Germany has been on the lower end of the results spectrum, I feel like, for about 2 years now. What's playing on a top board with Matt having to draw Germany last? What if you're last at Germany? What's the strategy going into this one for him?
I think all bets are off, right? After a Paris method like that, Pete's played it like he's got a master plan, right? He definitely has. And whether that's to do with the history that we just heard from Ed, or whether it's because he deliberately picked after Rob and wanted to be as near as Rob as possible, which is a neutral, look like a thing that he sort of slotted himself in there, took maybe a little bit more time about it than I would expect Peter to. So perhaps he was trying to put a little bit of doubt in our minds so he knew exactly what he was doing. I think Germany is a survivable country. I think, we talked earlier about having, you can win from 2 on a board like this. So whatever comes at you at the beginning, just, wait be like a reed if necessary. Then with whatever the stream is, stick in there, keep your 2 is fine. Don't panic. Don't make any.
Matt Tatanchi will not panic. He's very calm and deliberate, just the kind of person. He's not going to panic. I really think that's great commentary.
Yeah, and I was going to say, and Peter taking a long time during selection should be no surprise to DBN viewers, as I think last year he set a record for about 4 minutes of not even speaking while thinking, and it just lingered on. Maybe that's the mental toughness he's setting into the other players. You will wait for me, and as Bradley Grace just comments, Peter wins with every country, so this is no surprise. And as he said, we'll kind of throw in some observations as we go through. Let's do this year by year. I like that. Brandon, give us some quick reads of interesting orders you see, setting up strategy amongst players or alliances that you might see. And Dan, fill in anything that Brandon misses at first look. Here we go. 2025 DBNI starts now.
All right. Right off the bat, the eye is drawn to the Bounce in Burgundy, which, given that no one's in the English channel, could have been arranged very, very easily. In any case, it's good for Doug Malott, who now has a free walk into Belgium. if he wants. Doug went from Liverpool to Edinburgh, which is a very trusting thing to do towards France. So that suggests that Doug at least wants to project confidence in an EF relationship going forward. Gets away with it because Karthik goes to the Mid-Atlantic. Elsewhere, we have Russia opening to the south, from Moscow to Ukraine, and that suggests that Marcus is looking southward initially. That is really the only unusual thing that happens. There's a bounce in Black Sea. Zach wisely, in my opinion, does not move Smyrna into Constantinople. Somewhat, let's say, aspirationally tries to move it into the Black Sea. Probably a joke. Probably didn't expect it to get there. That's about it.
You get it. Yep. Good. Yep. Nothing from me.
All right. Let's go to fall 1901.
All right. Fall 1901 is when more interesting things happen, and they do, in fact. Let's look at the East here, where Rob O'Brien in Italy goes to the Aegean and is given Trieste, trusting that Peter McNamara will not bounce him out. This is a very, very aggressive AI maneuver from the outset. I'll say no more about that and give Dan an opportunity to comment on that. But lots of interesting stuff elsewhere in the East happens because we have Zach going to Constantinople, perhaps sniffing out this AI move, while Smyrna goes to Armenia, possibly to keep Russia honest. And Russia takes Romania with the fleet, opening up Sevastopol for a build. And I, again, will allow Dan to comment on what that might portend in the East. In the West, we have Germany not bouncing Russia out of Sweden. And we have Doug Malott taking the second build rather than doing something like bouncing Holland and going aggressively against Germany. We do have France getting into Burgundy here.
Yeah. So look, this is a real mess in the East, especially for Russia and Turkey. Obviously, Russia's lost all the tempo that you do lose bouncing Galicia twice. If Austria's got Italy on side, that is definitely better for Austria than it is for Russia, who sits there not only not being able to build and think about any westward expansion of that nature at all, but also has to do stuff like this, where you want to hold on to Ukraine, and use it for tempo and for, maybe forcing Galicia in the future, or just defending against things coming up. You've got to put that fleet in Romania. For the sake of the game, I kind of hope that there's some sort of arrangement that these guys can come to, because if what we see is Russian fleet Sevastopol, which would be the usual plan in this situation, I suspect, then, this is a lot of people are in big trouble quite quickly. We all know how quickly this AI can go. With Peter pulling the strings, there's no way he's going to pull the trigger on a successful AI until much later in the game. So the chance of him relenting is next to zero. He said, tempting fate, obviously. Whoopsie, big problems.
Yeah, so AIRs have become pretty fashionable in the game, although that might be starting to decrease. However, an AIR that moves very quickly should prompt a response in the West, and that response is likely a Western triple. So given the speed with which the AIR is getting the advantage over Turkey here, I would expect the strong players in the West to find some kind of reaction. What exactly that is and how long they can keep it going and how the East responds, that's what we get the popcorn out to take a look at.
I'll just point out that Michalis Kamaritis teaches us that airs, and he's shown it over and over again, usually end up poorly for Russia in these situations as well. So let's see about Marcus's response.
But an air against Zach Moore is not a bad air, though, right?
You have to forgive me as someone who's not quite up with the meta, perhaps as I ought to be. Would a successful AIR not require a northern opening of some kind? Like, are you not too one-dimensional as Russia if you just go south straight away and sort of sit around waiting for it all to get hoovered up?
I agree.
Okay.
I think as Russia, your goal has to be to keep the West, to keep E and G from fighting against you together. And whatever you need to do to make that happen is what you do. If opening north will do that, then you do that. If opening north will cause an EG cooperation against you, then don't do that. So.
Okay.
All right, we did not make predictions before this one starts, so we have a little head start on the orders of how this goes. Ed, I'll put you on the spot. Who's topping this board?
Karthik Konath.
Dan.
I like Germany. I like Matt. You asked me about him. I think he's going to stay calm. He's got a chance.
All right, Brandon.
Nah, it's hard to pick against Peter, isn't it?
It is, but that, you know, that's why you're on here. That's why you make big bucks.
And it's a good start. I mean, an AIR is good for Austria, especially if it means Russia doesn't do well. So if Turkey can get eliminated quickly, it's very good for Austria in this case.
All right, let's see how they go. Builds. We got on the reveal on builds. We'll do some strategy thinking on builds maybe for a few of these years as we go forward. But to start, Southern Fleet for Karthik. Maybe he does want to attack Peter for all those misgivings in previous years. He's sending it to Austria to start with. I'm kidding. 2 armies for Marcus. Did open up Sevastopol, and 2 fleets for Doug. Brandon, anything interesting seeing those builds?
Yeah, it's Russia and Turkey's builds. Both are fascinating here. I think if you're Zach Moore and you don't build a fleet here, you have something specific in mind, and that is that you're not worried about at least one of these neighbors. Wow, to not build a fleet in either Ankara or Smyrna, fascinating. Also, Russia to not build a fleet in Sevastopol makes you wonder why that fleet is in Romania. So interesting. Somebody is going to be unhappy with these builds. At least one person in the East is going to be unhappy with these builds.
I think Peter McNamara is pretty unhappy with these builds. That move from Zach there is all but telling Italy, I'm going to give you the space for what you need to do, against Peter. So I would not like to see these 2 armies.
I like it. It's very defensive. I think he probably did a deal with Russia of some kind, because he's pushed up against Russia here to say, Russia, you're going to get nothing. I'll give it all to the other guys, so forget it. Russia's put his army down. He can swivel into the black, put an army in Romania, try and force Galicia, and you've got a sort of legit RT defense. I think, if he talked to France as well, if he's had a word with France and said, so it's an air, are you coming? And France has looked him in the eye, Karthik's looked him in the eye and said, you bet I'm coming. You think I'm going to let Pete McNamara steamroll this board? You're also joking. Then I think he could also have confidence. Yeah.
Let's see it.
And is this me still or Dan?
Dan, take us through these spring 1902 orders.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to go for wrong 3 times in a row. So here we go. Italy's done some insurance moves, right? Which he didn't need to do. I want to start there. So the thing about Italy is, was this the right decision? Because he was worried about France. Was he right to be worried about France? Maybe did he need to make these moves? I don't know. But he's lost that tempo that Zach was giving him. You guys talked about how Zach was giving Italy a lot of tempo. He's pushed that into the Mediterranean Sea. Okay, where's he going to go from here? Where's his builds? Where's his tempo? Is this bad news for Italy? Obviously, Turkey's got no friends. Whoops, that's a problem. Russia what's he trying to do here? I'm not completely clear. You guys can fill that in. In terms of in the north, England doesn't like Germany. So England isn't doing the Western Triple, right? Am I right? Otherwise, he'd go Norway to Barents, North Sea to Norway, right? Am I right? I got that right? I got that wrong?
I mean, there's clearly going to be a fight over Sweden here. I think France is definitely not doing a Western Triple here. Neither is Germany, by going into Burgundy here. The fact that Belgium apparently supports Burgundy into Ruhr is fascinating. And the West is a mess and not responding to the AIR in the East, which from the looks of it is very AIR with I think a bigger A than maybe an I in the R.
All right. Fall 1902, Dan. There's some movement for your prediction.
Okay. So Russia and Turkey have made up, right? That's what I'm looking at here. The confusion is over. Russia and Turkey have made up to make a wall. Italy's guessed wrong, which is unfortunate for him. France has swung back south again. Am I getting like they go first, they go left, and then they go right, and first they go left, and then they go right? Denmark's in the North Sea. So England comes against Germany. Germany gets annoyed. He goes back the other way, and suddenly England's changed his mind, but Germany has been enraged and has gone back the other way. I mean, this is crazy, right? Seesaw game.
Yeah, Germany's been given quite a lot of space in the north and has taken advantage of it. So the movement into Burgundy without English support did not cause England to worry about Germany, or maybe this convinced England to sort of switch and work with Germany. I mean, this, you have to look at this as excellent diplomacy on Matthew Tatanchi's part, at least in getting people to do stuff that you want them to do. France has now moved fully into the Mediterranean, while Germany is getting incredible position over the north. Just a really, really good start here for Matthew, getting a build and in the North Sea, and has Russia helping him against England in the north. I would love to know whether Marcus willingly gave up Sevastopol here or not, or whether Marcus was expecting something else to happen this turn. Maybe was expecting Constantinople to block Black Sea again. This is the sort of thing that could really change the situation here, because it will take Marcus a while to get back in position to take Turkey apart, and Turkey can build a fleet here and actually be of use to Russia. Yeah, really fascinating question of what happens next year in the East.
I'm just not convinced they're not working together, and maybe they tried to work together in the spring, but Zach didn't trust him. Sorry, I don't know the meta that well. I'm just kind of, in terms of what I can see.
It's possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
But now, we'll if Zach puts down an army here, then we'll know that Zach really. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
He did not.
Decision time here from. But see, Marcus had to pull a unit. That was just very, very bad for Marcus. So
I think he thought Armenia was covering Smyrna.
Yeah.
They couldn't cover Smyrna and Khan.
Yeah.
That's why he thought it would be open.
As Turkey, you take the gamble, though, right? You're always under pressure.
Yep.
Zach has a chance to potentially grow. He does. He's up to 4 or not grow. I guess you already lost Bulgaria, but
okay. So my big question here for you guys is, let's see what your view is. Right. So Germany's built an army. Okay. So here he is in the North Seas, in Baltic. He's taken Belgium. He's built an army. He hasn't built another fleet. He's built an army. Right. So what's he thinking? Because if I was Germany, I'd be, what the hell? I'll just go kill England now. Just build another fleet. But no, England's got fleet dominance in the north. So what's he thinking? What's going to happen there? Italy's got a choice. Does he keep banging on the door against Turkey, or does he say, you know what? I'm going to swap sides. I'm going to take what I can get, shore myself up in the east, and go against France. What are the answers to those two questions for you?
The army building Kiel is very curious. It's just not clear what you would do with it here. Yeah, if you're Germany, you have a chance to put down a fleet and you're already fighting England, you do it. And if you're going to build an army here, I think you would want it in Munich, because then you're worried about France. I don't know. It's very confusing.
He wants to protect Denmark and help Sweden at the same time.
Yeah, a fleet can do that.
A fleet can do that. I understand a fleet can do that, but he wants the flexibility of being able to also attack Carthage.
All right, so back over to me for the play-by-play here. We have a quixotic attempt to convoy an army over to the island. It was bound to fail because England was sure to take back the North Sea here. We do have Baltic going into Denmark here, and interestingly, we do have Carthage not pulling the units back. He takes the gamble that English Channel is not going to go to Mid-Atlantic, which was a good one here, and takes Tunis. I think so. To go back to Dan's question about what Italy does, I think Italy has to focus on the East first if they want to succeed long term in this game. The West is, especially with Carthage having position here, it's just an avenue for stalemate. What happens in the East here? Kind of a whole lot of nothing. St. Petersburg sort of timidly self-bounces in Moscow, and we have an attempt to retake Sevastopol, ill-fated. That's about it. We do have the Austrian and Italian fleets getting in position to take Germany or Turkey apart.
Not much.
Yeah, I mean, Russia and Turkey definitely aren't working together now. Which again, I don't think it's going to work out well.
No, and Starts the show here, Brandon.
All right, so Turkey loses 2 here. I think it was not hard to see this coming. And that is from Smyrna and Sebastopol. I think there was a guess over holding on to Smyrna that might have worked, actually. Yes, Khan could have gone to a G in here, would have held on to it, but the writing's on the wall for Zach. He's got fleets surrounding him everywhere. We do have Karthik cleverly opening up Marseille for a build here. But I guess this is probably the headline of this, should be the headline of this turn. We have England and Germany apparently cooperating here, forming an EG with Germany being the lead fleet in the mid-Atlantic. Hard to imagine that this is not coordinated. And it makes sense for both of them, to be honest. They don't gain a whole lot from continuing to butt heads with each other.
Yeah, it's brilliant, right? Sorry to interrupt you, Brandon. It's brilliant. And, in answer to my question, what's he doing building an army in spring this year? This is what he's doing, building an army. And if you're France, surely you've got to see that, right? Surely Karthik's going to go to Matthew and he's going to say, oh, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you build a fleet? And Matt's going to be all like, oh, silly me, silly old Matt, picking 7th in the Paris method, sometimes makes mistakes. Whoopsie. And Karthik's cock-a-hoop because he's got the med, kind of is going quite nicely and he's got no obvious enemies and he's going to keep going. And then boom, suddenly he's lost the mid-Atlantic, he's lost English Channel, he's lost Burgundy to this. And suddenly, and Germany's got all the armies and the 2 of them have got nothing to fight about. England and Germany, nothing to fight about.
Yep.
Brilliant.
But he has Tunis. Yeah, we were too quick, I think, to look at that army build as a mistake by Matthew Tatanci, and that was just a failure of imagination on our part. This is very, very. It's possible Matthew had this in mind sort of from the get-go, and if they had even worked this out from 1902, that would be brilliant.
Get some insights from our GM. I do have some background info, but we'll start to share as we get through this game. Heading into the builds, Zach is on the way down. Marcus recovers, and Karthik builds an army. Got to defend the homeland. A lot of armies as France.
Karthik's given up on trying to defend the Iberian centers. Basically, I think he's just trying to hope that England will have reason to turn on Germany.
I would say France can hang on a long time even in this situation, but I understand what people are talking about with Matt, and he's got great position and he does, but boy, I'd like to be Peter on this board. Italy is totally facing west with just one stray fleet east. He got the army to move out of Trieste. Now it's in Piedmont. You want to be Peter, I think.
So Peter McNamara was Austria last year in his opening round one, board one. He was eliminated.
My game. That was my game.
Yep. Matthew Tatanci and Ed were on that board. Matthew tied and advanced.
Let's not talk about that.
Can we talk about Pete's patience here?
Mm.
Can we talk about this man who all these centers, all these opportunities in his pocket for several years now? This Budapest-Serbia bounce in Romania has been happening for a while, right? To incentivize Romania to move, which it did do, to take Sevastopol, to move away from Peter, and here he is again. I will only do everything with consensus. Everybody support me where I want to go, and everybody does. I think even Turkey does. No? What's Turkey's move? I can't see. But everybody supports
Black to Khan.
Okay,
No, Turkey, he disbanded Khan. We neglected to comment on that. No.
So everybody supports old Peter to get his bill to make that thin red line. If you're Russia, there you are. You're worried about EG, right? If you're Italy, you're worried about France. Of course, they're Europe C, right? Europe C.
Yeah, Germany has now got himself out of position. So this is the downside to this very clever plan, and now creating conflict with Russia on your other side when you don't really have the units to defend yourself is a real problem.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that he doesn't order Belgium support road to Burgundy here. Right.
Oh, I think it's fine. I think the bigger problem is that he can't defend himself in Munich now. Yeah, I don't think you really want to be in Gascony, but He'll probably take Spain or something like that, or Brest. We'll see.
If you've got Gascony and Burgundy and Mid-Atlantic, and England and the English Channel is in Brest, which is what it could have been in spring, I think. I'm not sure I care about Munich that much.
Well, to Chris Kelly's question, does Austria stab for Trieste and Smyrna right now? He takes Trieste. Dan, what else does he do here?
I mean, does Peter McNamara need 2 builds here? I think if you're Italy, you can argue that that you should be getting. In fact, Austria supports Turkey into Smyrna, so this is definitely a stab. There's no question about it. I'm sorry, Dan, you're up on the play-by-play here.
No, I'm good. Yeah, the stab is on. This is not right. What EG are doing, giving up Mid-Atlantic for Brest is not right. Mid-Atlantic's your best piece in the fight against France, so you better be giving it up for something Iberian at worst. They've got 4 units in the north being used against Russia's 2. Again, that's not right. They haven't acted efficiently enough against Carthage, and as a result, they may be only getting 1 center here, or there's one going in the south and there's one going in the north. But they were on the clock. Us Germany was certainly on the clock against this RA, and then there we go again, right? RA using 2 units, and they're taking a center. So there's a little bit of something about unit balance here, and whether you're using your units efficiently, and whether you're making them work for you. And diplomacy is ultimately a numbers game, right? If I've got 3 units and you've got 2, then you can't stop me, right? Never mind the clever guesses. Forget the clever guesses. If I've got 3, you've got 2, I'm going to beat you, and I should be beating you quickly and decisively. And that's not happened. So, yeah, they're Germany's level, England's up 1, Carthage's down 2. So Italy and Carthage, are they going to get their stuff together now? The 2 of them? Backs against the wall, push back out? Diplomatically, that's what they've got to do, I think.
I think Doug's in a very nice position here, I have to say. As is Peter, of course. So Peter waves 1. Very cute. Peter waves 1. Marcus puts down 2 armies. This is a very curious. This has gotten very curious very quickly. So Peter has made a move early, and he has to be careful not to make himself look too big too quickly, because that is the sort of thing that would cause the board to react.
Thankfully, Marcus building 2 as well steals some of the thunder. We'll see if they tangle it up. Brandon, tell us about it.
Yeah, so a question for me going into this year is, do Doug and Marcus, so England and England and Russia, figure out some way to sort of make something happen for themselves and then look the other way? So far, that's not the case. Big play happening here for St. Petersburg. Let's see. We do have, so Munich is retaken in a way that forces Munich to disband. Actually, it had an open retreat to Bohemia, so that was either a mistake or a deliberate calling off of the dog there on Marcus's part. We have Carthage going into Liverpool here, or going to Irish Sea and having Liverpool guaranteed, so that's very cute. He takes Paris here because English Channel thought that Mid-Atlantic, it was supporting Mid-Atlantic into Brest, but that didn't happen. So clearly Carthage is on a little bit of a revenge tour here, and we do have a retreat from Gascony into Paris. So I think Carthage will be able to get Paris back at the very least. Wow, what a kaleidoscopic blender in the West. It'll be interesting to try to figure out if anyone's willing to trust anybody over there.
For me, this is absolutely what Carthage needed to do to resolve with Rob and to get the 2 of them. Every single French unit moves away from Italy. Every single Italian unit moves away from France, right? And that, boom, that is what the 2 of them needed to do to stay in this game. And I think they've done more than stay in this game. The dislodging Ionian was absolutely essential. I think that was it a gamble? I don't know, but Italy's back. He's live. He'll probably use Venice, right? But still, like he's still viable. If you're those guys, if you're France and Italy, you've got to be in Russia's ear. You've got to be. Attack Peter. This is it. This is it now. There are no other moments. Forget St. Petersburg. Forget the very annoying England that you've probably argued with for 10 straight turns. attack Peter.
It's only 1905. The question about fall 1905, Ed, does Zach Moore survive?
If it was anybody but Peter, maybe he'll be in Venice or something. I don't know for winter.
All right, so the answer to the question is no, and it's through some clever mechanics that Peter can probably say he didn't have much choice, that he was stabbed by Marcus. Wouldn't surprise me if this was completely arranged, but we do have a retreat into an open home center. Venice is not taken because of thanks to Matthew Tatanci in Germany tapping Tyrolia. So this is a key intervention that we should remember going forward. It may impact this game in the long term here by allowing Italy to stay viable longer and being more of a possible counterpart to Peter McNamara, who now only has one fleet on his side in the Southern Med, unless that Russian fleet will stay on side and come on out. We do have England taking St. Petersburg. Not much of a surprise there, given that they were likely to lose Liverpool. In the West, we do have Karthik. Karthik got greedy here. Did not take Paris back in the guaranteed way. Decided instead to try to get both. Probably was sweet talked by somebody in the West. But that's a simple mistake. You take Paris and you get the build. He would have had a build coming here, although he'll have a rebuild here now thanks to Brest being popped. Is there anything else of significance here to talk about? Germany gets a build here, so suddenly Germany feels like
it's really great. Germany gets two. He's played really good. He's recovered so well. He must have been on such a downer. To have had that upper hand and then to have watched it slip away and to be attacked on three sides. What did we say at the beginning? Matt, don't panic. Matt, don't panic. Ed said Matt won't panic. And there it is. Didn't panic. And here he is, two builds. Wow.
Hey, I have a serious question for you. Since Peter had a build in pocket from before, which I suspected he was hoping to have Fleet Trieste at some point, should he have retreated into Smyrna and so he builds his army in Budapest, or should he have kept the fleet, Zach's fleet in Adriatic, which he might need?
So here's another point about that. I mean, if the only other retreat is Bulgaria, right? So you're basically saying, so there's no retreat. So he has to pick it up, right?
Yep. I think he would have retreated there anyway, to be honest. I think if you don't retreat to Smyrna here, you make it much more difficult to win the rest of the Turkish centers going forward.
Yeah.
But he actually is in a slightly difficult situation here if Russia and Germany can work out a deal here, because Russia can harm Austria here, and that window may not last very long. So does Matthew see it? Does Matthew care?
We will see. England poses a threat to that as well. A lot of fleets up north. How will they resolve that? Dan, take us through spring 1906.
You got it. So Karthik had choices and he's taken them. He's off to Iberia. We're going to go on a little Iberian tour, and we're going to hang on in there and hope to be reborn later, and hope that Germany will become disincentivized to attack him. But doesn't look like that's happening just yet. England's a little bit tied up, right? And he's banked on, maybe this was a diplomatic arrangement, but he's banked on Russia giving up on St. Petersburg, which he has not done. Either way, that fleet St. Petersburg disband tells you everything you want to know about the diplomatic condition between England and Russia. This is spring. The guy has gone, no, you know what? Have it. And not just have it. I'm moving away from Norway as well, so I'm going to trust you not to take that. This England is mad. He is steaming. And actually, he's so mad that in fall 1905, you'll notice that without even blinking, he handed Brest to Germany. It was already likely getting a build. So he didn't even be like, but where's my build? He's like, no, you have it. You have it, because I've got one mission now. And I think we can see what that mission is. In the East, more of this maneuvering from Russia and Austria. There's a lot of safety first stuff going on now, and no attack on Venice either. So RAI, who possibly from spring 1901 had a lovely hug and kiss over Zach Moore or whatever it is they're doing. There's obviously some sort of entente. Maybe they're getting on well on a personal level, right? Maybe they've been in touch throughout, on and off. This could be back on. This RAI, like everyone's given themselves options in spring.
It's very nice diplomacy on Peter's part, if indeed that is to get Rob to move that fleet west. There's really no good reason for Rob to do it. If you're Rob, you have got to go to the Adriatic here and follow into Ionian. You need to get some purchase in the east. I actually like how Doug has done this. I like backing off of Russia here and securing that north area again. Matthew's in a nice spot. He's hard to stab as long as Peter is a threat. So there's every reason for England and Germany to work together here, and they have some things to gain by doing so.
I think Khan may be being set up. I think Peter may have been setting up for Khan.
Yeah, yeah. Really quickly, I'll add that the possibility of England and Russia and possibly Germany cooperating now should and probably does scare Peter McNamara. And it may lead to hostilities between the two of them, whether they were planning to or not. Peter has clearly kept himself in a position to move on Russia if he wants to. That move to Bulgaria says a lot, and the fact that disband of St. Petersburg may actually seal in Peter's mind that he needs to move here.
And he does, kind of.
He does, but he guesses wrong. So I'm sorry. This is Dan.
No, you go, Brandon. Go for me.
Yeah, sure. So there was a guess here over what Ionian was going to do. Would it go to Greece or not? And Peter clearly thought it did. It thought he was. If you think Ionian is not going to Greece and you're trying to maintain your center count at all costs, then you go to Constantinople and at least try to preserve Smyrna. The taking of Romania and the move from Trieste to Budapest suggests that this very much is aggression between the two of them. This is not an arranged swap or anything like that. In the north, we do have England and Russia wasting units, I have to say, by bouncing each other in Norway. This is just a waste of units, and it suggests that they're not coordinating in the way that they should be. I think Marcus really needed to go to Ukraine here, and then put down units in Warsaw and Sevastopol if he could. I'll just say this as a general rule: if you're going to fight somebody, then you throw everything you can in that direction and use all of your diplomatic effort to reduce any enemies on the other side. So if you're Marcus and you've got diplomatic sway with Doug Malott, then you use that to reduce the need for units up there, and you move them all against Peter, which is clearly, I mean, the taking of Smyrna suggests that Marcus does want to fight Peter, and that's the way to go. Now, the problem is that Italy has a fleet that's doing nothing for either Italy or Russia in the east. And so that really needs to change very quickly. All right, so what else happens elsewhere?
So I'm going to give
sure,
the opposite view, Brandon,
go for it.
right now. And this is what it's like to be in this seat, everyone. I mean, a lot of people have done this, and I've done it very rarely, and Brandon's very experienced. So I'm now going to say a bunch of stuff that is totally wrong, following what Brandon said, which is almost certainly totally right. But just looking at the moves here, I'm not convinced that Russia and Austria are fighting. I think you could easily have arranged this, because as Peter, you can come back and get this Russian stuff later. Maybe you just say, you know what, you take Smyrna, I will move my fleet away to worry about, Italy or whatever, and I will take Romania because I can take that anytime I like. And the reason I'm saying it, and maybe arrange that bounce in Galicia because it's super weird, and the fact that he has gone Moscow to St. Petersburg, almost certainly he knows Doug is going to bounce Norway. Because actually now I see it was a very clever move from Doug, because whichever of Wales or Clyde that Carthage had gone to, or neither, he could have covered the endangered English centre and Norway in the fall, which I didn't see before. So smart. But if you're attacking, there's no way you retreat to Sevastopol on purpose if you think you're fighting Austria right now. And I'm gonna say I think they think they're still friends. That may not. I may be completely wrong. I think this AIR is on.
It's a really good point. The retreat to Sevastopol may be dispositive on this question. I was looking at Moscow to St. Petersburg as a mistake, but in combination with the retreat, yeah, why not? If so, well done, Peter.
Yeah, seriously.
Peter gets to build one. Marcus builds one. Matthew builds one. Doug builds one. Karthik, who with some insider knowledge, seemed down about his chances from the moment Paris method ended, was the inside source we had. So Karthik going through the motions, pulling one more here. However, they took a little break before they did this. I don't know if that cooled people off, thought about the game during that break, but they took a small little break in here, and they pick it back up winter 1906 with Fleet Eddie. So Doug remains armyless. Another army for Germany. And then there's that army in Warsaw that you were mentioning, and the Fleet Trieste that Ed wanted to see last year. So everyone's getting what they want.
Rob is paying the price here for for not keeping that fleet, that second fleet, engaged in the East, and unfortunately, it's deserved. Peter's doing the exact right thing. Now that said, okay, so we talked about Marcus, possibly cooperating with Peter here. That opportunity to move against Peter is still there, but it's right now. Right now is when you have to do it, because Peter is about to win the Italian centers. And so if you're going to move against Peter for real, you do it right now in concert with Germany.
Ed, prediction, does he do it?
I don't think he does it, but I think he probably should do it.
And he doesn't. So why don't you take us through these 1907s?
Ed or
Ed, else? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. Well, I'm looking at the West with the cruise ship of England here without an army. He's where you want to be. North Sea, English Channel, Mid-Atlantic. With the bounce in Norway. Russia's not a threat. Karthik is, doing his best rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic here, but Matt Tatanchi's now in Marseille. Let's just call Karthik dead, as we are. He's basically dead in Iberia. Meanwhile, we see all the Russian units, move away, bounce in Prussia, bounce in Norway, bounce, I guess, secondary bounce in St. Petersburg. Nothing happens in Cannes. Nothing happens in Smyrna. Peter gets into Adriatic and Trieste, which is right where he needs to be. So Venice is going to be gone in the fall.
Oh, man. If I'm Matt, I'm spending 90% of my diplomacy time with Marcus. And I know that's difficult in virtual, because if Marcus doesn't want to talk to you, then you don't get to talk to him, right? Like, I'm used to the fact that I can literally go and stand next to the guy and go, Marcus, 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 right? You've got to do this thing. You've got to win this board. You can win this board. You're in a potentially board winning situation. You can do it. Pete knows you're not going to do it. He's so confident that you're not going to do it. But look, right now, the order, you can take Black Sea and leave Smyrna open, and the Italian will be like, no worries, brother. We got this. I'll poke Bulgaria. I'll do all kinds of... But this is all going to go away any minute, any second. This is all going to go away. And then you'll be on your own against Austria.
Yeah.
And the next thing that can damage him is going to be an English fleet, Spain South Coast.
The big advantage that Peter has going for him right now is that Matthew Tatanchi is topping the board. And that is just a big argument, big point in his favor for keeping Marcus on side.
All right. Halfway point. It ends in winter 1913.
Yeah, we got a ways to go here.
Halfway point.
All right. Back to Ed, yep?
No, Brandon, take it over.
All right. So Austria and Russia finally do the right thing here and bounce or kick Italy out of the Aegean here. If they are working together, that is the thing to do. We do have Venice being taken as expected. Italy and Germany now do the correct thing here as well and remove the Austrian unit from Tyrolia. It's worth noting that had they cooperated thusly in the spring, they could have saved Venice. We do have Marcus Sloan now going full force to the line here, while notably Austrian units are moving to the east as well. So that army in Bulgaria is one to keep an eye on. In the west, we have England picking up Brest here, while Germany and Spain, it looks like, correct? Yes. Germany picks up Marseille, so Germany is going to stay even here. Though they did open up Kiel for a build. That would have been, that was maybe not totally expected, but would have been very cool. This is a lovely turn for England.
Yeah. Is he one short? He's building, right? Germany? Have I got that right?
I might have had a piff. I don't remember.
No, I'm wrong.
Okay. Lovely turn for England, who now has a fleet in the south coast of Spain. So England is very, very much one to watch here.
2 at 8 and 2 at 7 as we round the corner to the second half of this game here. 2 armies for Peter away from Doug. Rob pulls the easternmost fleet, and Karthik pulls Portugal down to 1. Dan, spring 1908, Germany's under pressure.
Yeah, so, I mean, these alliance structures are presumably now set. So I feel like we can sort of spin through these moves a lot quicker than we have done. Germany's sort of rearranging to try and, make sure he's got enough to hold Munich, which at the moment he has not done somehow.
Thanks to France in Burgundy tapping Ruhr.
Right, France in Burgundy tap Ruhr. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I expect to see this EG rearrange and the AR rearrange for a couple of years while Italy slowly dies. Can England get in place in time to pick up more than Tunis? We will find out. Marseille to Gascony isn't great. I will just say that. I don't love that.
Yeah, it's a question for England and Germany to work out, I think. One thing you have to recognize, though, if you're Doug Malott, is that your position is very good and getting better by the moment. Your diplomatic situation is very good. If Matthew cannot win, he is very likely to allow you to win, is a euphemistic way of putting it.
I wonder if Doug realizes that Italy is helping Doug. Doug may not realize that Italy's helping Doug. So I'm curious what's going to happen. Doug's patience is on test right now.
He takes Portugal, so he gets the good one out of there.
And gets into Tyrrhenian Sea, which is a big one. Dan, I think we're still on you.
Okay, yeah. No, that's good. I think, the Italian defense looks pretty hopeless all round. I don't think he had a chance, really. That's right, isn't it? There's nothing smart.
No.
That's doable there. So, yeah, Germany said, I'll get Munich later once we've taken care of this France situation. But Karthik is interesting. There's that one unit. It's still influencing the game enormously, right? By, advancing the Eastern pair. He's issued Tunis, to go for Tyrrhenian Sea and keep an Italian unit on.
Which is the right thing to do.
Yeah. But, the backup isn't there. And I don't know about you guys, but the value of shoving English fleets into the Baltic area, I don't know. I would want to be trying to see one a turn round the Horn. Try and get one a turn down through mid-Atlantic, and every single English fleet, I would be. Why they bounced in Belgium because they're worried about Burgundy. So there it is again, making its influence felt, tying them up in knots, making them move more slowly. Huge advantage east here.
I couldn't agree more. They're going to do a slog for St. Petersburg, but Russia's going to be building now where the growth, the real problem for the East is the lack of fleets. And England can backfill. So I agree with that.
England has now the fleets to do it, right? So Picardy is now free to go south. The problem is having Brest there, I think, is an issue. You don't want the German fleet just sitting behind. So I think England should be working on getting that fleet destroyed. Or brought around to the south as well. But I'm with you guys. This is the thing. Russia's not St. Petersburg should not be the primary concern here, because you can always get that later.
Thanks, Ed, for getting that comment in there as well. We have the wave for Doug turns into another English fleet. Armies in the east, and Piedmont goes for Italy.
Why is he in Edinburgh?
Oh, where else would he go? What do you mean?
I think he's going Liverpool. Like, I mean, if I'm Doug, I'm not. I'm sorry. If I'm Matt, probably not loving this.
Wonder about that. Yeah.
But Matt's got to know his he can't fight Doug with the 2 fleets he's got. He's saying, look, let's try to run to the end. Who's got the tiebreaker? Matt's got the tiebreaker. So just don't stab me. If you stab me, I throw everything to Peter at the end of the game is the argument. Maybe. I don't know. Brandon, what do you see here?
All right, so now we see the flaw of not getting fleets down into the med faster, because Peter McNamara is going to get Tunis here, successfully gets into the Tyrrhenian Sea. We'll take Tunis. We'll worry about Naples next year, probably. Let's see. We have units getting into position. Peter's units getting into position. We do have, it's worth saying, Marcus Lone has an army in Smyrna and a fleet in Aegean. And, we don't know if Peter is asking him to move those, but now that Peter is having to go, or is going to the line, I should say, whether, is now having to, or, should have before, I don't know. But the point is that Marcus still has a stab opportunity against Peter when he wants it. And there may come a point where Marcus wonders whether he needs Peter, and whether divvying him up with with Germany might be a way to try to race for the top here. Elsewhere, Kiel gets into Munich, and I believe that's about it.
Yeah, nothing to add. I have no idea about what Norwegian is doing. It should have been Liverpool to Irish, but maybe Germany insisted it wasn't. I don't know. Who can say?
Yeah, I actually get it, because you can make the argument that you need more units in the north. And their fleets, they're not, armies. I don't know. I think it probably should be an army, and it probably should be convoyed over there, whether Germany knows he should want it or not. Okay, so what actually happens here? We do an interesting bunch of interesting stuff here. So Russia reorients convoys into Bulgaria, moves the units down finally into Ukraine, into Galicia. So this is definitely a stab. I think we're agreed on this time, Dan?
Yeah.
All right, good.
This is it. He's done it.
He's pulled the trigger, and it looks like a good stab, because Greece is, I think, immediately available. Romania is immediately available. You're in Galicia. You've got great position. You can probably blow up Romania at the same time as you take it. Yeah, a nice move. Although I think Russia's not building here, I believe, unless they had a PIF, because they're losing Munich and picking up Bulgaria. Okay, that's right. So Germany is probably feeling really good about this, with one exception, and that is that England may have reason to fight him now. But the big news, the big headline of fall 1909, Marcus Lone in Russia moves on Peter McNamara in Austria.
I love this. Do you know what? I love this. And that's because even I was sleeping on this, right? Like at the end of last year, I'm like, everyone needs to be in Marcus's ear, la, 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 la. And now I had fallen asleep on this stab. I did not see this. In fact, after you said, Brandon, at the end of spring, Marcus has still got a great stab on Peter, I very nearly said, he's not going to do it. He's got 1 sense of stab. He's not getting any. But I nearly said all that, so I'm super glad I didn't. Well done, Marcus. Well done, mate.
It's the right move in this case. He had nothing. Everything else was just stagnation and waiting for somebody else to win.
Matthew can only build one out of it. Doug finally builds a fleet other than Edinburgh. And
Doug, the camera now shifts over to Doug Malott. So we will let the East happen. Marcus has the upper hand. Peter is a brilliant tactician, so nothing given there. But now Doug turns over to him. Spotlight's on him. Does he make a move on Matthew? He probably will need to in order to win. So the question is, can he? Does he?
Yeah, it's London, not Liverpool. I'm not sure I'm thrilled about that if I'm Germany, but anyway.
But moves the fleets forward, though. Dan, tell us about 1910.
Yeah, so EG looked pretty rock solid to me for now, and it really interesting. North Africa goes back to Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, that's the move I would say. You sure about the rock solid part?
No, because I would do it. I would do it too as Germany. I would ask to come back. I'd say, you can take this on now. You've got enough. I need a little bit of insurance on my guard. You've got everything. All over me. So as long as you've got a little bit on each other, I think you're all right. You've got to wonder a little bit about whether England is motivated to keep coming. So I think that's real smart. Now it's going to be. I mean, I wouldn't back myself if Peter had 2 units and I had 10. So, this is. I'm going to leave you guys to talk about the tactics in the East.
It's conservative. It's too conservative, Marcus. You either the most aggressive thing would be to take Greece here, and I guess you might worry that pulling Aegean forward, it leaves you 2 open in the Turkish centers, and that's definitely legitimate. But you need to be taking as many centers away from Peter as you can, as quickly as you can, I think. And now Greece is not takeable. Although you should be. See, Serbia is not takeable now either. Oh, this may be a tactical slip that comes back to be a problem.
I don't understand what's happening. Like, why is Doug attacking Russia now?
Yep.
I know he can take St. Petersburg, but his centers are German to win. They are not along Eastern. Now he's got Germany and Mid-Atlantic. I don't like this.
I think the other question that I have about that is sort of strategic for the entire board. Does it serve your interest to fight Marcus at the moment he makes a stab here? Because he can easily turn around and then it's all Peter from there. I say the same about Matthew Tatanci, who appears to be moving on Russia as well. I think the better play here is to continue to help push Peter down and let Marcus get a little bit bigger and then move on him.
Yeah.
Mid-Atlantic to Brest, which is what I was thinking, to let him get back in.
Yeah.
Lyon back to Spain. I thought the growth in the south would have been where the centers otherwise would have been, Ed, but they are not. Dan, not a whole lot this turn.
Yeah, so Doug's, I mean, you're right, Ed, to focus on Doug. Doug's pumped the brakes, for sure, on this pushing down into Italy. And, he's probably thinking, how many centers am I going to get out of Italy? But now he's got 3 fleets down there that aren't doing a huge amount. And all they're ever really going to do is pick up Marseille. So does that put you in the most accelerated position to win the board? Not sure it does. But, back we come, Norwegian, Sweden, English hold. Again, if I'm Germany, I'm not that thrilled. I've gone into Silesia for reasons that I'm not completely sure why he would do that. What's the center? Is that going to pick up Warsaw one day? I mean, no, it's not, is it? It's not going to. So Matthew's best bet here is to think about his 9 centers and think about what the 10th is. And I'm just not sure it's Warsaw. So you might not have any. So you might be trying to sort of think, how do I make sure this board state is the board state that sort of ends the game? And you can be that guy with a reasonably small number of units as Germany. You can be the guy that goes, oh, you're ahead, I'll slow you down. Oh, you're ahead, I'll slow you down. And just, pop a few units behind to disincentivize Doug from getting any ideas.
All right, I have 2 quick comments. One, it is the end of, they've played 10 game years and we have 4 players within 1 center of the board top. Fantastic. Really, really great. The second thing I'm going to say is that Doug Malott has put his units into position to win this game. He's building one here. I expect this to be another fleet because he does not need armies. Well, army will be fine too. Maybe it's what, maybe it's what might keep sort of Germany on side, something like that. But it's those fleets that are going to win, and he's put them in position to take a chance and win this game. Denmark, Brest, Holland, Belgium. These are the centers. If he picks up even 2 of those, I think
Marseille.
He's hard to beat. Oh, and Marseille too. Yep. Although I think Western Med has to come back here.
Is there any argument for a different favorite other than Doug at this point?
I like Matt. I like Pete. I think they can all win.
Yeah,
because
I think they can all win.
Yep.
Yeah, they all could. But who's the favorite?
There's no Peter McNamara is a favorite. How can you? And Peter McNamara in a knife fight in this situation, he's already mapped it all out. Like the AI's already won. Like it's not even a close call here.
All right, so
to steal someone's dreams because they're all thinking they can win.
Three years left, Ed. You got Peter?
I got Peter, man, and I don't think it's close. He'll be with 12. He'll figure it out.
Brandon?
I'll go with Doug. Those fleet movements this past turn make me think that Doug wants to go for it. Doug was on the Super 7, part of the Super 7 last year. I like Doug's chances here.
Dan, staying with Matt?
I'm going to sleep on Marcus for the second time this game. Probably a mistake, and I'm going to say Matt. Go on, Matt. You got it. You're my horse. Home at a canter.
Matthew also in the Super 7 last year. Can't forget about that.
Yep. All right, this is me.
It is.
Fascinating set of moves. So I'm immediately thinking about EG here first, and there's some interesting stuff from AR as well. We'll get to that in a second. But Doug does not move his units directly into position to be in conflict with Germany. They are pulled back in a way, but not to be in direct conflict with Germany, at least not yet. Western Mediterranean goes to the Mediterranean Sea, which suggests that he wants to use those fleets to try to do something in the east, whether it's holding back Peter or trying to maybe help stop Marcus if Marcus were to get the upper hand. But we do have Matthew Tatanchi pulling Baltic back to Denmark. That is a delightful move that is largely defensive, but it suggests that Matthew knows he needs to protect himself if he's going to come out on top here. All right, in the east, we have Marcus Lone pulling all the armies back away from the line. So finally, Matthew and Marcus got together and said, if we fight each other, it's just going to help the other people who claim to be our allies at the moment. This is, however, at the cost of losing Galicia, which is not great. However, by having moved the other two armies back into place and retreated forward into Bohemia, it's not tragic. The problem he has, however, is that he has now lost Aegean, and that means that Smyrna is, there's a guess over Smyrna now. But Peter also has to worry about protecting Ionia. And what a delightful set of moves here. Love it.
Hey, look out for Spain. I don't know if Doug's going to keep Spain.
Ooh.
Nice.
He is.
All right, but this causes that move causes Doug Malott to move the two fleets back away from the east, which is good news for Peter McNamara, who loses Galicia but picks up Bulgaria. So a nice turn for Peter, who's now going to go up one and back into a tie for the lead. We have bounces in Belgium, but we have Norway getting into the North Sea. That is a big deal. That gives Doug really good positional opportunities over Denmark, which now has nothing against it, and or Belgium, which I think can be guaranteed. We also have now Marseille. So I believe Doug has now, whether as a reaction to Matthew or not, has put himself in position now to do the thing he needs to do to win the game.
I think I would. This is the point at which I would normally say Peter McNamara just won the game. Because Tunis to Western Mediterranean Sea to go for Lyon means that he doesn't need to use any units in the West at all for the next game, year and a half. And the most he's ever going to lose out of those four in the West is one. So he can just forget about it and push everything east. He's got the leverage. He's got the break. But he can't build. I mean, obviously he's disbanding one, which he'll rebuild in Vienna. But he's all tied up at home. So can he get enough material on the board? Can he literally get enough material down to outpace probably Doug?
And he's got units in Tyrolia and Bohemia, Galicia now. This is not a great tactical position for Peter. And Piedmont as well, if Piedmont is not occupied with Marseille.
So 3 at 9, 1 at 7. Peter's the only one building, has to leave one in the bank. Puts down an army. 2 years to go, 3 tied at 9. Dan,
come on, diplomatic victory, Matt. You've still got this. Don't give up. Don't panic, right? You and Doug have been talking all game about who's going to win if it's tight, right? Diplomatic victory from here. You can do it. I believe in you.
It's Doug. Yep. Convoys into Denmark, takes Brest, takes Marseille. This is a tour de force finish here.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, I mean, Peter is going to make a play for it. He gets into Caen, which is the obvious thing to do. However, so Galicia was not the mover here. That is a tough. So Russia and Germany could have collaborated to ensure that Budapest fell here, and they did not. rough turn for Marcus here.
Man, I don't get this either. Why is I mean, Doug clearly bamboozled Matt Tatanchi, right? Otherwise, it's Piedmont to Tuscany. I'll put you into, Rome or whatever. But instead, he can't defend Marseille. Brest is gone. This is really good for Doug.
The tactical position was so good for Doug anyway. I honestly wouldn't have mattered. You can make the argument that it was better just to take a diplomatic gamble, because if you get away with it, you win. If you don't, you were going to lose anyway.
Yeah, we'll walk through here. No change. Peter loses Vienna, only picks up Smyrna in the process on the other side,
and loses Ionian as well. I mean, no, this game is over. Doug has won this game.
Fantastic.
Let's see if they play another year just for S and Gs.
Do these because they have to do these. You can't vote until the spring. In the spring, they do order.
Oh, well, okay. So we were maybe a little bit too quick here because Marseille, because of the unit distribution, Matthew could guarantee the retaking of Marseille in the spring. I don't think he'll be able to maintain it for the fall.
Greece, look at Greece.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he can't hold it, but still.
Yeah, and Tunis is lost there. I actually don't like that. I think you should hold and then retreat to Tunis here.
Actually, he can hold Greece. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and Romania down to Bulgaria
and Belgium. Yeah. Belgium was there. So he loses Spain as well. Why does that happen? That's bad. That's bad. That's
but he's only down.
Still, but it's a tie, and he has the tiebreaker. So how does it? So
he advances on the tiebreaker. Yeah.
What?
Wow. So the supporting of Romania down to Bulgaria caused the tie because Peter picks up Munich, picks up Tunis, picks up Ankara and Caen. So he's +4.
Munich. He takes
and Vienna
Munich.
+5. Munich is. So he picks up 6 centers and loses 1, 2.
Oh my God! Wow.
Smyrna lost 3, so he was +3. Yeah, +3.
Doug.
And Doug lost 1. Wow, Doug, Spain.
Ed, you're on mute. Did you have something to say?
Nope.
You're speechless, like me.
Okay, let's first of all compliment Peter McNamara on somehow making this a razor wire finish.
This guy knows how to do it, man.
Yep.
Because we didn't go into depth analyzing that 1913 situation, but Doug had what looked like an unassailable lead, and it turned out it was assailable, and it was assailed, and Doug got by on the skin of his teeth. Well done, Peter. Now,
Kiel supports earlier to Munich, it's all happening in this season.
Yeah.
But now, all right. With that said, let's give props to Doug Malott.
Mm-hmm.
Bravo. Absolutely bravo. Fantastic. And all I want to say is, can we go back to that? I don't know when that move is. I think it's something like spring 1904. It turns out that this is literally move of the game for me. Shallow though I am. No, it's later than that, isn't it? Sorry. It's the one where he moves all his units back out of St. Petersburg. Maybe it's 07 or something. It's such a long game.
Oh, to
he
encourage
moves all his units back out. Here they go. It's this one, 1906. Boom. Right? So he's got Carthage, a thorn in his side that's just a fleet, though, in Liverpool. And he's looked at this and he's gone, I know a way to guarantee that I have all of my home centres and Norway at the end of 1906. And this is how it's done. And lo and behold, though, no matter what Carthage does, no matter what happens, he can guarantee those things. And he does so. And that kind of reset, knowing that you've got a friend in Germany, that's winning play, it turns out, in a top board game. And that's what we were all talking about at the beginning. Hang on in there, stay whole, get right, go again. Well done. Still believe. He believed. Yeah. Well done, mate. Bravo.
Yeah, a very patient game.
Unlucky, Matt. You're my guy. I hope I play you. You look like a load of fun to play. So great stuff.
Very patient game by Doug Malott. Really waited to pick his opportunity and then nailed it when he did. With a bit of a wobble, he didn't exactly stick the landing, but he still got the top score. So well done, Doug.
Hey, against Peter McNamara, I think I'll take a wobbly landing.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was trying to show where Doug was and the seeds. I believe Doug was number 29, only allowed into the first round because one of our top 28 couldn't make both round 1 and round 2.
I'm calling Disney. I'm calling them. I got a movie idea for you guys.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
Here it is.
I got one.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was Matt. Doug was 25. Doug was
Exactly.
25. But with 4 winners, it knocks out the lowest 3. Ooh, so Doug would have had a second chance. 26, 27, 28 are usually the ones that get knocked out. So Doug seals a back-to-back DBNI championship appearance. Not too many.
Man, he deserves it. He didn't get there last year by luck. He didn't get there this year by luck.
Yep. All right, Brandon, go get a drink to refresh for the next one. Get him out of here. We've got round 1 or first chance games board 2. Let me get to my.
A lot going on here. A lot.
Couldn't you get Brandon around to explain about Mike Rockamora, who's not?
Brandon does not have that information. However, if he wants to, since he's going to be hosting Game 5, if he wants to update the names in the app or the name, so that way they will show up for his games, and I will do a download. That would be awesome. Mike Rockamora is the first 2-time winner of the North American DipCons, scored on the basis of actual game results. He won in Chicago in 1974 and Lake Geneva in 1977. He was a New Yorker known for his brash, extremely talkative style of negotiation, as well as for being a pal of Eddie Brisson. But don't hold that against him, says David. Another famous early player, Doug Bayerlein, used to run a poll in the 70s asking hobbyists who they thought the best players were, with Rockamora often winning the top spot in that poll. So cheers to Mike for dominating and being feared. That is what you love when you walk up to a board and you see a player like Jamal Blakarli. You walk up to a board and you think, how am I going to slay the giant on this one? Hasn't been done too often. He comes in as the number 2 overall seed, but it can be done. We've got players along the board with 3 of the top 7 here on this board. Let us see how the power selection goes for this one.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to the Paris method for the second game of the DBNI 2025 semifinals. Wonderful players with us today, starting with Zoe, although who has no choice in this manner of the process.
I'll go last.
Oh, okay. I stand corrected. Next up, we have John. John, would you like to pick before or after Zoe?
I'll pick ahead of Zoe.
For Zoe, that's it. We have Michael, who's operating from the graphic realm. Before John, that is. Can I get the nod, if that's right? Excellent. Before John, it is. You're up, Tim.
I will pick first.
Before Michael. All right. Micah, you're up.
I'll pick after Michael.
Okay, so between Michael and John?
Yes.
Sounds good. Max, you're up.
Can I go after Michael?
I think we can accommodate that. Okay. Jamal?
I want to pick everywhere. I will pick in 5th after Micah.
So after Tim, that would be?
No, sorry. After above John, between Micah and John.
Between Micah and John. Sounds good.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you meant it literally. Which means Tim, you get to pick first.
I'll pick France.
France it is. Michael?
Italy.
Italy, the big eye. Wonderful. Max.
Can I be England?
Certainly. Micah?
Yeah, that's the time where I pick. I gotta think. I'll pick Austria.
All right. Jamal?
Interesting. I'll take Russia.
Okie dokie. John?
I'll take Turkey.
And Zoe?
I guess I'm Germany.
All right. Yeah. Sounds good. There we have it. Good luck, everybody.
Good
Have
luck,
a little bit
everybody.
of fun.
Good luck.
Thanks,
Good luck.
My thanks to Andrew for being the GM for those first two games. Thank you much. It's running the power selection, not as comedic maybe as the first one. Dan, any takeaways from the movement of the players?
Yeah, look, obviously Turkey didn't get picked last. John either doesn't like Germany or he had a particular desire to play next to the two or three people that he knew were going to be in those slots. I know three of the players on this board really well. Well, two of them really well and one of them socially. So, I'm super excited to see how it goes. Obviously, Jamal and Zoe know each other very well. So that will be an interesting dynamic. And when Jamal picked Russia, the two countries left to go were Germany and Turkey. So he obviously would have had in his mind that he'd be next to Zoe somehow. So, antipathy and alliance or something. Let's find out. Nice.
So I would say, look, at one level, these Australians are going to dictate the outcome of this board. You've got Jamal, who's obviously Zen master. He's fantastic. But remember, there's a lot of history here, too, which I think also explains his power of selection. Go back to Winter Classic virtually 2024, January. England's played by Jamal. France is by Tim Crosby. And the two of them did not get along for years and years and years and years. So they're away from each other. I think that you couldn't be further away than France and Russia. And I think that sort of explains why Jamal really wanted to drop, because I think he didn't want to play next to Tim. And I also think Jamal thinks about the tiebreaker. And so that was probably on his mind. But Jamal and Zoe, obviously, they know each other. Max Robanks, like, I've never played with him. I've just watched his games. He is hyper aggressive. He's a very aggressive player. And then you've got the alliance builders, right? You've got Micah and Zoe. That's not me stereotyping. That is the way they play. They need collaborators. They want collaborators. And in some ways, the West is going to be a battle for Zoe, or maybe she gets wiped out. But Micah needs a collaborator. There's a history between Micah and Jamal going back to Summer Classic 2024. And Jamal has a tendency of just being not in your face, but just aggressive with his negotiation style. And Micah is not. So we'll see if she goes along to get along, or if she's going to be in some sort of attack. But I love the layout of the board. And John Bin, by the way, I've played with him and I saw him win his game. He is the right personality for Turkey, because he's really quiet and unassuming. And that's just the kind of turkeys that end up doing really well in games, not the ones that people are totally worried about. So I'm very excited about this.
Well, and John is a DBNI rookie. A few DBNI rookies on this board. We'll see how he stands up against the pressure. Dan, take us through. We'll have you on the odd years, and Ed, you'll take the evens. Let's go over the highlighted moves and do some analysis. We'll go a little quicker than the last one here.
Okay, so the first thing to remind you is you didn't ask me to bet on the winner again. I'm going to do it. Jamal, I can't bet against Jamal. Not allowed. Jamal's
all right. Ed, the field or Jamal?
Oh, I'll go with the field.
There you go.
I mean, it's diplomacy. Anyone could be knocked out, especially Russia.
All right. Specifically, though,
I think that's unfair, man, because you've just seen Jamal's Open to Livonia, which is the first time I've ever seen that in a game of diplomacy in my life. Warsaw to Livonia. Like, this is what I'll let you do your prediction in a second, but I'm going to say this is your classic "Don't Mind Me" opening. I think this is. I might have done it myself on occasion. It's like Turkey, everyone hold. It's like, England, Yorkshire pudding. Like, don't mind me. Don't worry about little old me. Over here, me. Don't worry about me. Sorry, Ed, you were going to say.
No, I had nothing. I just like listening to you.
Well, bless you. Thank you. Especially my inaccuracies. I'm not sure there's anything else interesting to say about spring 1901. That's it.
Then tell us about fall 1901.
Okay, so Budapest to Trieste is quite interesting with Venice hold. I think that's interesting. Supporting the army to Romania. Everyone wants the army in Ukraine to go to Romania. And, oh, look, there we are. Ankara to Constantinople, Smyrna to Ankara. So Turkey, not being obliterated out of the gate is always good. The army has gone down to Tunis, though, so the Panto's still on, but still, early signs are good for Turkey, so that's nice. Everyone wants England to have Belgium. Maybe we're going to go for a 7-way draw any second, but the other army has been convoyed to Sweden, and Germany permitted it. Germany permitted that.
Very interesting.
I mean, Zoe knows what's going on, so she's permitted that. Even though, where's Gulf of Bothnia going to go? Okay, I'll say no more. Daniel says no more.
So 7-way draw at this point would favor Jamal, and that would end it nicely. Let's
just cut to the end, guys. No, I'm sorry.
Probably not going to happen. But wow, a lot of armies on this first set of builds. 2 armies for Germany, which we always like to talk about. We've seen that a couple times in DBNI. I think Siobhan put down 2 in the first one when she participated. Traditional French builds this time, as unlike Karthik last time, who put the fleet in Marseille. I shouldn't say classic, but more recently shown on this program. Fleet Smyrna, Fleet Naples. Ed, anything really standing out?
Fleet Brest. I mean, and Army London. I mean, they're not on this. I thought this was going to be an EF, which is why I think that Zoe allowed Jamal to convoy to Sweden. But that's what stands out to me. Is there going to be EF friction here? Is there a sea lion? What's happening?
Nothing in St. Petersburg with the army already in Sweden. Let's see what they do with that up there. Ed, tell us about spring 1902.
Okay, well, we don't see the EF friction. In fact, we see Germany attacking France here. My eyes are almost always drawn to the west. Belgium does not, by the way, support the convoy of London to Holland. He seems to be supporting Holland?
Yeah. Hang on.
I don't know. It looks to me that
yes. Oops.
So
disorder.
Well, I don't know if it's a misorder and maybe an intentional misorder, but I mean, I don't know. That seems strange to me. Meanwhile, we see the sort of traditional takedown of Turkey on an AIR here, with Sevastopol going to black, Moscow to Ukraine, Austria getting into Bulgaria, and with Eastern from Ionian and Naples going to Ionian. So, it looks like an air. We'll see if the West adjusts. Maybe it's not an air. I mean, who knows?
I'm sad for Turkey. I thought it wasn't going to get crushed, but the meta will. The meta's going to meta, and that's how that goes. I can't say I'm enjoying Russia's northern fun. Fleet Sweden, Army Finland is where you should be in beginning spring 1902, not ending spring 1902 in the Northern Opening, in my opinion. So, advantage England if that is a fight.
It is not a fight.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh well. Sorry, Tim Crosby. That was not a misorder on Holland, and instead we get this full-throated attack on France from Max. A little Australian cooking here with Jamal and Zoe. I mean, France can hold out. We'll see what happens here, but that's certainly what's happened up there. Meanwhile, Jamal doing Jamal things is helping John back into Bulgaria after he just after it was taken. And I should have said, if it's an air, why is Moscow going to Ukraine? I didn't say that. Instead, we have this attack on Micah here, which is not good news for Micah. At least Italy did not pile in on this. Maybe they'll see if Micah tunes in or not. But Jamal's got alliances going with Turkey as a weaker partner, and with Germany and with England. We'll see if he's in Norway or not in 1903.
I see. There's some stuff here that are super interesting. Like you say, Jamal doing Jamal things, bit of board balance and stuff. A lot of holds there for Austria. A lot of holds, and not bad holds, good holds. Right? You're finding out who your friends are, and can ordering these units sometimes. The old adage says you got to order your units. Just order them to do something, support each other or something. But sometimes, I'll just wait and see what happens. And she's found out who her friends are now. That's for sure.
Why does Bulgaria disband as opposed to moving to Serbia? I mean, you can pull it if you want to. She gets a rebuild in Trieste, but I'd rather be in Serbia, I think, if I was her.
Well,
good question. There's something in the meta about this France that sort of sits tight, and does that mid-Atlantic Spain thing and goes, I'm a defensive power. Let's see if it works out. I'm interested.
So just 2 rebuilds here in 1902. No supply center adjustments as we head into spring 1903. Dan, you are the odds.
Well, there's your answer about why not to retreat to Serbia. It's because you've got an idea that you want to go back to being that 5-center Austria, and you could be friends with everyone. And Turkey returns the favor with the hold, right? And it's not a juggernaut. In fact, can all 4 powers in the East work together? Is that a thing that can happen? Because it's kind of happening here, which is super fun. Is this, there's some really strong diplomatic voices here. I think you can get into this zone where people say, I want to do this. And you go, okay, I'm accommodate that. Right. And then the other players have to sort of accommodate it and allow it to happen. In the West, it proceeds. Sweden to Denmark to Heligoland Bight. Wow.
He pitched it as a pass through, right?
Yeah, I guess.
To Kiel?
To Kiel or North Sea or something. I mean, maybe Norway and North Sea.
I don't know if you can guarantee North. I mean, English Channel support North, and that's the end of that pass through, isn't it?
Unless Mid-Atlantic can tap, which it will, but
yeah, that wasn't supposed to happen, I guess.
That's a gift.
I don't know. Maybe he wanted it blown up. You never know.
So, this Italian. Okay, can we talk about Italy?
Yes.
Can we talk about Italy. This is the Italy that goes everywhere and goes nowhere, right? So he's made a little trip to the Eastern Med. He's made a little trip to Tyrolia, and now he's off to France. He's come west. Is it a bad thing? Not right now, because he's got an Austria who's playing a very patient game. You've got Turkey who's loving the idea of playing a patient game and not being dead. So East still has done nothing. and is still in a 1901 state, which you would normally say advantage West, except that over in the West, well, France is a little bit behind where it ought to be, but if you look at who owns what centres, pretty much 1901 state. So let's see if we can get to winter 1913 with this level of board balance.
I have a slightly different take. I think this is all Jamal. The thing is, Jamal can't be all things to all people for every turn, and I think that he was telling the East that he's part of some Eastern triple or quadruple, and hence the move to Denmark, and getting everybody to move away from Jamal here, to Piedmont, to Tyrolia, to Bohemia, but he doesn't. He doesn't for a reason. And I think that this whole thing was a setup because he wants to play, in the East for now. So that's my thinking here.
So it leaves him with a build of 1 on the PIF from Denmark. Max had the PIF in Brest, so that is a rebuild because the center count is as flat as we've ever seen here on this network. Liverpool and a wave because it's Jamal, and why not? Jamal is required per game to wave at least once. Gets it out of the way here in winter 1903. No, I don't even want to hear any commentary on that. Wales is ordering to anchor at Ed. What else do we see in spring 1904?
Yeah, well, I think we see what was going to happen, right? Jamal didn't move to the line for a reason, and that reason is I'd rather have Micah centers. Those are easier to get than anyone else's. And so I guess the Juggernaut's back on. John better be careful because Jamal has set himself up for the anchor takedown whenever he wants to through the convoy of Black Sea. But so this is bad news for Micah. Micah, I think, sees that there's an issue here. At least she still has Italy on side. But this Italy isn't doing much, as Dan's already sort of pointed out. It's a rough spot. So all good for Jamal. In the West, kind of hard to argue on the Max front here. Max is already in Mid-Atlantic, English Channel. This is really bad for France. Marseille, I guess, has to stay there because it's worried about Piedmont. But that makes the defense even, worse. So, Max and Jamal here are looking really good. Everybody else, not so much.
Fall 1904, Ed, keep us going.
So, okay, in the fall here, the bad news for Jamal is, he's lost Budapest. The good news is he's taken Serbia. So, we had a little shuffling there. I expect he's going to lay down a couple of units. He's moved to Romania to cover it. John will be happy for that, but these are all situations Russia can easily use to positions Russia can easily use to attack from. Meanwhile, Max in Brest already. Max is getting the spoils of France, is what I see, and it looks like maybe they promised Belgium to Zoe. We'll see if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, there's some moves here that I don't understand at all. Marseille to Spain, but Portugal to Mid-Atlantic, so pretty high chance Marseille's going to be empty. Don't love that. I think Mike has paid the price in this game for not choosing an enemy. I think you do have to choose an enemy if you're in the middle. I mean, you can sort of sit it out if you've got an edge behind you, but you have to kind of keep it ticking along, really, don't you, if you're Austria or Germany. Right now, I think she has picked an enemy. She knows who that is. And if
he picked her.
Yeah, well, but she's also chosen to hand stuff to Turkey, right? And to hand centers to Russia that are Turkey's centers next. And I think this is good. If I'm Micah, I'm saying, right, fleet anchor, let's go. I never want Serbia back. I want you to have everything. Let's party. Because Italy's not that fussed right now. So I think the only game in town is trying to turn Turkey against Russia. And, it's Jamal, right? You can normally incentivize people to attack Jamal. You should be able to. Whether they carry on doing it is another matter.
So Jamal gains 1 center, but gets to build 3 because of a wave and a piff. Micah drops 2. John builds 1. Max builds an army. Jamal leaves 1 in the bank. Army Khan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what you would expect that, I think. Micah's got to do whatever she needs to do to turn Turkey. Because if she can't, Turkey's in big trouble, right? I think, anyway.
John's not in much of a position to turn north, but the fleet may have helped push west. But who needs another fleet when you only have 1 in Ionian, Dan?
Well, exactly right. And who you see Turkey pushing everything west? Romania hits Black Sea, and that's locked, right? That's locked. So, obviously, either Micah didn't offer it, or Turkey didn't ask for it, or whatever. Serbia is allowed to persist all by itself, and now it has a little bit of reinforcement. Galicia's gone to Bohemia. What's going on here?
Tried to get it. Trieste supported Greece to Serbia, and that was not taken.
Not taken. Right. So okay. So she offered it, but it didn't happen. Okay. So let's see how long the Juggernaut holds. In the West, it's just mucking about, isn't it? Because everyone is not a lot happening. Everyone's
well, Paris is the only thing. It just it's a slow grind.
Yeah.
Second straight France to get the jump. So that is...
I fully expect Jamal to move back to Sevastopol in the fall, by the way, but we'll see.
Well, Romania.
Yeah.
Dan, take us through another bouncing fest in fall 1905.
So Belgium's gone down. Was that supposed to happen?
Ed thought, I think Ed, you said last time it was available, so it was now taken.
Belgium's gone down. Oh, I see. So because they had a sense that Marseille would go to Burgundy. Is that what we're doing? So if they thought that was going to happen, then it's a carve up. But England doesn't get much. Not sure I'm best pleased if I'm England right now. Is he down 1? And Germany's up 2?
Yes.
Yeah, so Germany's gone, well, who's next on the menu, right? Who's next on the menu? It's not Russia, because England isn't set up to attack Russia. France is dead. Italy's coming around with a little bit of help down there. Who's next on the menu? I mean, you've got to move fast. The Juggernaut's coming.
This is bad news for England. Very bad news for Mac. Very good news for Jamal. Maybe I should have picked Jamal against the field. That Livonia move.
Yeah, who knew?
Okay, so Zoe picks up 2 centers, Paris and Belgium. Max drops Belgium for that 1. France is on the downslope, so is Micah. Jamal does not pick up 1, but had 1 still in the bank. And John. We haven't talked about builds. We didn't talk about them much in the last game. Prediction. Is John going to stay aggressive, or should John worry about Romania to Black Sea has happened every turn? When do you keep 1 at home when the Juggernaut is working as well as it is?
He needs to keep 1 at home. Like, it's a Jamal. Okay, it's sort of like Brandon Fogel on your back. You know, this is how Russia's solo, right? We cannot have Jamal just sneaking in. But I don't think Jamal's incentivized right now to do anything other than take Budapest and Vienna, and see he does this, right? So Romania has to go to Black. So Sev has to go to Romania. I mean, so this is what he does. This is why he's so good. But I don't know. I think we'll just see a continual push. But that Turkish army, I mean, I think Turkey needs a fleet here. I'm surprised.
So build to the day, 2 German armies, right? Mm-hmm. So I was wrong. The Antipodean alliance has come apart at the seams. If that was going to go against England, that could easily have been 2 fleets. If Zoe felt comfortable that they were just going to Australia their way to the end of the game. But ultimately, there's only 1 winner in this game, right? And Zoe knows how Jamal plays, and so rock on, dude. 2 armies.
But I don't know why she's not building a fleet. I think Germany needs 2 fleets. This is an issue.
Well, The armies are pointed towards Jamal. It's not an issue, and Kiel does move to Berlin rather than building in Berlin. And what else do we see here?
Romania to black, so Sev can go to Romania, so I can keep plausible deniability. Meanwhile, John's trying to convoy the army out. Oh my God! If that wouldn't have worked, but had it have worked, that would have been really bad news for John. But meanwhile, Jamal's helping Germany into Venice, taking Budapest for himself, set up to take Vienna in the fall. The question is, will Turkey get Trieste or is Jamal going to keep Trieste? I think this is where very nice, calm, quiet people like John, Micah, and Zoe have a hard time making difficult asks of players like Dan Lester, Brandon, and Jamal. And here, Turkey really needs to have Trieste. That is in a juggernaut. That is traditional Turkish territory.
Yeah, and you can see him tying himself in knots trying to go around it. Simply take Trieste, and that if I'm Turkey, I'm livid. What's Germany doing in Venice? That's my center. This year, actually, done correctly, you can get me into Venice this year. Ionian to Adriatic, right? Venice is next. Forget Apulia. Forget Naples. It's Venice. Venice is next. So now you put the German in there.
Michael's been in the middle of all this, kind of just as you mentioned earlier. You got to pick away. 3 straight bounces in Mid-Atlantic of 3v3. I get you don't want the English fleets coming south, but at what point do you prioritize your own safety and defense rather than just to keep England out?
Well, Michael's played board balance from the start of this game. It's like a Dutch game, so Michael would approve of it. Like the Dutch, whenever I play them, they always try and keep everyone alive. They always try and keep everything balanced, But powers are getting big here. Powers near him, and so you need a little bit more traction. So I'm not sure I've really seen a lot of openings for him. I don't think he's had a lot of opportunities that he's issued or anything. And sometimes I find this with Italy a lot. It's just not in your power to make stuff happen. So maybe he's been unlucky, especially with a very passively played France.
Before you run it, one thing I want right now, just for regular players to understand, Austria's functionally dead. Okay? So if you're John, good player, relatively inexperienced in top-level games, you need to start thinking, who's Jamal going to eat next? There's only 2 options, Germany or me. I don't think he just helped Germany into Venice. I don't think, he's turning on Germany. That means he's turning on me. And he's got a fleet in the Black Sea. So, we have to see what happens, but I don't think I would want to be John right now.
Warsaw supporting Bohemia back. Clearly aiming one way rather than the other. Let's see if the attack comes. It does. It does, Ed. Spot on. Tell us about it.
Yeah. He doesn't even have to do it the hard way, right? He just had John. He knew what John was going to have to do. I mean, Khan doesn't cover Ankh. And in fact, not only is he not taking Trieste, he's supporting it, which is like the ultimate horror story when you support your ally and then they stab you for 2, which is exactly what's happened here. So Jamal has picked up 4 and is building 4. With Budapest, Vienna, Bulgaria, and Ankara. This game is a wrap.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I'm going to criticize. I'm not going to criticize John because we've all been John. I'm not going to criticize Michael because, like I said, I didn't think he had any opportunities. I think Micah could have had, maybe picked an enemy towards the beginning, but again, it's not easy, and that window slammed shut pretty fast. I'm going to criticize Zoe. I'm going to do it. This is me doing it. I'm doing it. Right? You got an alliance? Cool. But there's one winner in this game. One winner. So you better make sure the alliance puts you in position to be that one winner. Otherwise, you've made a mistake. And when those 2 armies went down, killed Munich, and there was the army Tyrolia, I thought, here it goes. She's seen the danger. She knows how fast this thing can go south, right? She's got an Italy that doesn't mind doing stuff. Both of you get in John's ear and then push east and keep this game alive, which they have done so well up until this point. but she did not do that. And now look at what the German units are actually doing and have done this year. Hold, hold, support to hold, support to hold. Line up on Marseille. It's a bad year for Zoe, and that means it's a bad year for the game.
I'm not criticizing John, but I am just sort of just for every one of us who's been John, like Dan says, to say there's always a story in the moves. And if you're only looking at your moves, and especially in games like this, there's a real problem with tunnel vision that we all get. We're all thinking about what we're supposed to do, but you also have to step back, look at the bigger picture, realize that Jamal and Zoe have something going on here, right? It started very beginning with the allowing the army to be convoyed into Sweden. And you have to think, what could happen here? But these things all do happen. I don't disagree with anything Dan said about Zoe. Obviously, I don't think Zoe is playing to win. I think Zoe's playing for, her best finish other than winning. But players come into this game, most of them to try and top. So unless everybody gets on board against Jamal now, we've seen this with Russia's where they expand, they can contract, but everyone's got to get together now.
So a couple interesting points on this, and I forgot to bring this up. Winter 05, Silesia was left on the board. Budapest was pulled. That was supposed to be pro-Germany in a way to work with Germany against Russia. That was not taken up as such. Winter 1906 builds will lead us to a little more information after we get these builds. Max does build one retaking Belgium. Zoe offset the loss of Belgium with picking up Venice, so no adjustment. And obviously, we mentioned the +4, which is actually one in the bank still, I believe. So he could be +5. Can only build 4 and builds 4 this time. So still playing, I think, with just 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh no, he does 11 Sweden on the board. So weird. Jamal is even at 11. North Coast, 3 armies, and Marseille goes for Michael. There was a draw proposal at the start of spring 1907.
Take it.
Germany vetoed it. Openly vetoed it.
Okay. So Zoe. So from what I just heard, Zoe and Mike had a problematic disagreement, which caused 1906 to be a little bit on the fritz, and Jamal took that opportunity, is what you're saying. And I think that's how I understood it. And that is something that I can also sympathize with, having occasionally gone on the fritz myself now and again. So, Ed, you said this game is salvageable. Whole board against Jamal, right? Do you really think so?
No.
Yeah, I don't.
That's why I called it. That's why I called it was over. But I mean, he's at 11. Okay, he's 4 ahead of Zoe. The problem is, even if Zoe could get back up there, people are going to take stuff from her from behind. I don't really think it's salvageable, but I would need to see 100% coordination here. But the problem is when you coordinate 5-on-1 or whatever's left, I mean, it's always problematic and there's not enough time. So, Dan, you got the odds.
Yep. And there is a reaction.
There is. And this is whole board against Jamal. Right? This is Jamal's pulled the trigger and one in pocket 11 and this is whole board against Jamal. Apart from France, obviously, who's trying not to die, and I guess Italy, and that's the rub, because Jamal does have France and Italy, even though France and Italy aren't playing to help each other. So that if you add that all up, Italy's got 4, France has got 2, Jamal's got 11, but only 10 units on the board, 18, and the other guys are playing with whatever it is, 16, 15, because there's one not built. So you've got to make every unit count, and they're out of position. So they're going to go down before they go up. So Norway's gone, Serbia's gone.
This is such a good point. I want people to think Dan just spewing out wisdom, and maybe he's not even trying. But here's the thing. What is France and Italy's incentive to stop Jamal? what the fuck do they care? Their game is ruined by the other players that they're now supposed to help rally to help win. I don't, I'm not seeing it. So that's why it's really difficult for anyone to get out of this position. But Brandon in our green room makes a comment that Italy's not out of it. That's true, but I'd rather be Russian than Italy, Brandon.
At the moment, we will see if the revenge tour keeps happening. If the revenge tour keeps happening, it's got to benefit someone. We will see if there is some pickups here in fall 1907, Dan.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of arrows, and I'm not the super duper arrows guy, but that's the end. It looks like the end of France. So the worm has definitely turned. I'm looking around. I'm not seeing what the next Russian pickup is, and this is very interesting because Germany has supported Italy out of Venice into Trieste, and Italy has taken it. So Italy is not with Russia. You can call it wisdom, but I was wrong. Italy, like Doug in the first game, has got his eyes on the prize. It's 1907. This game is halfway over, and Trieste has gone down, and Germany. Well, Germany's picked up. They don't distrust Germany, right?
Germany's picked up 3, but only can build in one spot, right? I mean, this is good for Spain. There was
gave up. When they give up, picked up Marseille, Spain,
Venice. They gave up
Venice. Yeah.
So okay, and there's a real problem Jamal has with he needs another fleet in the south, and he's got a fleet in the north that's useless at this point. So there are issues.
So pull the 2 northern units at this point, or if you're Jamal, how do you salvage this?
You can't salvage Skagerrak. I think it has to go, even though I hate pulling northern fleets. He's done it once. The other one is going to be very difficult, very painful for him.
I love it. Well played board.
All right, so Jamal's not going to make it. All right, we're 10 minutes away from saying Jamal definitely had it to definitely not. I'm going with Max.
Nah, Jamal's going to win this. Keep going. Roll it.
All right. Predictions have been made. We're into spring 1908. Let's see. I'll let you guys do this, and I read some more notes on the sideline here.
All right, I'm 1908. Jamal advances to Ankara here from Armenia. He's repositioning himself as best he can, while Turkey is repositioning himself with Italy. Although I don't know if, I don't know what Eastern Aegean's doing, but fine, it's probably okay there. Meanwhile, Max pressing against Jamal's north. St. Petersburg's definitely going to fall, will fall in the autumn, and it's good cooperation here between Tim and Max for now. And as Jamal starts to go down, no offense, Dan, we'll see how this happens, because Tim's been in these battles before, so Tim can see Max's position, and that's why I think we see Kiel to Holland now. We're starting to see a little bit of worry from Zoe. That's why she moved there. So I'm saying Tim's out of it. I'm sorry. Between Zoe and Max.
So what I want to say here is that Jamal has repositioned so that he is now basically playing Russia-Austria. He is playing AR, right? And Turkey has acknowledged that he is playing AR. And the disbands have signaled that Russia is playing AR. And while he might lose Warsaw and St. Petersburg, he's going to continue to put pressure on Turkey. And that's been his decision-making. He's going to play Russia as a southern power and play as a sort of hybrid ART power. If you look at Zoe's position, okay, she's sort of half France and Germany, but it is only half France, and England is the other half of France. And so it doesn't sit nicely. There's no one to intimidate. Italy, meanwhile, is completely surrounded by people who aren't Russia. So there's nothing else that he can do to hurt Russia. So it's quite smart, and I just watched Turkey move all his units west. So let's see what happens next. Okay, Serbia goes and Constantinople goes, right? So is that arranged? What's happened down there? I'd be interested to know.
I don't think it's arranged, but we'll see. St. Petersburg falls as obvious that would happen. I don't know what Italy's doing here. Italy thinks that there might be a turn for England against Germany, because I think Italy's worried that Germany's going to try and get Venice back. That's interesting.
They're not friends anymore, that's for sure. Italy and Germany.
Never were friends in the first place, so it seems. Maybe it was just the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So we'll take it.
Does she build a fleet? This is really critical. She has no chance against England if she doesn't build a fleet.
No fleet. No fleet. There was a draw proposal here, openly vetoed by Turkey. Turkey.
Even on the assumption that either he's having such a great time and he wants it to carry on, or they would get vetoed later by someone secretly and he couldn't be bothered to sit around.
Turkey and Russia are working together at this point in the conversations. We will see if it plays out.
That's what I thought. I thought that was arranged. That felt arranged to me. That last turn, that fall, just to disentangle, to get everybody to feel like good about themselves. So now it's back to a kind of more standard juggernaut position. If you walked in on this game and saw this as Spring 1999, you'd be like, oh yeah, juggernaut, EG. I mean, the EG's move faster. You wouldn't know all the madness that we've witnessed up until this point.
I'm really curious about this. That why I'm positive that EF are about to fight is Barents goes to St. Petersburg and they don't put the army, either army, there's no continuation of St. Petersburg to Livonia. That army is staying there for a reason. And if I'm Zoe, I think it's because Max is about to attack me, So more good news for Jamal after some horrible news, after some great news. God, these games are great.
Great games.
No attack yet, but North Sea is now vacated and claimed.
Wow.
This is fun, isn't it? Like, what's going on with Italy, Turkey? This is one of my favorite things. Like, Italy has got to be working with Turkey. It's got to have invited him to the Aegean, which means that Constantinople goes to the Aegean. So we're back to Italy working with Russia.
It's hilarious.
It's great.
Turkey finally gets Trieste, as you mentioned about 3 or 4 years ago. So
why is North Sea going to English Channel? What is the reason for that move?
No comments on it here.
I don't have a it's like, is he giving it to her? Is he said, you think I'm going to attack you? I'm not. Here, I'll put you in North Sea. Because otherwise, I thought he was setting up to attack Denmark here. Like maybe they'll trade Denmark for Edinburgh or something now. I don't know what's happening.
So the Juggernaut, reformed Juggernaut, both building one. Last game we had 9-9-8-8 at this point. This time we've got 9-8-8, 5 and 4. Let's move our way to spring 1910. Whoa, lots of movement here. Ed, I think we were out of order a little bit, but Ed, stick with the evens here.
Okay. Well, Jamal's in Bulgaria, which I think had to have been arranged because Bulgaria is convoying to Tuscany. Jamal is totally shored up the south. Totally shorted up. And he's got the north. He's not in danger with that fleet being in St. Petersburg. He's done diplomatically what he needed to do. Meanwhile, we see all this rearranging where it looks like England and Germany may now be back on side. Germany goes back to Denmark. Skagerrak goes back to the North Sea. They're friends again. England's in Western Med. I mean, Spain is really vulnerable right now, but so's Tunis. So I don't know what's going to happen here, but everyone's making their moves, but I'd still like to be Jamal.
Well, Italy and Turkey are still trying to get Jamal to win, and they have been for a bit now. And Zoe's managed to get England back, back on side, and let's work together. But for how long?
All right, fall 1910. More movement, Ed.
Well, I just looked at Jamal here. He's going to be building 2, right? He takes Greece, and now England puts the army in St. Petersburg, where arguably it should have been 2 years ago, and is trying to hold off Germany, which I think he'll be able to do now. So definitely EG are working together here. They're continuing to hold on the anti-Jamal. Maybe they'll just make it a race, and we'll see. May the best player win. But Jamal, meanwhile, gets 2 back, and I think is at 10, which is really good. And if Turkey's just going to seed centers, I'm looking at some centers that are open.
So that's the single most brutal stab of Italy I've seen in a long time. He's gone 4-0. And that's literally horrific. Because Turkey stabs him full on, and he's given some of that to Russia. So the other possibility is that Italy's agreed that. Like either he's just been stabbed, obscenely stabbed, or having just convoyed to Tuscany, or he's just gone, you know what, screw it.
I think he's done.
Yeah,
that's the way I view it.
Walked out.
He's like, I can't win the game. I'm done. I want Jamal to win. I'll help Turkey here.
Max Groves picks up Tunis. Jamal building 2, as you mentioned. Zoe building 2. So we're at 10-10-9. John picks up 2, but gives 2 to Russia.
Michael's saying he gave up, and then he told Turkey to take the dots.
Yep.
Yeah, it had to have been that. Yeah. And that's his objective, right? Push for Jamal to win this game.
There you go, Ed.
That's an efficient way of doing it.
There's your fleet.
It's in the wrong place, but okay.
And the army on St. Pete, if we won't go back, but tactically the only way to blow up Finland was to move it from St. Pete, and so Max had to reorient if he wanted to guarantee it, which he did. There were gambles he could have done it the other way, but I think that's why the army moved out in the first place. So spring 1911, no predictions yet. Let's get one more year into this, see how we do. And let's see if there was anything else. No notes from 10 or 11. Some notes from 12, and I won't tell you about 13.
So look, Jamal's on 15, right? Because he's working with Turkey, and all their units, apart from Sevastopol and Budapest, are on the line. All 50, so that's 13 units on the line, but whatever. Like he's really efficient here, and England and Germany are struggling to have that level of efficiency because they got lots of units that are just not quite there. So the only way that England or Germany are going to win this game is by stabbing the living daylights out of each other, either by agreement or the other way. And
well, Germany doesn't have a stab on England. Only England has the stab.
But by agreement, it could be done.
Yeah, I expect we'll see that. Sometimes when Italy does things like Italy did, that you'll see Germany do things like Italy did.
Mm. Yep. And that's.
But if it was though, why isn't Edinburgh moving to North Sea? Right? But Denmark, Marseille, Spain, and Paris. I mean, 3 of those could go.
Yeah. Well, there's still 3 years, 2.5 years left. So we'll see where those play out. And if Zoe is mad at Jamal from this now, I mean, she has the right to determine who could board top if it's not going to be her. So. Warsaw Falls, clearly. Norwegian to north. Marseille and Spain both being lined up upon without contest.
So that's
he's got 5.
So
he's got 5.
Why wouldn't Warsaw do that? Why would Warsaw come back from Prussia? Isn't it just Galicia support Ukraine to Warsaw? Job done. There are a lot of orders to units to order, but
I'm just looking at this saying Zoe's going to give Max Denmark, Holland, Paris, Marseille, and Spain. Okay, that's what this is. Meanwhile, keep take an army now, go up against the line, but I think that we'll see five given to Max.
She must have had another piff. So Tyrolia piffed, Warsaw piffed. So that +1 is a rebuild because she lost one. What did she lose? Venice. Must have had one piffed in the spring. Oh no, she's playing one down because she never got the ones from there earlier. So rebuild gets there. Army Sev to take Smyrna. Spring 19.
Jamal, sorry. Jamal's saying that they expect a lot of different taps.
Yep.
Okay, well, here we go. Spring 1912. Well, Marseille, I guess they can still give away Marseille, but it'll be difficult now because Tyrolia's got into Piedmont.
I've got to say, I'm super enjoying the forward movement of Turkey. Like, John must be having fun. Like, he must be having a fun game right now. He must be enjoying this progress, and working together. Sorry.
They're all trying to set up who can throw the most dots to the other, right? And I think that, because that's obviously the move to Armenia here is to take Smyrna. He's walked into Trieste. But, Germany's convoying to Livonia. I think we're just going to see a giant dot throw. We'll see.
Not yet. But the setup is still there. Russia takes Venice and Trieste. With Smyrna still right there. Livonia gets into Moscow. Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, Moscow falls.
Yeah. They're going to do it. Yeah, it's all waiting for 1913 to see how to best do this. Jamal building 3 with one place to build and lost 2 home centers is kind of hysterical.
Doug had a 3-center lead heading into the final year. Jamal has a 2-center lead heading into the final year. The results of this will be no stab yet from Max. Convoys are happening. Warsaw takes back Moscow.
Okay.
Here we go.
Positions being set up. Yeah, here. Nothing of the orders is of consequence. It's of the position. So, guys, how does Max guarantee it, right? So, Marseille.
He's got Spain, Marseille, Paris, Holland, Kiel, Denmark.
Yep.
He's got 6 if he wants them, right?
Yeah.
Denmark, or let's see which one's not guaranteed.
No, he's got all of those. That's right.
He's got all 6 of those. Russia's got 4, maybe. Maybe it's 16-16. And who wins the tiebreaker? I'd have to look.
Russia's got Moscow, Rome, Smyrna.
Does not have Naples.
Does not have Naples, no.
So he only got 3. He's only got 3. Yeah, so this should be 16-15.
16-15 England, if the throw is correct.
And the answer is Denmark, Kiel, Holland, Paris, Marseille, and Spain. It is true.
Look, everything's fair in diplomacy. Nobody broke any rules. Congratulations, Max. He's a hell of a player. I've been in this position of Jamal, and it sucks. Okay, it does really suck. He played a great game. I'm sorry that he lost this way. He's an amazing player. But diplomacy is the name of the game, and obviously Max won the diplomatic relationship with Zoe over Jamal, and that what counts. But I lost this first round game in not this way, but a similar way, and it hurts. So I feel for Jamal.
I mean, look, I was very candid about how I felt about Zoe's 1906 when she slept on the big stab by Jamal, and I thought the game was over and said it multiple times. And I think Zoe probably felt the same way about her own 1906. Probably felt annoyed that she let whatever the conflict was with Micah blind her to what was going on. felt doubly annoyed and probably a little bit embarrassed, as I would have done, to have been someone who stood idly by and perhaps even facilitated Jamal to take over the game so early and so completely. And she, instead of doing what it looked like I was doing as a commentator, saying, "Oh, well, time to go to the bar and drink 5 bottles of wine," she went, "No, I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix this. You stabbed me. You thought you could get one over on me. By hook or by crook, you will not win this game." And she did it. And she did it. And that was, might be completely taken out of my hat. But to me, this seems like a personal mission. And she tried for as long as she possibly could to win for herself. Against all the odds, hook or by crook, growing, doing everything that she could. And when that came off the table as an option, then she made her ally win.
Aussies go 1, 2, 3. The game's controlled by the Aussies.
Yep, as you mentioned from the start, Brandon, bring Brandon back in here. So in the comments, it's fantastic. Jamal is talking about he wanted to make sure Turkey was a good ally. He was working with giving centers, supporting centers. McAllis and then someone else, Wardy, I think, brought it up. Italy walking out of centers too. Like there was a lot of not throwing, giving, asking, right? It's a game of relationships. And if you're not going to win, you might as well reward someone you've enjoyed playing with. And that's exactly what every player on the board did this game. Brandon, 30 seconds overview until we move on to the next one.
Yeah, it felt like everyone was throwing here. I mean, John Ben was throwing, and I think Zoe's reaction on the opposite side of the board was completely natural. I mean, as somebody I think who's been in Jamal's position, I think my experience at Ed is a little bit closer to what Jamal experienced here. That is having somebody throw to you early in a game and having somebody on the opposite side of the board throw more effectively. This was a fascinating game. Jamal made a very big move early, and in a way, he took advantage of his allies' complacence. And I think Zoe and Max did exactly the right thing, which was to respond by giving themselves a better chance to win the game. To respond in such a way that gave themselves a better chance to win the game. So, look, is this as an interesting a finish as two people, or as a bunch of people battling selfishly until the very end of the game? No, but this is how diplomacy is played, and winner take all games. This happens.
So Max is the 5 seed. Last time we had the 25 seed. Now we have the 5 seed winning on this one. So a top 7 participant makes it to the final 7. Congratulations to Max on this board top. And Dan, go rest your vocal cords for this one. We'll see you in hopefully about 45 minutes.
See you. Bye.
Ed is looking for his next cigar, so we'll keep him here as we get to the areas. Perfect timing, I was going to say. We've got board 3, or game 3, which is Harry Kolitas, if I haven't butchered the name. Let's see if I can find my notes on where did it go.
I'll talk a little bit while you're looking for that. The when the boards were first announced, this was identified as the Board of Death, and so it's very exciting to see this come together. We've got Katie Gray, defending North American champion, Michalis Kamaridis, the North American champion before that, Jason Gray rapidly making a name, Riaz Varani, who is always a threat to win any tournament he's in. Stephen Hogue, who has sort of slowly built his skill base, but is up there now, finally making the DBNI. We've got Noam Brown, who has made plenty of top boards, including a DBNI top board. And then Keith Worstel, who is sort of subtly influential in the community, knows a lot of people, has created a lot of sort of sub-communities around, and has been slowly making his mark on the face-to-face and virtual face-to-face community. So this is, by the eye test, a very, very tough board.
Very tough board. A couple of comments here just before we go. Katie didn't play last year's DBNI because she didn't like the format. She's won a top board before. I believe she won Summer Classic. But she's not a top board specialist. McAllis has been on a million top boards. He's won one before, but he's not a top board specialist. The two of them obviously know each other really well through DBN, but also WebDip. Riaz is amazing. Gnome is amazing. I love Keith to death. Okay, Keith needs to play in the East, so I'm happy for him. Jason Gray and Stephen Hogue. I think this board has a high potential to be amazing, or just some race. But I'm very excited, and I feel honored that you selected me to be one of the commentators for this game.
The people's choice.
I forgot that I need to upload this video because it was too long to.
Steve won with it.
Right, earlier this year. Or last year, I should say. So, do you want to tell us about Harry Colossus?
Yes. As I'm uploading that, I will do that. So, Harry is a well-known player and organizer in the Australian hobby. So we should have had him named on board 2 for all the Australian players we had there. He was one of a group who set up and ran the Bismarck Cup competition, which added together results from various tournaments to bestow an overall yearly Australian diplomacy champ. He won the Bismarck Cup himself in 1990 after winning that year's New South Wales Championship, coming in 2nd in the Victorian Championship and 5th in the Australian Championship tournament itself. Overall, Harry won 7 tournaments in face-to-face career that spanned from 1987 to 2001. So for the Australian games on that last one, where are we? Here we go. Good. Here we go. And we're going to add this to the stage. And
hello, everyone, and welcome to the Paris method selection for the first chance game. Board 1. No, board 3 even. Does anyone have anything that they want to announce before we do Paris selection, first of all? No. Everyone's too scared to threaten the competition.
Too early in the morning for announcements.
Too early in the morning for words. We will start with the ordering. So, first of all, very important question. Keith, would you like to go 7th, 7th, or 7th?
First, please. I'm at everyone's mercy.
Okay. Okay.
We're just waiting on them.
Gnome, would you like to go before? First.
I'll go before.
Okay. So then next on the list, Stephen. Where would you like to go? You now have 3 choices as to where.
I'd like to choose before Noam, please.
Okay. Riaz.
I would like to choose after Steve and before Noam.
Okay. Jason.
I'm gonna choose 7th.
7th. Okay.
Yeah.
Michalis.
I will choose after Steve and before Riaz.
After Steve and before Riaz. And finally, Katie.
I will also choose after Stephen.
Between Steve and Michalis.
Yep.
Yes. Okie dokie. Steve, pick your country.
Simple as that, huh? Hang on, I'm going to open up random.org.
Simple as that. Just all of them.
That's the benefit of going first, is just choose random. It's really good.
Hang on. 1 to 7.
Yeah.
I got 6. Russia. I'll take Russia. Final answer.
Russia. Okie dokie.
That sucks.
I should have picked
Katie.
first. Dang it, Steven.
You cannot blame this on me, Katie.
Oh man. Okay, I'll pick France.
Okie dokie.
I'll pick Germany.
I will take Italy.
Okay, I need to think about this for a bit.
Doing a Ben.
Start the Tatonji time clock.
I'll go with Austria.
Okay. Keith?
Turkey.
Wow.
And I will have England, please.
Is that a first ever for DBN? England being 7th?
That's wild.
I mean, if Peter lost on a tiebreak to Austria, to England last night when he was Austria, then Summit's going to have to have gone weird in that one as well.
Okie dokie. So here's our final power selection. Does anyone have anything they want to say before they go off and fight?
Don't drop in the order. It's silly. Just pick the country you
No.
want.
Maybe I wanted England.
Okay.
No, that's great.
Maybe.
Good luck, everyone.
I mean, and on that excellent piece of advice, good luck, have fun.
Make sure we get everyone on the stage here.
Wow, that was great.
That was ridiculous. That was fantastic.
Let's go back to the map. There we are. All right.
Quick thoughts. Like, you could tell people are really worried about Katie and McAllis being an FG, being in a lot of alliances. Katie really wanted Russia. That's where she won her top board before. I have not seen McAllis play a lot of Germany. Okay, I've seen him do well with so many countries, but I have not seen him play Germany a lot. So I'm curious about that. Right now, I'm feeling really nervous for Jason Gray. And I love that Riaz Varani, who should be sneaking up on no one. I'm calling him the sleeper, and he's got Italy with Nome, two players that should get along. I'm looking for AI and FG.
I just want to sort of note that Stephen Hogue with the number 5 seed ends up picking first. That does not happen very often. And I don't know if he made good use of it by supposedly appealing to a random generator for the pick, but he entertained us for a little bit.
I believe he's played Russia and enjoys playing Russia. So if that is the number 1 pick, that's the pick he was planning on, whether he got first, second, or third. That is his pick. Brandon, tell us how. Predictions, as we've done every time. I've been late on them. Brandon, who's winning?
Well, I'll make a bold prediction that that Katie and McAllis won't actually ally right out of the gate. Although now that London has gone to the English channel, I should probably amend that. I don't know. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't predict this board at all. Yeah, I got nothing. This could go any which way.
After what I did to McAllis in the second chance game, I'm rooting for him. No offense to any of these other players that I really, really like and respect, but he deserves it. He plays a great game, and apparently he's a genius Germany player. So let's see how that goes.
All right, Brandon, tell us about the moves. You're odd.
Yeah, so I called out the highlight here, which is that England goes to the English Channel and follows up Eddie to North. Does not move Liverpool to Wales, however, goes to Yorkshire. So it's possible that Jason will be able to talk his way out of this. We'll see how Katie reacts. Katie is not a panicker at all, and will have a way to figure out how to work forward with this. This does increase, I think, the possibility of France-Germany cooperation. Elsewhere, we have Stephen Hogue with a northern opening, Moscow to St. Petersburg.
Ouch.
So making a statement that Stephen wants to be a factor in the north. McAuliffe will have a plan for how to work with that. And it'll be interesting to see how that develops. For his troubles in the south, he has Keith Wurstel opening up as anti-Russian as possible. We call this the Sunstrom opening in Chicago. That is Smyrna to Armenia, Ankara to Black Sea, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they will fight the entire game, but it does mean, especially combined with that Moscow to St. Petersburg opening, that Stephen has some tap dancing to do. He does, however, get away with the DMZ in Galicia, and the bounce between Riaz and Noam is almost certainly arranged.
I'll point out, Keith, he may not make it as Turkey, but he did win Media Wars for his Turkey. He knows how to play Turkey, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, Brandon, continuing.
Yeah, Keith is a skillful player. He has a sort of philosophy of the game that he will not lie under any circumstances except the most extreme ones. And so it always creates some interesting diplomacy in a game. And in this case, so Keith follows up the attack, the anti-Russian opening, with an anti-Russian continuation, goes to black, taps Sevastopol, takes Romania with support from Noam Brown. This is actually very risky to do for Turkey. It risks getting them out of position very quickly. And we'll be interested to see what Keith does with that army, and whether in the spring next year, and whether Noam stays on side with him. Riaz takes Tunis, so there's no fast attack on Turkey coming, which is nice to see. In the north, we do have nice cooperation between France and Germany here, which nets Belgium for France at the cost of Brest here.
Ouch.
Which I have to say, I think that there is a possibility, and I've often thought about writing an article about this, that there's a possibility for an England and France alliance to get off the board with this kind of opening, where Brest is given to England with a fleet, and then they try to move forward. I highly doubt that is what's happening here. Katie is not a huge risk taker on a top board, certainly not with a total stranger, or maybe she's played with Jason. There's Gray. They are both Grays, so it's possible that they have a connection in that regard. There is not a bounce out of Sweden, so McAuliffe is happy with that northern opening. Stephen Hogue picks up 2. So lots of fun stuff going on here.
I'm a little surprised to see Katie lose Brest, because one would think that North Sea couldn't take Norway, and England had to get a build, and it's just, and that meant that Brest was vulnerable unless they could take Belgium. So,
it's not the worst thing in the world to have a setback in 1901. That's not.
It's fine.
Yep, takes the pressure off you. Let's see on the builds here. Anything surprising? Not really.
No. Army Khan, but with the opening in Bulgaria, that makes some sense. And Fleet Marseille, because Brest is occupied. So,
I will say this: Army Munich is interesting. It raises the possibility that McAuliffe is actually interested in an ERG to start out this game. Yeah, interesting.
Why isn't it?
I think Turkey might be vulnerable here with that army build. That's the other thing.
To the fleets from the south, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, I think it's Ed's turn.
All right, spring 1902, England continuation of the attack against France, takes the English Channel, holds in North Sea. Russia kind of moving back getting the fleet to Norway here. Meanwhile, McAllis is sort of playing Germany like Italy a little bit. Munich goes to Bohemia, so not there to advance an attack on France. I think he's very content to have France and England fight, or maybe he's just because he's just moved to Helgoland, decides to take Katie's side in the war against England, which McAllis thinks about the board probably more than any other player I've ever been with. In the East, literally nothing happens, as best I can see. Like Naples to Ionian happened, and I don't think there's another successful move.
Well, Austria attacking Romania with support, I think, is notable for the alliance. What it says about the alliance structure here. It's not what you would do if you were in an AT. Just to point that out. Curious to think that he might have thought it would work, Noam Brown, when Bulgaria was sort of the more obvious target. But we'll see what happens here in the fall.
Yeah, maybe the move would just be to advance yourself to Galicia, then down to Romania if you wanted to do that in the fall. That's what you typically see.
Yeah, and we'll see here if Stephen and Keith have a reaction here, because it would be natural for Rum to go down to Bulgaria and leave Romania for the Russians.
Oh, by the way, this comment about the Gray siblings not on the same page. Remember, they were on the same page not too long ago. I believe it was the Winter Classic that we just had, and Jason stabbed Katie. So there is a little history there.
The VWC, yes, the VDC, right?
Yep. Yeah,
that's right.
Jason is Germany with 12 centers, and Katie as Italy with 11 centers. On that one.
No, I think they were both in the East, and then it was England and France. That was where Jackson.
I'm looking at the board right
now. Are
now.
you? Okay, then I believe you.
So fall 1902, we have England backing off, given its precarious position with that fleet move to Helgoland. So England's lost North Sea with Russian help. England's lost Brest. Jason Gray got out of his skis a little too early, I think. And this is looks like an FGR that we have here for now in the West, and then in the East, Russia takes back Romania and is able to I guess was not able to go to Bulgaria, but retreats to Serbia, if I read that correctly.
No. Tried to get to Serbia, didn't make it. Yeah.
Oh, it tried to get. Oddly enough, had it just held, it would have been able to retreat to Serbia. But okay.
And Brandon, I know what you're saying. So they played on the top board, and that was the one where the data is not loading correctly on the site. So that's where you remember them in the same sphere.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
No, you're good.
I just want to point out a tactical mistake here that Keith Worstel in Turkey makes. He has Bulgaria available with a power of 3. So if Romania is the mover here with support from Khan to Black Sea, it's guaranteed.
Seth could have tapped black in that case, right? But maybe probably doesn't.
Well, even so, then you would still have a power of 2, right? I think it's the obvious thing here was for Stephen to support himself into Romania. And honestly, if you're Keith Worstel, you're probably asking him to do that. It just means that you have to get Bulgaria here, or else you're going down to 3. And it's a really problematic loss here for Keith because he can't rebuild a fleet in the south. He's completely open down there. This game should not last much. Keith's game should not last much longer. That's the big thing I wanted to point out.
So Jason will have to pull, giving back Brest. Katie builds from that, and Steve's Romania. We have North Coast. I love it. Another fleet in the south coast, south of France.
Yeah, this is FGR. The question will be once England is either dead or almost dead, what happens next in the FGR?
Neither F or G want to see that second fleet. I mean, that was kind of diplomacy 20 years ago, but now FG, can take out England without you're giving Russia that fleet. We'll see what Russia does with it.
Yeah, my suspicion is McAllis is okay with it, and that Katie is also okay with it. Although, okay, so looking at the lowlands here, Holland takes Belgium with support. I think we'll have a question of whether this is deliberate or not, or a stab or not. I suspect it's not. And I think the reason I suspect that is because Brest and Paris stay still here. And McAuliffe is probably asking for it because he's got a powerful Russia on the other side. That would be the argument. In the East, we have Riaz going into Trieste while putting Serbia into Bulgaria, which makes perfect sense in terms of an AI. Why Ionian is supporting Aegean rather than going to Eastern Med here is probably because Riaz didn't want to be completely open to Nome in case Nome decided to slip into Ionian behind him and not give him Trieste.
I would point out that, again, move to Bohemia from Germany. If you go back and watch Doug Moore's video on how to play Germany, which is a great video, it's all about how Germany only wins when its units are away from its home centers doing things. They have to be doing things and not back home. True.
I will say that Doug does not think Bohemia is a place that a German army should be. He and I had a very, very long argument on an airplane one time about this.
If I had $1 for every time I've heard that story,
yep,
it'd be quite rich.
Yep. DBN is founded on repeated stories that ad nauseum. All right, we have
lives on that. Yes.
Indeed. Is this still me? It is. Fall of 1903. We have what is almost certainly a stab here. Riaz taking Greece from Nome, also gets Trieste in there, and that helps Keith Wurstel get into Bulgaria. This is a really nice turn for Keith, who was on life support prior to this turn. So he's probably breathing a huge sigh of relief when these orders were revealed. Elsewhere, we have stalemate in Galicia, which probably suits Riaz just fine as well. Stephen Hogue is going to be in a position soon where he's got to make some kind of move somewhere. So we'll see what he chooses to do next.
This may be payback a little bit from Riaz. I think it's the right move on the board, but remember, Riaz and Nome played that board you were on, Brandon, that top board, and there was a lot of tension between the two of them. So it's not surprising that this happened. But also, where's Riaz going to grow? He's not going to get Turkish dots.
Yeah, it would take a long time to do that. I mean, you can make the argument that Trieste, he'll get one here. He could go forward and have a sort of slow build. But we'll see. He's probably got a winter green in mind, or maybe a more unconventional IT going forward. Might depend on the, Riaz is a player who plays the whole board. So he's probably got lots of possible options open. So we do have, sorry, can you go back really quickly? In the West, we do have Belgium staying with Germany here. So this is something that puts Katie at 5 and McAuliffe at 6, which Katie is probably just fine with. Little surprised she doesn't convoy to Wales here, because covering Liverpool was sort of the obvious choice. That's all.
And as you mentioned, Katie down 1, McAuliffe up 1, Riaz picking up 2.
But losing a friend. And Nome keeps the fleet. A bid to stay relevant. That is not matched by a Turkish fleet, however, which probably means that it's not going to help a whole lot. And unless Russia, for some reason, decided to work with Austria here, I think Nome's days are numbered.
Keith is all but begging for an IT here.
Yeah,
begging for it, but with that fleet in Aegean, it's going to be. We'll see if it moves out. If Ionian goes to Adriatic or something.
McAuliffe is on the board. He's got to support it, even if it might not help him. Ed.
All right, 1904. Well, he does get that fleet out of the Aegean. It goes to Greece, and he does that by getting Greece to go to Serbia. So you would think Nome's getting carved up, but on the other hand, Nome does get back into Trieste, which wasn't guaranteed, but close to it. Meanwhile, in the West, this time it works out aces for both England and for Germany, with Russia playing a crucial supporting role. McAuliffe convoying into Edinburgh and Katie convoying directly into Liverpool. Oddly enough, no fleet in the English Channel. This is all being done, in a different way, but still very effective. Bad news for Jason Gray. Question is, what's going to happen next, right? I mean, where is Russia's heart? Is it with Germany? Is it with France? We'll see how that goes, but that's going to be a key issue.
Yeah, and are France and Germany willing to fight each other? You pointed out before the game that these two players have a history of working together, and so they just might not be interested in doing it.
Team Web Dip.
Well, Holland to Ruhr, is interesting.
And Ruhr holds.
Oh, meanwhile, in the fall. Yeah, sorry. Meanwhile, in the fall here, looks like so in the West, nothing happened there. It was all held by Germany and France. Quickly moving to the East, Turkey, in a really good move for Turkey, gets into Romania, but Russia does take Vienna with German help. They are working together in the West, so why not also in the East? We now know why the army is in Bohemia. And I guess the key question here is, what's Riaz going to do? He's now got a fleet that's moved to Lyon and the army to Spain, which sets up for anytime you see that, you have to think about the convoy if you're Italy. And I'm sure Riaz will see that. So I'm curious how this will go.
Yeah, Riaz probably has an explanation for his use of that second fleet on the eastern half of the Mediterranean, but it's hard for me to see. I mean, last turn he conservatively used it to support a unit into Greece rather than go to Adriatic, which would have enabled him to retrieve Trieste here. And now he supports it against no possible opposition rather than moving it west to repel a possible French invasion or to Adriatic to ensure that he gets Trieste back next year. So hard to see there.
Jason down 2, passing.
But sometimes, and I'm not trying to overtime, but sometimes that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. France goes against Italy. Italy then has to go back, and then now it's a fight. This is a way to avoid that, if possible.
Yeah,
but not with a fleet in Marseille.
Not going to Adriatic in the spring, I think, was the really problematic part. So we got a fleet in Marseille. I mean, so yeah, Katie has decided full FG here, and now has to be concerned about possible GR cooperation against her.
Very much so.
Army and Con for Keith, keeping the IT alive.
This is me, and so we have. Let's see. Sorry, England is the one supporting Russia into Edinburgh, which I suppose makes sense. Edinburgh is German at this point, and we have. But that means that Russia is fighting Germany. Actually, that's sort of the headline news there. So
correct. The tap on North tells the story. This wasn't just. I think McAuliffe would have given Edinburgh to Russia in exchange for London, but that's not what's happening here.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating to see if this, what we think of this as a strategic maneuver on Stephen's part, strategic maneuver on Stephen's part. All right, so elsewhere, Katie goes full into the Med here with Marseille to Piedmont and Mid-Atlantic to West. And oh my goodness, I missed some of the tactical fun times here, which involve Russia going to Romania with the fleet while a Turkish army is convoyed behind it into Sevastopol. That is much better for Turkey than it is for Russia.
Hell yeah.
And I think Stephen may have outsmarted himself here. It's probably better to just let the fleet get blown up. Time will tell. Moscow's, obviously no. And we have Finland going to Sweden. So, okay, so Stephen is making at least this strategic mistake that he's fighting. He's picking a fight with somebody while in a dispute with somebody else on the opposite side.
It's difficult too. And Stephen just got helped into Vienna for McAuliffe. So, I think he would have gotten Edinburgh anyways. Yeah. I really do. I really believe he would have gotten Edinburgh anyways. So this is curious maneuvering.
Also, it's worth noting Riaz gets into Trieste here, which was guaranteed, but it's still worth pointing out.
Brandon, keep going.
All right, the Riaz train.
Ed 2 K80. You're hurting McAuliffe.
What Katie supports Clyde back into Edinburgh. Is that
and bounces him out of London? Oh no, that's the English unit.
Yeah, that's okay. Jason Gray. That's Jason Gray. So Riaz is where I want to focus here first, because we criticized Riaz for a little bit of slow tactics, but it appears he's gotten away with it, and now has picked up Trieste and Budapest out of it this year. So Riaz is in much better shape now than he was at the beginning of this year, putting down 2 units. We have Turkey now making progress, really good progress against Russia, and Germany has taken Vienna as the price for Steven's very, very early move against him. So the only curious thing to me here is that Katie Gray does not advance anything.
Well, what's not in Tuscany?
Yeah, so it looks like there was a support and a convoy ordered for Spain to Tuscany without the move actually being written. Is that it wouldn't surprise me if Katie actually did this on purpose, didn't want the army to move, didn't want to get so entangled with Riaz. And you can see why, because Riaz is growing and it doesn't suit either of them to just waste units against each other.
McCallus says it was not a misorder, but that's McCallus and not Katie. Riaz building 2 in the 2 available spots. Another army for Keith Worstel and Fleet Berlin.
I'll tell you what, McCallus is a hell of a counterpuncher. It's like when you swing at McCallus, you best hit him, okay? Because he is really good diplomatically about focusing all his attention on the person who went after him. So let's see how this goes.
Winter 1905 brings us to spring 06. Ed, a lot of movement in this turn here.
Yeah. So Katie makes it to London while Russia in the north is playing the best defense is a good offense, is going to Clyde and Norwegian, while McCallus is going to take Sweden for sure. There's coordination there. I think we know that the thing with France and Italy was a misorder now when we see these fleets move into position to sort of lock up. But Katie's got to start to worry about growth. And so McCallus has to worry about Katie's growth and where she can grow from. So I'm glad she's getting London for McCallus' sake. Sorry, I'm just so biased right now, rooting for him. In any event, McCallus is in Galicia. He's got presence now there. So this is all sort of, and the curious move to me is Albania to Greece. What Riaz is doing, he clearly sees he doesn't have a lot of growth against France. So is he thinking now maybe the time to try something against Turkey? I don't know.
I think Riaz knows that stabbing Keith isn't going to work. He won't have the unit power to do it while also holding Katie and McCallus off. My guess is that so Riaz's strategy here going forward, assuming that Katie and McCallus don't break, is to get Keith to let him win. And so my guess, and I actually think Keith is the kind of player who might do that. And so Riaz has to be thinking that far ahead. He's not going to stab just to do it. And I think, but the question is with Katie and McCallus, like, I don't think, do either of them make moves? And it's really Katie that we're focusing on here because McCallus's position is better. Does Katie make demands to keep the game more balanced?
Well, she's picking up London.
Yeah.
So on the other hand,
pulls the fleet back.
Pulls the fleet back. You can, that's understandable. I think even McCallus would understand that. In the meantime, McCallus convoys Sweden into. This is curious. This is a diplomatic move, obviously, right? It's convoying Sweden to Livonia. Wasn't guaranteed Sweden in that case. Stephen could have just stayed if he wanted to, but Stephen left and he gave up Sweden to try and buy peace over here. So if there's peace between Germany and Russia, what does that mean for the France-Germany relationship? I don't know. Is it a feint or something else? Because clearly McCallus can take Norway if he wants it in 07.
What does that move from North Africa to Mid-Atlantic mean? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. It's Katie. I don't think would make an all-out stab on McCallus, although it's worth saying that it might be a winning strategy to do that with the East still balanced.
He's 3 ahead of her, or 2 ahead. 2 ahead.
2 ahead, and has the tiebreak, and he's occupied with getting dots in the East. Belgium is there, Edinburgh would be there, North would be there. Katie makes the right build, even if she wants to do that. Can't telegraph. Another fleet would telegraph that, and the army could go to Piedmont and be useful in some way.
So what's Katie's next build? What does she get in the next center?
I think she has to ask for Belgium. I think she has to ask for Belgium.
Yep. Yeah, and it probably comes as McCallus gets Norway, which would be this year.
Then we get to another 9-8-9, as we've seen in the first 2 games. Brandon, is it going to happen? Not with the bounce in Burgundy.
No, and certainly not with German units moving west and south toward France. This is fascinating. So Kiel moves to Holland, Norwegian moves down to north, Sweden to Skagerrak, Baltic to Sweden. So McCallus is in position to take Norway here and protect himself against Katie. But what he's saying is, Katie, you're not going to get any of my dots.
He moved. It's almost like a defensive offensive move here.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to fight you, but you can't fight me.
Yeah. What it does though is it forecloses Katie's win path. And maybe Katie's okay with that. In the south, all right. So Riaz is not going to be okay with McCallus just waltzing to this board top. So what we have a little bit of dipsy doodle here between Germany, Italy, and Turkey, which puts Riaz into Budapest but loses Vienna. But the Turkish armies are getting into good positions. Riaz's problem is just that there's no unit in Serbia, and a unit that would have to go cover Serbia would be Turkish. So there's possibility for Italy and Turkey to repel Germany down here. In fact, they will do it. Question is, what color will those centers be at the end of that?
Question I have is, do Riaz and Katie make up now? We have 5 or 6 wasted units where we have a Turkey that's just about to get on the launch pad. Yep. This might be the time for, and Katie might want to be worried about McCallus now, for both of them to go away from each other and fight in their own theaters. And does Keith recognize that as a potential here?
Yep.
Doesn't happen.
Doesn't need to. Picks up Serbia.
So he gets Serbia, which he had to, quote unquote, cover it. And that means that Riaz is going down 1, picks up Vienna, but loses Trieste here. So there actually was a guess over Trieste, and it looks like Venice guessed wrong. So that nets McCallus just 1. He just gets the 1 from Norway. The other one goes to Keith Worstel. So, and Katie is stuck in place. This is not a winning strategy at this point of the game.
But it's only 1907. There's potentially 6 years left, right? So plenty of time for the move, because we are at 10 and 3-7. So this is the biggest gap I think we've seen in any game this early.
No. But Jamal went way ahead.
Yeah.
He got his
that's right. He had 11.
Yeah.
That, and then pulled back immediately that next time. So let's see if the board rallies around McCallus here.
The problem is it can't, because Stephen Hogue is needed to fight against McCallus, and doesn't have incentive to do so with Turkey growing, and
Turkey
Italy.
has to fight Russia. Russia has to fight Germany. I mean, correct.
Yeah.
Got the fleet from Smyrna. Keith saw the issue.
If Turkey is willing to give back Sevastopol, that is a potential way to move forward here. So Turkey could break this game open by making a deal with Stephen Hogue to give away Sevastopol and stabbing Italy for some of those centers in the Balkans, and that would take pressure off of Katie as well. If Katie were willing to split Italy and fight against Germany, that is a potential grand strategy for Keith Worstel. I don't know if anyone else has the similar grand strategy.
He does not give it back, Ed.
Spring 1908. Yeah, no, there's no cooperation between Russia and Turkey here, but McAuliffe does lose Trieste, which was expected. And that army is now in Albania, and I guess will just be, doing fun things. Meanwhile, there's no FG war here. Okay, it's just not happening. Now you got your third fleet in North Africa. McAuliffe has got the upper hand in the alliance between the two of them. Will take St. Petersburg in the fall, and where he can credibly tell Stephen, "I'm not going to go any further. I'm going to put the fleet in. You'll never take it back." So McAuliffe holds a lot of cards here in the north, but I don't see Italy progressing against France. If France is unwilling to fight Germany, and I don't think Turkey and Italy can fight each other, we'll see where this game goes.
Yeah, this game is McAuliffe's to lose. Yep.
Oh, that's a kiss of death. You can't say that.
It's plain and simple.
All right. Let's see how you jinxed him.
Fall 1908. Well, certainly Katie didn't press any further there. The reason, by the way, people they're not bouncing in York is obvious to some, which is Liverpool could then just walk into Edinburgh, and you don't do that. That's just for some newer players. But it doesn't look like anything advanced except Katie got into Tyrrhenian Sea, which is and Italy got into Western Med. So this is not horribly insignificant, but Katie's there in Mid-Atlantic and can defend anything. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Riaz. So when Riaz lost had pulled that fleet, that meant that Katie would have the fleet advantage, and there would be guesses to win, and here the guess was won. I'm a little surprised that Riaz didn't just give up on Tunis under some condition that Katie move away. That's kind of the only card he had left to play, but now there still might be opportunity to work things out, but he'll have to pull back from Western Med. It doesn't feel like that's going to happen.
I just get the feeling Katie's on Team McAuliffe right now.
At this point, yeah. And I think that, so notice that McAuliffe does not take St. Petersburg here. So this is the kind of strategic sort of thinking, bigger picture thinking that we're not seeing from players in the East. McAuliffe, the dot is there, but he sees that Stephen is willing to do something on the opposite side of the board that will help him. And so he's happy to let him do it.
Knowing it's his whenever he wants it.
Yep. And he will not pull Albania because it's fun. Or will he pull it because it's going to get blown up anyway?
3 unused fleets in the north. Maybe one of those will go. Nope.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, it just forces them to actually waste time doing something against it. Yeah, let's move forward. All right. This one's on me. We have Russia and Turkey continuing to fight, which does not benefit Turkey. And Turkey has to retreat into an Italian center. So, look, there is a scenario here where Turkey just sort of slowly gobbles up Italy and challenges Germany for the board top.
Well, he's taking Greece.
Yeah, well, he had to cover it.
He had to cover it, just like he had to do Serbia.
Yeah, so does he? And honestly, I think Riaz would be completely fine if Keith ends up winning this game because of that, and he'd be like, fair play, you Western, mean people. In the West, we have in the fleets in the Western Med, we've got a bunch of stuff, and Western Med gets blown up, and Tunis does not fall.
Why does Western Med not retreat to Mid-Atlantic?
Because the attack came from Mid-Atlantic.
Oh, duh.
So it didn't have any retreat. Why Ionian is the mover here and not Naples? I believe that's probably because he expected Tyrrhenian Sea to be the mover and wanted to have a place for Tunis to retreat to. So there's a bit of a wrong guess here. It's not the end of the world yet, but Riaz's position is collapsing here. McAuliffe notably does not move Norwegian Sea anywhere. So, the French centers are wide open. All right, so he does lose Tyrrhenian C. He does lose Tunis here finally. Gets back into Western Med, so Katie gets the build, but continues to be intertwined tactically with Italy in a way that just benefits McCallus. We have Keith hanging on to Budapest and advancing the position in Galicia. Yeah, so we're back to this. It's really between McCallus and Keith Worstel. Yeah.
By the way, it's his second DBNI appearance. I think we falsely labeled him as his first appearance in DBNI. He was in there last year as well.
Who, Keith?
Keith. So he's played in these games.
Oh, he contacted me about that. Yeah, that was just a mistake. We actually had it correctly on the sheet. That was a mistake reading it off the sheet. So
yeah,
apologies.
He was like 26, 7, or 8 last year too, because I remember trying to.
He likes to be underestimated. Okay, yeah. Don't get me wrong. He likes it.
All right, McCallus and Katie and Keith all building. Riaz had 2 piffs, so down 2 centers, no removals. Fleet Brest, Army Berlin, Fleet Smyrna.
Fleet Brest was fun. I mean,
Fleet Brest
to go cover
like that.
That's to go cover Mid Atlantic. It's
yeah,
but it's nice to be able to have that excuse for building a fleet in the north. This is you, Ed.
So Turkey advances into Bohemia. I see that, whereas Livonias are not to take St. Petersburg, but to support Moscow. Meanwhile, Katie does cover Mid-Atlantic, takes Western Med, McCallus tries to support her into Venice. That wasn't going to work, and it didn't work. I don't know how many more centers McCallus has if he can't take Russian ones, and I don't think he can take Russian ones right now. So it'll be curious where this board goes. It seems sort of locked up. I'm looking at it. I'm not seeing any obvious gains for anyone at this point.
Except for Turkey getting Italian centers.
Correct. Yes.
Well,
therefore. In the fall of 1910, the most significant thing is Spain gets into Tuscany, whereas the fleet from Tuscany gets into the Tyrrhenian Sea. Italy does get into Tyrolia, which will be somewhat useful, but the board is in the same state that I just mentioned, right? Which is, I guess, if Italian centers are open to Turkey, it doesn't seem like, I mean, it seems like France and they're all going to fight for these Italian centers on the boot. That seems to be where the fight is. There's a lot of French units down there now.
Yeah, it's locking up actually in a way that is better for the East than it is for the West. There was a question, I think, whether IT could get units into position to both hold back the West and allow Turkish units to replace the Italian ones, and that is what's happening right now. They are succeeding in that, even on the boot.
2 piffs for McCallus, gets 2 rebuilds. Riaz, did he have 1 piffed in the? Oh yeah, the fleet in Western Med was piffed, but he cannot rebuild.
Oh,
the worst.
2 armies back on the board for McCallus. We're going to spring 1911. There wasn't a whole lot of movement last time. There's not a whole lot of movement here.
Yeah, I mean, so sorry, the one I was about to say this. The one real question here was whether McCallus could end the game by taking French centers. And a question for me was whether McCallus would just go ahead and do it or put himself in position to make sure it gets done so that Italy can't throw this game to Turkey, and those moves to North and North Atlantic do that.
I think he called for a draw here. I don't think he wants to take Katie's centers. I just
no,
think
he doesn't.
I think, well, but he just did. Taking London, taking Liverpool, kept Warsaw. The game's over. I think I'm calling this game is over. Should draw right now.
Yeah, Katie doesn't. Katie clearly doesn't mind. Didn't pull any units back. So, yep.
That is the game.
Yeah. Well done, McCallus. So I'd be interested to know if that was a consensual or non-consensual taking of a stabbing for those units in Liverpool and London.
It may have been. If I'm Katie and I've played this game 6 or 7 hours and I see the way it's going, I'm like, here, you've been nice to me. Take these 2 centers, and everyone has to agree to a draw. Katie offered me London or Liverpool, which I misheard as both, according to his comment, which is so funny.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. And at this point too, Keith would need 3 Italian dots. Because he's got the tiebreaker on there. I don't know if he can get 3 at this point without help. So
no, they needed to be replacing the units every year basically, and they skipped a year. So
I'm very happy for McAllis. I just wanted to point out that he didn't make it last year, but he is a top player, if not the current. Like he's seeing the board better than anyone right now, I think, and he's worthy of a Super 7 spot, and he earned it, and I can't wait to see him in the Super 7.
Yeah, let's see if Dan has some wrap-up thoughts on this. Bring Dan back to the stage here. Dan, dominant performance, huh?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think he had the game by the throat right from the moment when Stephen ill-advisedly tapped north. Look, I've got my head of myself a few times in a stab, and that definitely was ahead of himself. McAllis was able to unleash devastating consequences on Stephen. I'm not sure anyone on the board particularly recovered from that. He always seemed to have the board ahead of him. He always seemed to have opportunities in front of him. Normally I would criticize Katie for passive play, but I just don't think she had any options. There were no openings. There were no windows to go through. She could have come away from Riaz, but I'm just not sure it would have done her any good. I don't think it would have done McAllis any damage. He really had this game by the scruff of the neck. Well done. Good.
I think the key move was McAllis moving those fleets back in the mid game to where Katie couldn't fight, had no credible stab on him.
No window. Absolutely right. And I think the game went down the path that he dictated. So
McAllis is the 10 seed. So we've got one in the 20s, one in the 10s, one in the single digits. So a variety of players making it to the top board.
Yeah, let me just put a footnote on McAllis's play. He's a complete player. He has the ability to play in several different styles now, and there really isn't a clear weakness in his game. And like Ed, I agree with you. This is kind of his moment. He has been ascending, and he has reached a peak level, and he will be one of the favorites on this top board, no matter who else makes it.
We'll see who else makes it. We have board 4. We will get the name of this one entered in by the time the video is on. Ed's going to take a break for this one, but Ed, here's now we've seen the full top 28 minus 1. We will get one more in the second round we haven't seen yet, but this looks like a fun board. What are you looking for before we get to the power selection, Ed?
Bradley Grace has been knocking at top level tournament top boards for a long time, and he's done really well this year. He's got a grand plan, but his nemesis Jackson Roberts, man, these two guys seem to always fight. I'm curious about how that goes. Justin Lohr, he's the most eager beaver, sit in the front row, hand raiser there is. He wants to win, but he can get down on himself a little bit, and so he's got to persevere. Jan Coué, I mean, what's to say? I mean, the man's a genius at diplomacy. Johnny Gillum, my God, winner of – why is this not the board of death? Like, this is the board of death. Johnny Gillum just winning Summer Classic, in comeback fashion. My man is outside the box thinker, pure aggression. Jason Bennett, calm, quiet, steady as she goes. And Ben Kelman, man, this guy – he's almost like, an afterthought, and he shouldn't be because he's always in the mix, always ready to play. He plays a hell of a turkey. Go back to DBNI's second season. He came in as turkey and as a replacement player and damn near won the board. So anyways, I think it's going to be great.
I'll let you enjoy from the sidelines here, and let's get to the power selection right now.
Ed is becoming our resident DBNI historian.
So we've got our second game here, technically our fourth game, but our second game of this set, starting up with another Paris method. And we are going to go ahead and get that started unless anybody has any announcements beforehand.
I'd like to announce
No,
that you should all let me
you're
pick
all boring.
first.
Worth a shot.
Cool. Okay. So here we are. Ben, would you like to pick 7th, 7th, or 7th?
I would like to play in the game. Isaac, let's go with that.
Okay, so 7th.
Exactly.
Jason, would you like to pick before or after Ben?
I will pick before Ben.
Okay. Johnny, you've got 3 choices now. It's very exciting.
It is. You know, a part of me wants to pick below Jason just on pure point of principle. But I think on this game, I'm going to have to pick before Jason.
Okay. Jan.
Second.
So before Johnny.
Between Johnny and Jason.
Between Johnny and Jason. Okie dokie. Justin. Where would you like to pick? Unless you said it and I didn't hear you.
Oh, Justin, I think you're muted.
I can't hear you either.
You can type your pick in the
I
chat.
don't think I can hear Justin's audio.
After Johnny.
There we go. Now I can hear you again.
All
After
right.
Johnny.
After Johnny.
Wow, you guys really are going to let me have my request, aren't you?
Jackson.
I would like to pick after Justin.
After Justin. And Bradley.
Sorry, Johnny, I'd like to pick first, please.
No, that's all right. That's all right, Bradley.
Okay, in that case, Bradley, pick a country, any country.
I'll go with France. Let's be boring for once.
Okay. Johnny, pick a country, any country that isn't France.
Yeah, give me a sec. Jackson, I took your strategy of writing out little possibilities that might happen. I didn't have this one. So that did me absolutely no good. Thank you so much for the advice. Yeah. Yeah. I will play Italy.
Italy. Justin.
Sorry, Johnny, I was banking on that one. I will play.
Sorry, buddy.
I will play Russia.
Russia. Jackson.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, this is weird. I think I take Germany.
Germany?
Yeah.
Okay. Jan.
England.
England?
England, please.
Jason?
I'll give Austria a try.
You'll take Austria, which means, Ben, you have Turkey. Okie dokie. Okay. Is there anything anyone wants to say before you go off and fight for the crown? Or whatever they're calling it these days.
Stay safe and stab well, friends.
Good luck.
Good luck. See you on the
And we're
board.
sure no one wants a do-over of that Paris method. We're sure? Okay. Me neither.
Well, a little levity in that room. I think that's probably the most joking we had of any of the methods so far.
I know, but it still felt very tense, didn't it?
It was really tense. I agree. That felt a lot more serious, and Bradley stuck one in Johnny's eye straight away at the beginning, because Johnny was out on a limb and being like, I want France, and it's like, oh, I might get France, and then it Ross lights to the end, no, I'll go in front of you, bang, and I'll pick France, bang. Like, it's the game before the game. You just watched it happen right there. Great.
Yeah, Johnny wasn't happy about having been pushed up so high in the tiebreak order. Look, this board has a number of unpredictable players on it. Jackson, Bradley, Justin, Johnny. I think they are players who are very creative, and you don't always know what's going to happen. And that's really exciting. Jan is a sort of legendary player. Dan, you might have played with him before. Can tell us a bit more about him. We haven't seen him before on on a major broadcast before. So fascinating to see how that works. And then Jason and Ben are players who have been around now for a bit, and they are capable of pulling something out here.
Yeah. Before we get started into this one, this board is named after Frank Johansson, by far the best diplomacy player to hail from the country of Norway. Johansson won the 2005 World DipCon in Washington, D.C., as well as the 2002 European Championship in Sweden. Style was to be a very smooth talker, an excellent listener, and someone with unmatched timing on when he would shift from passive nice guy to forceful board topper. He was, interestingly enough, a committed pacifist and humanitarian who worked for peace, human rights, and the alleviation of hunger through both governmental and non-governmental organizations around the world. Truly one of the best people our hobby has ever seen. I believe I played an online or email game with Frank one time. I do remember. I don't remember the result. I'm sure I did not finish higher than him on that board.
I was there in 2005. It was an amazing event in Washington, D.C. We had a fantastic time. I resent Frank because he won and I came fifth. And if he hadn't won, then I would have come fourth. So,
Frank.
About that.
Frank.
That one was a large one. I know David mentioned the 140 for the 2000 World DipCon. 2005, I remember, had a large gathering as well. So
Super
DC hobby. We want you back. We want you back. So
I would say for me, I played a lot with these players. A lot of them have great face-to-face pedigree. Jan has got to be the favorite on any board that he starts. He's an outstanding French player. There's nothing in the hobby that he hasn't seen and done. He's also great fun to play with. He's a wonderful guy. Bradley, obviously up and coming, very talented. So they would be my two picks. So having them next to each other is going to be interesting. Could go anyway.
Yeah, and Jackson and Johnny, both tournament winners recently. Jackson won the Virtual Diplomacy Championship just a month ago. So he's been a player. He's a very young player, and he has been on the verge of breaking through. Okay, thank you, Peter. Be exposing which broadcasts I have or have not seen. So he made last year's WC top board. Then is what I'm being told. So Jackson, back to Jackson, he's a young player who's been up and coming for a while and has arrived. He won the VDC top board in a sort of fascinating fashion last month. So he's one to watch here.
All right, Brandon, take the odds. Dan, take the evens. Here we go.
All right. So first looking at the West here, all very copacetic friendly. Burgundy DMZ'd, English Channel DMZ'd. Jackson opens to Ruhr, standard German opening. That's actually quite powerful if Burgundy is left open and Tyrolia is left open, and all of that's the case. In the East, Galicia is DMZ'd, which gives Jason Bennett the chance to send an army down to Trieste without bouncing, which is interesting. So definitely not a lot of trust there between Jason and Johnny to start out with. We'll see how that develops. But I guess the headline move, the only one of interest here, is Moscow to St. Petersburg. So another northern opening for Russia. We'll hope for Justin Lohr that it goes better than it did for Stephen Hogue in the last game.
Fall 1901, keep us going.
All right, we have a convoy over into Norway supported, which is the thing you do when you want to guarantee that you get Norway against a Northern Russian opening. Justin does the continuation where he moves to Finland, presumably to build something in St. Petersburg. Does not get bounced in Sweden. And that is something that I am sure Jan and Jackson will have a discussion about in spring of 02. Certainly they had a discussion about it in fall of 01, and we'll see how that one develops. So Jackson ends up getting 3 builds here: Belgium and Holland and Denmark. So he has a decision to make, whether to put down 2 fleets or 2 armies or to wave. And we'll definitely see about that. In the East, nothing else too surprising happens here. We have a convoy from Apulia to Tunis, which is maybe the only tactically interesting thing here. Ankara goes to Constantinople, so that's also tactically interesting. So we are setting up for IT conflict. But what Austria and Russia do will be the thing we keep our eyes on.
I don't love Gascony to Paris, Spain to Burgundy. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Probably, dare I say, a mistake.
Oh, Spain to Burgundy? No, that's just a joke on Bradley's part.
Well, Gascony to Paris, I was thinking.
He probably didn't want to leave it in Gascony and didn't have anything else to do with it. So getting it one step closer to Picardy.
With 2 builds, he now only has 2 spots to build them. We'll see how those turn out here.
Yeah, we got a fleet in Brest, so Bradley makes the decision. It's definitely not fatal to England-France relations, but I think if you're Jan, you'd rather not see it. Jackson splits the middle here. Does not build a 3rd unit. Puts the fleet in Kiel, which gives him some tactical flexibility. So Jackson has lots of options open to him right now. It's good to be Jackson right now.
Army St. Pete. Interesting to see where that will go, Dan.
Yeah, so this is a good way to tie up a lot of units and not do very much in the north. It's a kind of nightmare start for the northern opening where you just intensify the kind of competition as Russia. And as England, you sort of feel like, well, I've started, so I'll finish. If you don't have Norway, what do I have? Germany has his options. He's chosen Skagerrak, which is the one with more optionality, shall we say, than Baltic. If you're England, you don't love it. You desperately want to see Baltic, but you can live with it, assuming that, we're all still going to be mates. What makes it more likely that you're going to be mates or less is Brest to English Channel. So, look, Jan's former world champion. Everybody knows that he's a dangerous player. If they've done their homework, they know he's one of the tops. And if he gets a start, you aren't going to be able to stop him. So some people have obviously decided they don't want him to get a start. So let's see how that goes. In the East, well, I mean, it's all systems go for a kind of juggernaut-ish arrangement. Again, what's Russia doing? Kind of stuck in place. 6 units. What are they doing? Not a great deal. Not a great deal. That's your build, Moscow. You do it in case you have an option to do something fun, but now it's moved to where it should probably have been built in the first place, Warsaw. So just a little bit behind the 8 ball if you're Justin, in my opinion. Forcing Tyrolia, not something you see every day of the week, but there it is in spring 1902. Austria doesn't have any enemies right now. I want to stress that. And I think that's a great situation to be in. But we saw in a previous game in this sequence with Micah, she possibly waited around a little bit too long without any enemies. And then eventually she had lots of enemies and it was all over. So Jason's obviously in a situation here where he's got to make a decision, and it seems like he's maybe making one.
Yeah, I think 2 things strike me here. One is that Ben moves everything south and to the west. And I think if you're Jason, what you really want to see is Ben doing both, going to black here and getting a fleet out into the Aegean. Sure, you can break through together against Italy, but you still have to worry about what Russia's going to do. And if you're not building, say by getting Romania, then you are vulnerable here. So maybe Romania will fall here. That would be sort of the thing to look at. Sorry, the other thing I wanted to point out really quickly was Portugal to Spain. If France is going to attack England here, I think you want to see Portugal to Mid-Atlantic. So.
Well, Portugal, Mid-Atlantic would have gone to Western Med too.
Yes, so that option was still open, right? So that was a clue that that maybe. So if you're Jan and you were hoping to find things to cling to, Spain, Portugal not going to Mid-Atlantic, but going to Spain would be something to hold on to. And I'll let Dan talk about what happens.
Yeah, so Germany's in with Russia, and possibly he also thinks France in attacking Jan, and Norway does fall. It falls from Finland, which is again an unusual choice because it means St. Petersburg isn't free to open in to follow up to keep going, but that's where we're at. Skagerrak has attempted to force north with 2. England's seen this coming. England's let Norway go, which is good, right? Because it means he's not on the ropes. He's preserved Norway. So sometimes you give a little to get a lot, and he has got a lot because Bradley has done what he said he would do, presumably, and left the whole thing alone and gone for Belgium and got it. So what's Holland done? That's what I want to know.
Holland supported Belgium and was cut by Norway trying to convoy into Holland.
Good grief. That's magnificent, isn't it?
Yep. That's good tactics.
That's absolutely magnificent. Put that in a frame. We won't see a better tactic this season. Probably not in this whole game. That's absolutely spectacular.
Yep.
Well done, and probably based on a whole lot of intel that Germany fed France, which he then used against him. I shouldn't wonder. Didn't you say there was some beef between Jackson and Bradley? Did you say that at the beginning? Okay,
Ed did, yeah.
There will be after this. In the East, is this a whole lot of nothing? No, it isn't, because Ionian's gone down. So there it is. The AT is happening. And France is coming to get involved because it's Bradley, so he wants his oar and everything. Jolly good. I approve. That Romania thing tried to happen as well, but did not. So it's what you said, Brandon. They were going to try and go full bore.
Well, okay, so this is a moment where Ben went full bore on the AT and Jason went half bore on the AT. So Serbia does not support Budapest or Romania. Instead, it supports Greece, which is only needed if you're worried about an attack from Turkey. And this is just, Jason, this is a moment where you gain so much by taking a risk, and you don't lose as much as you might think by if you get burned on it. Because if Turkey's not with you, better to find out right now and lose the fleet if you have to. And then Turkey's even more attractive as a potential ally. But this is the half measure that where you don't get the build from Romania, and Turkey may wonder what you're good for.
Yeah, great point, Brennan. Really good.
2 armies in the center of each sphere of influence by the players with the builds this turn. Everything else stays the same. Brandon, spring 1903.
All right. So in the West now we have Jan going all in on the EF, which is, I think, probably good news for Brad. Bradley's going to be the senior partner in this, at least for the moment. So in the short term, it's good. Jackson is conservative here and gets burned for it. So worried about an attack on Denmark, doesn't see the move to Helgoland. Jackson's a very good tactician, so my guess is he saw it and just didn't just decided to take the chance. In the south, we have Johnny supporting Bradley into his dot. So a very early concession by Johnny Gillam. We will see, I suppose, if the French fleet is supported into the Ionian through Tunis, or if Bradley ends up getting to keep it. We do have Bradley also kicking Austria out of Tyrolia. So yeah, here's where Austria, they didn't get the unit off of Romania, and now Russia is getting some position, and Ben may think he has more to gain by taking Greece here, for example, and working with Russia.
It's amazing, isn't it? The tempo, just the tempo of having that unit. He should now be in Romania, not Serbia. Was it Romania and have another and have that extra unit? And the difference is colossal, actually, in the viability of his position. I mean, Bradley, he's behind you, right? He's behind Munich. He's behind, the Tyrrhenian Sea, and he's very happy to be there. And there's no one happier about this position than Jan, because although he's only got 3 units, he's in great shape, I think.
Oh, I mean, Bradley's in great diplomatic shape right now. He's got only friends. Okay. Let's reverse that, because he gets kicked out of Tunis through collaboration between Johnny Gillam and Ben Kelman, who does decide that Austria is more useful as a source of dots than presumably, I suppose. This may be agreed between Ben and Jason. What's fascinating here is that Ben is able to take Greece and stay in Ionian. So that's actually the surprising part for me, and it's a really, really strong thing for Ben. The fact that he gets 2 armies into the Balkans suggests that this is likely an attack on Jason, who disbands the fleet rather than retreat it. He will have a rebuild here, probably putting down an army and then maybe making a play for an AT on those grounds. The Bradley train keeps on running here in Munich now. Boy, end of 1903, France is in Munich. And that's great. Jan gets Holland out of the deal, so he's getting back on. And he gets Kiel as well. Yep. Oh wow! All right, Jan Kluwe back in business.
The Bradley train can run, but when Jan is also picking up 2, that train is being dragged back by an anchor. So,
well, the fabulous thing about this situation is that both of them have manifest gains sitting right in front of them.
Yep.
So, this is an alliance that can just run and run.
Yep.
Jackson in a world of hurt pulling 2. We will see which these 2 are.
Yeah, and I want to point out Justin Lohr's problem with the way that the Northern Opening evolved. It left him with 3 units protecting 3 dots in the north and not being put to use in a way that generated new units. And that left him vulnerable in the south, and so it gained him a little bit in the beginning and then led to stagnation.
Maybe some pickup now that the 2 German fleets are off the board. Maybe Sweden can make use of itself. We will see. Dan, spring 1904.
Yeah, so, wow. Good grief. What an wow.
Wow.
What an extraordinary turn all round.
This is very Bradley. I love it. It's great. I don't know if it's a good move, but it's exciting, and it may be good.
So he stabbed Jan. Maximum power.
With Jackson as a janissary.
With the assistance of Germany,
Yep.
who's all the happier to let it happen.
Yep.
And they haven't let Russia in on it.
Nope.
So Russia doesn't know. Russia's in the dark.
Yeah, because you would think Russia would move Norway to Sweden here if they had some inkling of it.
Whew. I mean, I think he needed to do it. And I'm sitting here saying they've got gains ahead of them, and I think that's true. But he would rather have the gains that are behind him, right? So he's behind you again. Now he's behind Jan, right? Is Munich your favorite center? Is France? No, right? Your favorite center is like Sweden, right? So great, and that's what he's going for. Meanwhile, the East continues to resolve. Austria again. He's trying to push. He's decided to try and push Italy a second time. and trust Turkey, and that's just not happening. Turkey's what's happening with those fleets though?
That doesn't make any sense. Yep.
Can someone decode that for me?
Yeah, it's just a miscalculation on Ben Kelman's part. You have two options here. You either go to Adriatic or you go to black, or you even do both. But this half measure, this is just putting your units into dock. Yep. That's inexplicable.
So maybe Italy's gone to Turkey and says, I can't fight France, which looks like it's what he needs to do because France is all over the Mediterranean, unless you back off me. So Ben's gone, I will buy you that time so you can go west and then I'll come in back later. But in fact, France is no longer an issue either. So now Turkey didn't need to do that. And now Italy isn't going to do what he said and the whole thing's all over the shop.
Well,
fantastic.
Yeah, even worse, you actually, so if you're Ben Kelman, you need Italy now to go after France.
Yeah.
Right? But now Italy's losing Venice.
Yeah.
Now you just have to take Austria out as quickly as you can, and then, yeah.
Well, they're working on that.
Oh.
And there that is. Yeah, they're working on that, and that is working. Jan, yeah, look, Jan's put Germany. So everyone wants to work with Germany, and Germany's going to work with anyone that puts him in dots, right? So, yeah, Gascony's out of position to hit Munich. So, yeah, there. Whoops. Surely that's a mistake.
Yep.
Yeah. So that hasn't come off because, yeah, it's all gone inside out for Bradley, unfortunately. So Kiel's gone, Munich's gone, his friendship with Jan is gone, and his control over Germany is gone. So Bradley's going to have to start again. And what he's got out of the whole deal is swapping Munich for Holland.
Yes.
North Atlantic and Irish. So that's not too bad.
Yeah. And did Jan pick up anything? No. In fact, Jan is pulling one here.
One was piffed, so he's even.
Okay, but he went down a center. So Germany is getting a build. Yeah, that's what works out.
Germany gets a build. Russia picks up those Austrian centers. Turkey's got, they've only got Ankara 3. Oh, what a pity.
This is very fun. So Bradley's move depended on Jackson staying on side. And if Jackson wasn't going to stay on side, then it maybe wasn't the best move, right? So I don't know where Gascony was. Gascony obviously should have been in Burgundy. To have a Janissary, you need to be able to keep them honest. So Paris should have gone to Burgundy here at the beginning. What's Jackson going to do about it, right? Jackson playing both sides against each other and maybe getting back in the game. Love it.
You can win games like this from 2. You can do it. Can be done.
Yeah.
Ooh, South Coast. You like South Coast here?
Yeah. No, not when Russia goes about building fleets like South Coast. You can't. Yeah. So it's Army Ankara. So it could be like Conta Black, Ankara's Armenia. Like, why not? Why not? What you picking up from now on if you're Turkey? Russian dots. But Justin's soaring. He's top of the board, right? Is he? Yeah, 8.
Yeah. We didn't do predictions. All right, so we're 1904. We got 9 years. 9 years left. Dan, you get the full board. Who's topping?
I mean, this is wide open. Wide open. Bradley's going to win this game.
Brandon.
That's why I was laughing, because this is one of the hardest 1904 boards to pick I can remember. I think I would want to be Bradley if I were going to pick this board. It's got growth opportunity, doesn't have strong neighbors. Johnny's unlikely to come against him. I think Ben Kelman's got a pretty good shot here. I think the problem with Justin building that southern fleet is that it suggests that German centers are where he wants to go, but he needs to control the Balkans. So another army really would have been nice there. All right, so I can't pick Bradley.
You can.
All right. I'll say Ben. I'll give it a shot. I don't love the pick though.
Bradley and Ben, but doesn't love it. So tell us about spring 1905 then.
All right. I want to say Johnny Gillam was my sentimental pick. That I should have said that out loud. I wasn't sure what what John would do here, Johnny, and Johnny's doing a good job here. Working with Turkey was exactly the right thing to do. Turkey tries to get into the Black Sea here, so that was probably arranged. It may not have been. I think if it's I think he needs to rotate units around to get the Black Sea here. I think you want to do that in the spring rather than the fall, so that you can take black in the fall, not have to worry about a fleet build. All right, so Jason Bennett is eliminated. Thank you for playing. Johnny is going to be building here and doesn't have Turkey coming after him. Really good. Bradley does the expected thing here and takes Liverpool and is getting into nice position. And Jan is very interestingly just supporting Denmark.
Denmark pulls Berlin into Kiel, right?
Yeah. It's conservative, and I think you probably want to do something else with those units. But that said, Jackson Roberts sitting in Holland, probably gonna maybe keep it. Depends on what England does.
Oh, if Jackson can just get through to fall and build a fleet Berlin, he's right back in this game.
Yeah. If he can stay on the borderline between bigger powers and just pick up a center here and there.
Which you will.
All right, he does. He holds on to Holland. We do get Bradley now. This is nice. Oh, this is nice by Bradley. Oh goodness. Bradley goes to Norwegian Sea, brings the other fleet up north, convoys into Wales. It was guaranteed. It's good tactics. Has a nice clear boundary now with Jackson Roberts, who will almost certainly build a fleet. The only thing he has to worry about would be Johnny Gillam coming up from underneath, but he correctly sees that Johnny is going to be completely occupied by Russia and Turkey and whatever the heck is going on over there. We do get Ben Kelman rotating the units, getting in position to take black. Justin has a build decision here, whether he builds a fleet in order to hold on to black or no, it won't work because of the Armenian army. So should be an army somewhere. Yeah, interesting turn. Love Bradley's position here, though.
So I want to say, like, the great tragedy of 1905, so I'm going to call it the great tragedy of Turkey. These are the spring moves, except Aegean to Greece.
Yep.
And if you do that in spring, then in fall, you get black and Sev is surrounded, and you possibly even have a free pop on something to Romania to stop this little train going on. And I just think you're in a, you're a season behind, and now Russia's putting units down. New units, right? He's picked up a build. So feel a little bit sad about that opportunity missed.
And there's so much reason for Russia and Italy to work together here. If they can figure it out and get that army in Tyrolia out of there, just split the Turkish centers up and go fight France. Every reason in the world for that right now. Jackson with the fleet in Berlin, love it.
Well done. Well done. Okay, roll it.
Spring 1906. Dan, Wintergreen not on board.
Nope. And Turkey's gone back the other way. So having got perfect position on Russia, he's now coughed it up for not sure. You just got to, surely, I mean, I'm not a great sandbagger, to be honest, but I mean, this is full sandbag from Ben.
Sandbag.
Right? Just sort of sit there. I'm a sandbag. Don't worry about me. Fine. All right. Russia and Italy seem to be fighting.
Yep.
And Turkey's not
doing
on
anything.
anyone's side.
Yeah.
And I know when the playground what happens when the next thing is you got no enemies. Oh my god, I got no friends. Bradley, on the other hand, methodical, just one step at a time. Komodo dragon, grab the north, brilliant. Everyone loves the north. Justin, it's just slow, man. In the north, as fast as he's trying to be and is being, and as active as he's being in the south, he's passive in the north.
Well, he supports France into the North Sea. That's the fascinating thing here.
Why are you building fleets in Pank and then helping who's in the north sector? It's weird. That north sector is your sector. Just go to the barracks.
Yeah, and I would think, I mean, you have every reason to work with England here. Help support England. Yeah, get the fleet out there. Go take Norwegian on your own. I mean, it does put the fleet in north where it can be tapped, I guess. But So Ben has made a decision here to go RT and to use Russia as the sort of counter to France, and to try to get the Italian centers and win that way. It feels less. Maybe it's a decent strategy. I'm not sure. Somebody needs to go fight France, right? And you kind of need both Italy and Russia to do it. So Turkey is already boxed in, I think.
It was the old do-si-do in the south. I'm your friend. I'm not really. Ha. Now I'm in the Black Sea in Romania. And it worked. It did work. And it's all a bit unnecessary. Because Budapest can support Romania. But instead it supports Vienna, which doesn't need support. Right?
I think this is probably agreed. Conde Blanc, probably not agreed.
Okay.
But we have to talk about Jackson Roberts here.
Yeah, man. How about that? We said he was back in. He's gone 2. He's gone 3. No, he's got 4. No, he's got 5.
Yep.
He's got 5.
Yep.
He's only gone and done it. And he's got somewhere to build, and it's Munich. Just got to build that army, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
What choice do I have? Glorious.
Yeah, he doesn't. His fleets aren't needed in the north. There's enough Russian fleets. I guess the problem with all of this, right, is that Russia is topping the board right now. Not true anymore, but I think Jackson's good enough to know that Bradley's position is much stronger than Justin's.
Surely that can't possibly have been arranged in the south, Brandon. I mean,
Sevastopol didn't even bother to support Romania.
It did. It was tapped from Armenia.
No, it's held.
Oh, it didn't. Oh my God.
Budapest.
If that's arranged, then it's suicide.
Yeah. But good on Ben to take advantage of it if it were arranged. Anyway, we should continue forward.
This will be lovely. Convoy of the army. Let's see what happens, Brandon.
I mean, look, the main question right now in this game is: are people willing to team up against Bradley Grace? Because Bradley Grace's position in this game is extremely good, and it's only going to get better. He's going to get a build here. He'll get once he starts establishing fleet dominance in the south. The game is over because he's gaining fleet dominance in the north already. All right. So what actually happens here? I just looked at Munich going to Silesia. That is not that is not teaming up against Bradley. There is a retreat of a Russian retreat into Munich. This will be immediately kicked out unless Italy, for some reason, supports him there.
Well, so I think from my perspective, Jackson is the hinge, isn't he? Because he's gone 2, 3, 4, 5, and then what's his next dot? Belgium, right?
Yep.
Belgium's the next dot. So if he's gone Holland, Kiel, Holland, or could have done Munich as well. But if he's lined up to get his next dot, then that shapes the board differently.
The thing is that Jackson cannot be the only one fighting Bradley, right? Mm-hmm. So I think he's made the correct realization here. I'm a little confused about Holland and Berlin not moving. I suppose you've got units in Baltic and North, but Jackson is boxed in here. And so Johnny has moved a couple units west towards Bradley. So Johnny, is making noises about being willing to, but he needs growth in the east as well. And maybe he'll get Vienna here. That's possible.
It is possible, but it does not happen.
Instead, he gets Serbia. So I said this before, Russia and Italy are more natural allies at this point because they can both do something against France. I think France had to keep building here and does successfully at the Germans' expense. So Germany pays the price now for not protecting against Germany. It's a bunch of dipsy doodle though, because Warsaw becomes German while Munich goes over to the Russians. We have Italy turning on Turkey now, taking Serbia. So Johnny is a player in this game at this point. Guess is wrong, we should say, over Marseille. So could have gotten Marseille here. Probably glad not to have Marseille be open for a build. I think that's what that cheeky that cheeky support, and to sort of thwart a self bounce. So he guesses right on that score.
He probably doesn't know it's a gas. He thinks Gascony could easily support. Spain can support Gascony, right?
Yep.
So
yeah. So he's making the calculation that keeping him out of Western Mediterranean is worth more. Yep.
I
agree.
So I'm going to use a chess analogy here, if I may. I think in chess, it's the way that you play, you can deny your opponent's space, and you can sort of eat up space. And even though you don't even necessarily getting ahead on material, you can make them play in smaller and smaller spaces. And that's what's happening with Bradley. And that's why you've seen now 2 years in a row, it's very slow, it's very methodical. And he's done things like favor taking North over a build. And here he's favouring keeping Skagerrak on his English and helping him as the Janissary overtaking Edinburgh, which he could easily do. He's just, all the other players are still playing, they're still active, they're still doing stuff. They're just doing so in a smaller and smaller amount of space.
Yep.
That's why you see Warsaw change hands and Munich and all these things, because they're all playing in parts of the board where Bradley isn't. And I expect that to continue.
Yeah, and Bradley has such a big advantage over Johnny in this case, which is that Johnny has a strong opponent in his sphere, and his helper is not in a good position to really help him, whereas Bradley doesn't really need help, and that's it.
One by one continues to grow. Army Paris comes down. Warsaw, for its great efforts, is now off the board. Baltic.
I don't know if anyone else is in contention at this point. What would need to happen for someone else to be in contention for this board?
I think there is a world where Johnny is able to. Johnny just needs to get the upper hand on Turkey. This is not a great move set with Russia being so passive. Budapest and Galicia not doing anything is bad. But it doesn't hurt that much because Turkey moves all the units around. Yeah, it's really Johnny's path is with Russia. He and Russia taking out. They and Russia taking out Turkey, and that's just going to be harder with Russia playing passively. Meanwhile, Bradley is advancing in the north. Has Jan as a legit Janissary, and yeah. This is Bradley's game to lose. If Johnny's taking Marseille here, not going to hold on to it. If Johnny were able to get units over there, so Johnny needs to get Turkish dots to create units to send west. Oh,
well, strategically, then let's go through this. Is we're not looking at changing alliances. Let's just read the orders, and when we see a shift in anything, let's dive into it.
Well, Italy's really tried to tuck into Turkey here, and the Russians gone from doing nothing to doing something, but I'm just not sure it's made that much difference. They're all still playing in the space that Bradley dictates, right?
Yep. Look, Johnny won a guess here between Marseille and Spain, and so that's a bit of a ray of hope. The problem is that Bradley has done the right thing by pulling that fleet down and is now has units that are going to be sort of all over Johnny very quickly. And Johnny's only building one here. If Johnny had been able to hold on to Serbia and put 2 units down, there would have been more daylight.
Jan's getting a build.
Yeehaw! And he's got somewhere to put it. Amazing.
That is not good if you are Bradley Grace.
Unless because the support comes from Bradley, so it.
Yes, but it's not fatal because Bradley's position is so good. But Edinburgh, if you have a Janissary, you just never want to let a Janissary get a build.
Yeah, but it's fleet, so
fleet better than army for sure.
Yep. Right, Justin pulls Warsaw, Jackson. What was his other one? Did he have Helglin and Ruhr. Another fleet for Johnny. We've got, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 5 years.
Just roll it at this point.
Yep.
Just what?
Just roll it through.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing that we'd be looking for here is for something to change in the East in a way that gives somebody a shot. And actually, this does. Ben Kelman. This opens up a path for Ben Kelman. all the units moving away, and yeah, it would mean Justin and Johnny throwing, allowing him to take the dots. But
No.
And Ben walks out, so that's that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a throw game. I don't know if anyone's
Yeah.
motivated to throw. It seems like it's all been pretty civilized.
This game is largely over, except Jan Clouet is getting another build here. I think it's fine. Jan knows he can't win this game, and yeah, but there's really no reason to let Jan be getting builds here. So
Spring 1910, Eddie to Liverpool.
Jan is stabbed. Jan is stabbed.
Is it a stab?
Janissary with the B has stabbed.
Is it a stab? But this is why you just never let a Janissary get a.
Where's Ben going?
To the line to help.
No, Bulgaria to Khan to Ank. Like, come on.
Yep.
Ben, come on, Ben.
I mean, Ben is right that he can't win unless Bradley gets pulled back, or at least he has to wait another year to make a move.
I know.
Let's see. Does Ben make a move?
Do something.
Does Ben make a move?
Nope. Convoys, Khan to Ank.
Russia gets put into Liverpool, which is
I hate that.
fun.
I don't think I could hate that any more than I do.
I mean, why?
It's my least favorite move of the game.
You'd much rather Jan have the dot than someone who could possibly get the board. But
Well, he's fighting Jan, right? And maybe that's a signal that there's a bounce in Kiel now, right? So maybe it's a sign that
let Jan have it. You've got Edinburgh. Jan would be even. Jan is now pull a unit that is probably going to be in Norway or Sweden. Justin's now +2. Justin has a path to win this game. Oh, so Jan pulled York. Interesting.
Wow, it's gone crazy out there. The relationship between Bradley and Jan must have been intense.
Yeah.
Intense.
All right, so Johnny picks up Spain here. Ben is making a move, potentially. Maybe Justin is as well. Moscow down to Ukraine, Romania to Budapest. They bounce in Galicia, which is crucial for both of them. Johnny moves to Trieste here. Johnny is not out of this, right? I'm sorry, if this stays the way it is, doesn't Johnny take the lead? If Bradley, oh my goodness. Yes, and I think Johnny has this guaranteed to hold on to Spain. And has taken Serbia, but has lost Trieste. This is becoming a free-for-all, and it's delightful. Johnny's in the lead here, yeah?
Tied.
Oh, with Russia. And who has the Justin has the advantage. Ooh. Ben could be kingmaker here. But Munich is very vulnerable, so okay. Do Justin and Johnny team together and help each other in order to prevent Bradley from taking this? Oh, fascinating.
Well, hold on a minute. Okay, so we've been going real fast through the last 3 or 4 years, which have shown exactly as you said could happen, a resurgence from Johnny, Brandon, which you said was very possible if given the time and space to do so by Ben, which he was. And you also predicted the catastrophic effects of giving your Janissary builds, which indeed also came to pass and have been colossally distracting for Bradley and ruined his sort of general sense of a kind of inevitable progression to victory and caused incredibly bonkers things to happen, like Russian fleet Liverpool.
Yep.
And disbanding Army Portugal. So at this point in time, this is one of those moments where you, if you're me, you regret vetoing the use of those little tokens that denote what who owns what, all over the board. Because from like Serbia to Kiel, like whose is this again? And which one is this? And I'm tired, and I've been playing for 10 years, and didn't I own this? And it's a good job you're playing online because otherwise they'd be flying Dutchman all over the place. And so it's really mixed up, and there's 2 years to go, and there's no lines. So it could go anywhere from
This could go anywhere. And Ben owns the tiebreaker over everybody. So there's only 2.
It's hard. All right, so let's predict. We're at 9, 9, 8, 7. The winner's going to get what? 10?
10.
Max? So who's got the easiest next center? I mean, Bradley, Liverpool, right?
Yeah, but he has to give up Portugal to do it. Johnny can guarantee Trieste, but not without giving up on Serbia. Ben can get in position to take Greece. Tunis has to make a decision here. Justin has Norway in the bag,
which he takes. Turkey does take back Serbia, and Italy does take back Trieste.
And so Liverpool's now guaranteed, and London can be protected, but then English Channel will be vulnerable. And we have another year left, right? So,
I love this.
France takes Kiel. Thanks to Jans. Okay.
Thank you for knocking me out of Liverpool. You will not win this game.
Okay, so that was a key that we didn't think about, is what Jan would do with that one unit. And that's a big help to Bradley. That's a big help. Yep. Bradley's going to go +2 here, back into the lead, unless something wacky happens with the Dipsy Doodle in the East. I can just hold it here for a second.
Yep.
So if nobody cooperates with anybody, then nobody should be able to take anything. Well, Greece is vulnerable to Serbia, and so Serbia is also vulnerable then to Albania and Trieste. Okay.
I think we can assume that Jan is working with Bradley, in which case Sweden falls.
All right.
Yeah. And Berlin is vulnerable as well. Yep.
If you're Johnny, Spain to Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah.
Why is there nothing in West? What did Leon do? Oh, that's silly. Leon to West is the only thing you can do here, and then you force Mid-Atlantic. Yep, that's a mistake. But no, I think Bradley has a huge advantage here with that Baltic fleet. There's no reason for.
Oh wow!
Yep. Takes Munich. Bradley takes Munich. Takes London. Or Liverpool holds on to Portugal. All right. So does anything wacky happen in the East? Yeah. No, actually. So Serbia and Greece just get exchanged here. So I think Johnny is sort of +1 in the East, but -1 at Munich. So advantage Bradley Grace.
East.
Yeah. I think this is now Bradley. Bradley's not going to mess this up.
I don't know. We've seen this. We've seen it before.
All right. Famous last words. All right. So Johnny gets into Romania and Greece, loses Naples, but can cover Tunis. So goodness. Okay. So the change that we were wondering just happened in the East, and that is that Russia agreed to help Johnny against Turkey. That is massive. And that puts Johnny back into play here. Can Johnny not? So Johnny can hold on to Spain, protect Marseille here. He's +2 at this point. The problem is that Bradley is now +1. And so Johnny needs, I think, to pick up another 2 or another 1, because he just needs to tie him. Show us the units. Bulgaria. If he gets Bulgaria without losing Greece or Romania, and also guesses right over Venice and Trieste with Tyrolia,
he needs one. He needs one more, because Bradley's up to 12 with Berlin, which will not fall.
Oh, right. Johnny's at 8. Oh, and I'm sorry. Johnny is also either going to lose Tunis or Spain. So this is over.
I don't think Johnny can get Greece. Can get Bulgaria without losing Greece.
Well, Ionian is either going to go to Ionian will probably go to Tunis here, and then Mid-Atlantic will take a swipe at Spain. And then there's a guess over Marseille, but it doesn't matter because Justin takes Romania. So well done, and Bradley was getting Sweden. Okay, so Justin let Bradley into Sweden. Okay, so wow.
I mean, they made that interesting for us when we thought it wasn't interesting. This is like the third game where I've said, "Oh, call it, it's over," and then it wasn't. I feel like, huge lesson there about Janissaries, especially when they're as talented and as mercurial as Yang Clue. And yeah, what a party. It must have been exhausting and exhilarating to be a part of.
What did Johnny say? Sorry, I missed it.
Most bonkers end game he's ever been a part of.
This is, gosh, Bradley Grace played a fantastic game through 1908. So he made a stab at the right moment on his potential ally Jan Clue, and then taking a Janissary, and then survived the Janissary turning around and got excellent position, and then almost blew a commanding position, and then recovered his wits to finish the game out. That is not easy to do. To have a game all but won, and then to see it slip through your grasp, and then to have the presence of mind to pull yourself together, recover your equilibrium, and then finish the game out in what ended up being dominating fashion. He won by four centers. Fantastic.
We've got Ed in the background. He's also on mute. Let's bring Ed back to the stage. Ed, that was a fun one.
Yeah, and if you remember, Johnny edged out Bradley, I think, on the tiebreak to win Summer Classic, and so Bradley gets it back this time at DBNI. Really great game. I think Ben missed an opportunity there around 1908 or 1909 to have been a real force in the game. But them's are the breaks sometimes, and you tell yourself you have more time than you really do. But also really nicely played by Johnny. I mean, I didn't think Johnny's position was really good until, late in the game, and it's typical Johnny. So I really enjoyed the commentary and, more importantly, the game. Oh, and Bradley's hubris thinking that, Jan Clue was going to be some Janissary, just absolutely hilarious to watch. It's like, you don't do what Jan's done in this game without him wanting to have a say somehow.
I would like to have been a sideline reporter for some of those conversations. So, okay, all right. So we've made our first 4 boards here. So we've got 4 toppers. We've got Bradley on top. This must be alphabetical, yes, because it's not the seed order. Because Doug was the lowest of the seeds, but 2 single digits, a number 10, which is pretty darn close. And Doug. So one quote unquote upset, but he was in the Super 7 last year. So certainly.
Yeah, and Jamal is an error here. It should be Max Wanjiro Banks.
Oh yeah. How was that?
It's this actually wasn't designed to show this view. So the software.
It's only designed for Jamal to win. I think we know the truth apparently.
Now. It's I think it's not observing the tiebreaker properly. I'll note, by the way, that all 4 winners of these semifinal games have come out of the West, 2 Englands, France, and Germany, which is actually unusual. So at least when I last looked at it, which was I think more than a year ago, Eastern powers tend to do better on the winner take all format.
All right, so we are going to the first last chance board.
I'm loving
Cal White.
Wow.
Let's see.
I'm loving this game.
Let's talk about Cal White. Cal White, from the very beginning of the North American hobby, Canadians played a major role not only in organizing, on the organizing and publishing side, but also as well as players. White was indeed an organizer and publisher, running postal games and helping to promote the hobby within Canada as well as internationally. He also won the Canadian Championship, called CanCon, 3 times from 1990 to 2002. He also played in the very first basketball event held in the diplomacy hobby, as far as anyone knows, which was at the 1990 World DipCon in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. So, cheers to Cal. Cal, you get to be the name of the board for, 5 of the top 11? And then Zach Moore being part of this too. So this is a board. This is a board. I am going to take a quick break to start this game. Brandon is going to run it at the beginning, and I'll join you in a bit. Let us hear
And then Brandon, in 5 minutes, I'm taking literally a 2-minute break. I got to get something out of the oven.
Okay. Well, we're gonna.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to, I believe this is round 3, game 5 of the DBNI. This is the first of the last chance game. So the players here are fighting for those last couple of spots to make it to the top board. We've got 7 pretty fantastic players here ready for us, and we've all chatted about beforehand, and everybody I think is pretty hungry to get into the power selection. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and get Michael's name put up on the board there. Zach, where would you like to pick?
I'll pick first, Liam.
You'll pick first? Perfect. And Jackson, where would you like to pick?
I'm going to take over for Zach. I will pick first.
You will pick first. Excellent. And Marcus?
I'll pick before Jackson.
Before Jackson? Okay. And Peter?
For something different, I'm going to pick before Marcus this time.
Before Marcus. Okay. And Jordan, where would you like to be?
I'll pick before Peter.
Before Peter. Okay. And Jamal.
No, I'm Spartacus. Wait, no, sorry. I will. Shock horror. I'm not gonna pick first. I'm gonna break the train. Where do I want to pick? I'll pick in between Peter and Marcus.
Okay, after Peter. All right. I believe that will be our drafting order for this game. Jordan, you are up first. What country would you like to play?
I'll play France.
France? Okay. Peter?
Germany.
Germany. And Jamal?
Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna pick my favorite country, which is any country on the other side of the board to Peter McNamara. So I'll pick Italy.
Italy. Perfect. Marcus?
I'm not allowed to pick Russia here.
If you played it in the last round, no, there's some other choices available for you.
Yeah, thanks. I'll pick Austria, please.
Austria? Okay. And Jackson, you're up.
I'll take England.
England. And Mr. Moore.
No choice. I'm Russia.
Russia. And Michael, I think I'll let you say it if you like.
I will pick Turkey, gladly.
Perfect. All right. So these are your countries for today's last chance board. Best of luck to everybody. Any last words before we get started?
How did we all force Zach into Russia?
I would like to vote for a draw now.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Jamal's conceding the draw. Okay.
Yeah, but Zach won't vote for it.
I'll be playing Germany in about 1903, Peter.
I'll be playing Russia, so it'll be great.
Perfect. All right, we'll see you folks on the board. Have a great game and stab well.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
Bye.
All right, so we've got some bravado from our friend Zach Moore. Let's talk about that power selection. Dan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I mean, fantastic. Don't worry, you got a second chance. The field would have been 11 a little bit, and your opponents are Peter McNamara and Jamal Blackley. So no surprise that people wanted to pick a power as early as possible to try and get into some sort of comfort zone there, I would have said, and get their favorite choices.
Ed?
Well, we've talked about Peter and we've talked about Jamal, and of course, both of them were on the WDC top board last year in Italy. But if you're not talking about Jordan Connors in France, you're not paying attention. He's got to be the best online player. Press, he hates extended deadline, but press diplomacy, he's unbelievable at gunboat, as Brandon knows. His tactics are unbelievable. He's a 5-tool player, and he's in France. So I think that he and Jackson will give these Australians for a run for their money. Jackson's obviously amazing player, as is everybody, including Zach. So I'm really happy to see this game.
Can you explain to me how quickly this game followed the previous one? Like, have these guys how much rest have they had?
Like the next day?
No. This was this game was played last night, North American time. So just a couple hours after the previous round.
I mean, good gracious, right? You've got two lads here who have been a whisker away from victory. They've been ordering 10 units, 11 units for 7 or 8 game years in a row, just getting it bang on. And can I just say the level of these games has been extraordinary. A fantastic level of these games. Oh, so many strong players. Almost not a single misorder. I think we've seen hardly one that's been done by accident anyway. So, the fatigue is going to be a factor. How raring to go you are. Brilliant.
One other comment at the beginning was that I guess I can't remember who. Marcus couldn't play Russia because the rule is you can't play the same country twice in DBNI, which is a stupid rule, Brandon. But that's the rule. You should just get the power you want to play. You earned it.
It's worth pointing out, sorry, Dan. So the first 2 games were played Friday night, North American time. The second 2 games were played Saturday morning, North American time. This game is being played Saturday evening, North American time. So the players who played the first 2 games had either a full day or a full night between them, depending on what part of the world they're in. Of the people on this board, Jackson is the only one who played in games 3 or 4. So he's the only one playing a second game. That said, he is in his early 20s, and I think can handle it. So, has the stamina.
Just like me, man. I could do it too. That's great.
Once upon a time. Are you? So Jordan Connors is the recent winner of the VDL and an extremely accomplished player in other venues. Ed said that he hates the extended deadline. What he meant is he hates the term extended deadline. He is a master of the format, but thinks that it is chauvinist of us to call it extended deadline because people who play that think of it as the appropriate deadline. So Jordan Connors won the VDL recently. Jackson Roberts won VDC recently. Peter McNamara is the defending Diplomat of the Year, the DBNI champion, after having won it twice. Jamal Polkarli won VDC last year and the face-to-face WDC the year before that. This sport is as stacked as it gets, and I'm ready to see some moves. How about you, Dan Lester?
Yeah, let's do this thing. Let's roll it. Who's going to come out of the blocks fastest? Let's see.
All right. Well, very quickly, actually, while we're waiting for Ed to come back, do you have any predictions? Any guesses you want to make about prognostications about how this game may start?
I mean, obviously, Jamal's going to win. It's against my personal philosophy to bet against Jamal. He's probably my favorite diplomacy player apart from myself. So, yeah, I'm going to bet on him. For real.
It was cute of him to say, I want a country as far away from Peter McNamara as possible, and chose one that's just one unit or one province away.
Yeah, right next to him. Yeah. How about you? Who do you fancy, Brandon?
Oh, well, I'm not supposed to give this because I'm not an analyst on this game. I'm only the host.
Oh, yeah, but since Ed isn't here, you can proxy for him.
I am completely innocent of any opinions. I'm just here to facilitate. But I do. It's hard to bet against Jordan Connors on here. If I'm being honest, he would. I think the field is stronger. I'd bet I would take the field over Jordan, but I would give him the edge here. Question will be how much other players sort of understand how seriously to take him. All right, let's get moving.
My man Zach's gonna win. He won. He can play Russia. My boy can play Russia. I'm telling you right now.
All right, let's have a look. And the tiebreakers aren't showing. I will fix that at some point. All right, so here are the moves for 1901. And Dan Lester, we'll go to you for 1901.
Okay, so Jamal straight into Tyrolia because it's the center closest to Peter McNamara, just as he promised in the power selection. I think that's right. I think I remember that correctly. Otherwise, little bounce in Galicia and Vanilla. Vanilla got that raw move. Marseille's gone to Burgundy, so not a lot of trust going on over there. But still Paris Picardy. Yeah, so everyone, some lining up on Belgium happening with Yorkshire as well.
All right. Does Munich stay black in fall of 1901? Answer is, oof.
It does, but not by much. So France, France makes its move, and it's two armies on the English border, and just those two builds, which is great, as you would predict. Another bounce in Galicia, wasting a bit of time. Bulgaria hold, don't need any friends. Sebastopol goes into black. Ankara goes to Con. Is that what they had in mind? Maybe. Yeah, could be. Fleet Smyrna coming, I dare say. Germany gets into Russia gets into Sweden, so Germany's very comfortable with that. Yeah. Ed, anything to add? Yorkshire hold. Fleet goes into Norway.
When you're okay, so this is just a little point that I learned from Nicolas Saugay, which is when you're a player of some renown, when you're Turkey in this situation, you tell Russia Bulgaria is moving to Romania to ensure that two go to Romania. This hold is a mistake by Michael, because without two being put on Romania, you allow Zach the opportunity to get into the black. That's not good for Turkey, although it doesn't seem like Jamal is very interested right now in attacking Turkey. So maybe Michael will be just fine. And other than that, nothing really bothers me. I think that the Tyrolia Munich thing is just Jamal and Peter and their gamesmanship over each other. So we'll see how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Winter 1901 finds us with a handful of builds. Let's see, does anything jump out? I heard an oof.
Welcome to the game, Fleet Marseille. Jordan isn't messing around. He knows what Jamal is capable of, and he's going in that direction straight away, or it certainly appears to be doing so. Army St. Petersburg, Army Sevastopol. So optionality, definitely. Lots of.
I would say normally very bad news for Germany, but this army build in St. Petersburg might be a lifeline for Peter for now.
In what sense, Ed?
Well, Germany can't really afford a 2-on-1 situation, but with Russia to counterbalance England a bit, England may have other fish to fry as opposed to launching some attack on Germany right now.
I mean, it is set up perfectly for Heligoland, North Sea, Skagerrak, Baltic. So, it could be bad, but with France distracted in the south, who knows?
So no build in Munich, are you expecting FG to come out of this, or what sort of alliance structure in the West? Any thoughts?
I don't know if we have that many clues, do we?
I think we have no fleets in London or Brest. Tells me it's an EF.
And maybe Peter hasn't read it. Okay, really quickly, last, Michael Saxon in Turkey builds Army Smyrna, just a reaction to black. Tells us maybe we're not looking at an RT, a creative RT.
Army Smyrna is either very defensive or very aggressive. I don't know which one it is.
All right, let's find out. Spring of 1902. Ed, we're down to you for some moves analysis.
Sure. Okay, so I look in the West. Marseille goes to Spain. Portugal does not go to Mid-Atlantic, which you see a lot of times, just holding there. Whereas Germany goes to Helgoland, thinking maybe, I guess, along the wavelength of Dan, that maybe we'd see this Skagerrak Helgoland move. Zach builds in St. Petersburg only to move it away. I think these are defensive moves from Peter. So I still think there's an EF going on. And I think the bigger news is Tyrolia to Trieste in the East. That seems super significant to me that Jamal has done this so early. I can't imagine why Austria would agree to this. It's not a loan. And even worse news for Jamal, which is, yes, he takes Bulgaria, but because he moved Greece to Aegean, Bulgaria retreats to Greece where it can die, but it doesn't look great for Jamal. Meanwhile, definitely no RT.
You meant Michael Sexton in
yes.
Turkey.
And then definitely Turkey's made the move on Russia here, which may explain why Zach is going down to Moscow, but we'll see what happens.
All right.
I mean, you would have to check Jamal's pockets for like magic 8-balls and like crystals and stuff if he had ordered Tunis to Albania as the convoy here, because he could legit be sitting here with Trieste and Albania armies behind Austria and all kinds of crazy stuff. I have no idea what's going on down there and what's arranged and what isn't. Absolutely no clue.
Well, it's not. These moves don't make it clear that AI and are fighting, right?
No,
this could be AI cooperation, but I think, Ed, your point is that if you're Austria, Jamal's spending his units convoying back to Apulia, not helping you advance against Turkey. So why are you giving him Trieste? If I understood you correctly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I think you speak Ed fluently.
I think this is very difficult to do with England if you don't have Baltic coming down as the Russian as well, right? I think it's going to be real difficult to crack this if you don't also have the Russian coming around behind, and with St. Petersburg disappearing, it's going to be heavy weather.
And Jordan hasn't had to commit yet, right? This bounce in Burgundy could easily have been arranged, probably was, or at least discussed. So Jordan's sitting pretty, got his options coming up, but we'll have to make a decision with his build, presuming he has one, and he does. Talk us through it, Ed.
Okay, so Jordan helps convoy Yorkshire to Holland. That's bad news for Peter. Jordan now moves out of Portugal to Mid-Atlantic as cover, and that's good for him as well. It's not great news for Peter, although it looks like Peter's. I don't know what Zach's doing with Sweden. I think he's just holding it, if I'm reading that correctly. Meanwhile, in the east, this is like an old school modification of the Key Lepanto. Trieste is now going to Serbia. Serbia is going down and taking Greece, but he's backfilling, not backfilling, but he's going Apulia to Venice. So Jamal is putting himself in good position here as Italy in one of these games. Bad news for Turkey as Armenia gets piffed, and Zach's certainly going to take the spoils in the south. Let's see if he can tap dance on the north some more.
Apulia to Venice. Dan, how do you feel about that?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not. I don't have a good sense of what the conversations are like between Italy and Austria right now. Like, Jamal's a very persuasive guy, but Austria's not getting a build, right?
No. So
I should have the build, really, and because so that you can be in Trieste or something like that. Those conversations are kind of like, mesmerizing combos coming up. I'm here anyway, so I shall just move one forward, and you just support yourself to Galicia, so you're even fewer of your home centers. I don't know. I don't know. I think sometimes you can get sort of tunnel vision on Turkey in games like this. Oh, he's behind me. Oh, he's doing things I'm not sure. Oh, let's just deal with this and worry about it later. Yeah, I don't love it.
It's hard to know, right? Because usually Italy attacking Austria off the bat just enables a juggernaut that's really bad ultimately for Italy. I mean, but it doesn't seem like that's what's happening here. I don't know what's happening here. I'm as clueless as Dan Lester said he was a season ago. But it would be interesting to know that. I would hate it if I was Austria to see Venice, Apulia to Venice. So I guess we'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah, this is one of those cases, I think, where when you're in a good working relationship, where you think you are, you still have to pay attention to what the other person is doing with all of their units, and especially ones that can be moved into position to be difficult for you. And you have to make demands. Good players will not volunteer the demands that you need to make for your own security. So you have to police them yourself. All right, let's move forward here. Winter 1902. Here are the builds. We've got a couple of fleets from Italy and England and a couple armies from Jordan, France, and Turkey. Any surprises?
The army build in France. Sorry, I'm sorry, Dan, to speak over you, but I do that to everyone, so you're in good company.
Yeah, you got yeah.
Going back to Olympus Season 2 finals, Jordan built something like 6 or 7 armies as France and stayed at 2 fleets forever. So this is very much a key that he's going to play in his theater, and he's going to continue the attack against Germany. And couple that with Jackson's fleet build in Edinburgh, I think we're going to continue to see a good working partnership.
All right, let's move forward here into spring of 1903. Dan, we're over to you for the play-by-play.
Right. Well, now, I mean, Austria hasn't suffered any ill effects from all of this trusting Jamal that we talked about, and all of this incredibly sketchy, in my opinion, activity. Way to prove me wrong, because Russia's decided to keep moving against Turkey and give up behind. That's, I mean, that whether obviously potentially arranged, and let's get the AIR going. I'm not sure. It's convoyed out of Romania to take Ankara, guaranteed. Austria's picked up Constantinople, guaranteed, pretty much. Is it? No, because Smyrna might have supported it, I suppose. And Romania's gone down behind, while Jamal's very happy to sort of watch it all happen and then presumably get Smyrna in a bit. So yeah, okay, AIR is on, and they've decided to just make that happen. So well done, Marcus, at this point, I think, because that was a bit hairy there for a bit. In the West, Peter, like, he's put a rabbit out of his hat in a very Peter way. Like, oh, what you got there? Is it a silly old hat? No, it's 47 rabbits. And now I've got the North Sea and Holland. Surprise. Just not quite sure how he does it every single time, but he does it against me. So that's how he goes.
Well, he lost Denmark, and he's going to lose Munich.
Let's move forward and see what happens in follow 3.
He got Zach to leave Denmark.
Nope, he hasn't lost Denmark.
Or not Zach. Sorry.
Jackson.
You got Jackson.
Jackson,
Yeah, Jackson moves back. I thought the funniest move on that board the last time was Norwegian to Clyde. That Jackson didn't trust Jordan enough and goes down there and lose paces. And that's why you get this Norway, Sweden, Denmark situation. But meanwhile, Jordan here just, I'm in Munich. I'm in English Channel. He did lose Belgium. So, Peter's just, grabbing what he can. He lost the North Sea in response. So the West is fun. Okay, let's call it that way. And there might be a little bit of a thing where, like, if you're in an air, you can't really be with England. So I guess this explains some of this issue over here. Meanwhile, in the West, Jamal, I guess, moves back to Trieste. I'm going to call that arranged, but he does. And Turkey takes back Constantinople while losing Smyrna.
with help from Black Sea.
Oh yes, okay, yeah, that's not good.
And
that is not good for Marcus.
And Zach has gone to Galicia, so this is a move on Zach's part. Yeah.
1903 sounds a little early, but for Zach, it's late. So he's.
So what do you think's happened there? What do you want? Jamal's gone all the way over there so he can go all the way back again.
Perhaps gotten worried about Jordan, maybe?
Well, perhaps, but by doing it, he's really helped Russia by doing all this.
Yeah, perhaps I don't know. There's a possibility that maybe he thought a wintergreen could form out of this, and maybe he'd snake Trieste without losing Serbia. Not sure. Interesting, though, the situation at the end of 1903. We'll wait another year before taking a pause here. But Zach Moore is only +1 here. Is that because? Because he lost Romania. Yep.
And he lost Sweden, but he got Norway.
Right. So picked up Ankara and Smyrna and lost Romania in the south, and it was even in the north. So, all right. So Marcus Lone putting down 2 here, and That's because one is a rebuild. Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
But Peter McNamara actually does rebound a little bit here, picks up one, gets to put a unit down. Position maybe a little difficult. Let's see. We get a bunch of new armies and a Turkish army coming off the board. I assume no surprises here. Yes.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
that's good.
Let's move forward here. Spring of 04. Ed, we're down to you for play-by-play.
Okay, so Peter does lose Belgium, which retreats to Picardy. We'll see where that goes. He loses Ruhr, which I think was an attempt to piff Ruhr, but because his mover was from Burgundy into Belgium, it retreats to Burgundy. And a lot of red arrows otherwise in the east. Nothing happens, but it seems like everyone's attacking everyone. Peter's attacking England. England's attacking Russia. Who knows? Meanwhile, Zach's going back north. He's back north now, changing up. With those two builds by Marcus, he doesn't have much of a play anywhere. So he's sort of just reconsolidating his line as best I can tell. Loses Galicia, but otherwise it's kind of shored up, and we'll see what happens.
It's a tired game. It's an edgy game. Jamal's going one way. He's coming back again. Peter's taking things and giving them back. Everyone's in the washing machine. Round and round and round we go. And Jordan seems to be picking up those.
All right, let's keep pushing ahead here. Fall of 1904. Ed, down to you.
Peter's back in Belgium because Jordan had to cover Brest, and then that fleet London goes to English Channel. Now we'll see how Jordan likes it when the ally has the boot on the throat like he did when he was in English Channel. We'll see how it goes. But he does keep Munich. He was, didn't have to keep Munich. No, I guess he did, so he's fine. But Zach loses Norway. He does not get Khan. He tries to get Khan. I don't know why he's not in Galicia. It should be in Galicia, right? Warsaw.
Zach is in Galicia. He made it in.
Oh, Zach's in Galicia. Okay. Yeah. So everyone's like, I'm just viewing this as sort of like we're all still circling each other. There's some dipsy doodle going on, but they're just play fighting now. It's like a fifth grade fight. We're not throwing real punches yet.
Maybe. So the big question here is who has pissed someone off, right? What is happening now is that you're going back in this balance of power, but who has annoyed who and by how much? Because if this is a 1913 game, right, and if this keeps on going, because it looks like it's going to go with last chance saloon for all of them, and there's 6 of them left in, and they're all still thinking it can be them, right? So this is what I said at the very beginning. And in these last chance games, it's what it's all about. Who's still got the dream? What happens when that dream dies? Who's going to shatter whose dream? Who's going to lose the plot? What happens then because of that?
My question for you guys right now is Jackson Roberts back in business here?
I would love to see him put down an army.
Okay.
I think if he puts down an army, he is.
Ed, what would you like to see Jackson put down here?
I think Army Edinburgh makes a lot of sense.
All right. No votes for Fleet Liverpool?
I don't think we're going to see it, but it could happen. It could work with Peter.
Yeah, it's a little tough.
Jackson would not be scared to work with Peter, as a lot of people would be.
Yeah. All right. We also have Marcus Sloan in Austria with one in pocket. So let's have a look at these builds here. We get a fleet from Jackson Roberts, but it is in London, not Liverpool. So nice, ambiguous fleet. We do get Zach Moore after having made a big move, now having to pull back a little bit, pulls that fleet Barents Sea. Who do you like here? Who's got the advantage? Dan, we'll start with you.
I'm really enjoying the game that Marcus is playing. I look over there, I think, he's in trouble now. He's made a mistake, and then he just keeps getting bigger, and he keeps coming out of it smelling of roses. So really nice game over there in really dangerous situations. Again, I'm looking at there. I'll say, oh, look, he's surrounded, but I'll probably look back over there, and he'll be on 9. Just keep going like this. I think he'll do great.
Right.
You guys all said Jordan's the man, but yeah. Really
Ed,
like Marcus.
who's your pick from here?
Man, I don't hate what Zach has done. I actually think that it's time for Marcus to go. If he works with Jamal a little bit, maybe that they have enough to pin Austria back some. And I don't hate Jackson and Peter working together here. I could see that happening. I don't, but I think Jackson holds a lot of cards in the East, so I'm not counting anyone out of the West. And I think Marcus may have to be the one that faces some problems.
All right, I'm going to ask us to pick up the pace a little bit here. Spring 1905. We've already been at this game for 25 minutes. And Dan, we're going to go over to you.
Yep, so the AI is still in force, and Austria and Russia are still play fighting, as Ed puts it, which I think is a very nice way of putting it. Yeah, a little bit of progress happening there. Jamal's given up on the West and is coming back East. I wonder if he'll be doing that in reverse in a minute. English tries to sneak into MAO, or maybe it's arranged. Let's just say it's probably arranged. Denmark goes, so that dream of Jackson and Peter working together is not there. So it's a good bit of diplomacy from Zach, because he seems to want to drain that unit out of the north, which he has done. That ER looks like it's back on the table. So if Russia's it's ER and it's AI, and Germany doesn't have any friends at all, and EF is at best a détente right now. Like, they may be both, I don't know if they're helping each other much. Ed?
I don't understand, honestly, why Jamal's fleets are going east and his armies are going west. I mean, why is he in the Aegean? If your friend is Austria, like, why is he there? Like, but on the other hand, if you're not attacking Austria, why are you in Tyrolia? So I don't quite get it. It's a puzzle that I haven't put together yet. So we'll see how it goes. And I mean, Zach, like, it has all the hallmarks of a deal that Smyrna gets lost here, because his units in Galicia are going to Silesia and he's going to Livonia. So I don't know.
All right, let's move forward. Fall of 1905. Still with you, Dan Lester.
Yeah, back that fleet goes, Ionian to Tyrrhenian Sea. And the army's going back east and the fleet's going back west. Love you, Jamal. Loving whatever this is. You pick it up a build, so it can't be bad. Zach is determined to get Romania and does not do so. This is a real problem for Russia. Like, he's just going steps back, and he's bringing material down away from his northern theatre, which at the moment is fine, but it's not going to be fine forever. If you're taking material, you've got to make gains, and they're just not there. My man Marcus is still, it's a stone wall. I'm loving it.
And it's worth saying he had Romania guaranteed if he hadn't left Galicia. So,
right. Again, in the West, we do actually see a little bit of EF cooperation, and it's England giving France a build, and then Germany gets a build from France, and then England gets a build from Germany. Like, it's crazy, right?
Is it coming up Jackson Roberts yet?
It's never been against him. It's never been against Jackson Roberts.
Put an army down, Jackson. Put it down.
Is that's what we want to see here for Jackson's chances?
Desperate.
All right, and the answer is Army Edinburgh.
I couldn't be happier. Jamal needs more fleets to move west and then move east and then move west and then.
He's just sloshing the Ionian Sea, basically. He's mixing it up. All right, and we have Zach pulling Ankara. Slightly brutal decision for him to have to make, but he does it. All right, spring of 1906. Ed, we're down to you for the play-by-play on this one.
Okay, I think the EF is back on for maybe the second or third time in this game, where we see the full moves against Peter being made. The one move that Jordan wants to see is English Channel away, and it didn't leave. But other than that, it looks like there's cooperation there. And it looks like Germany may sneak into St. Petersburg if it doesn't have something better to do. Poor Zach, can't win for trying. Meanwhile, all right, what do we got here? Zach does take Romania, this time with Black Sea. No harm. Well, then we have Austria moving to Smyrna and Khan, moving the armies away.
Yeah.
All right. And Jamal this time he's moving east. Like he's going to play in the east. I think that's basically what I've got out of this. I don't know if that means Marcus is up for grabs, and but here we are.
All right, let's move ahead here into the fall of 06 before we'll come back to you, Dan, after this.
I'll do this quickly, but Jackson takes Kiel. Jordan back in Munich, that with the Silesian army that retreated before. Good. Peter does take St. Petersburg, but it's bad news for Peter. The English Channel Fleet goes to Wales, and then I guess Marcus has had enough of this with Jamal. Takes Trieste back, forcing a retreat to Albania. But he could have taken Greece, but he didn't do that. I would
describe this as a catastrophic error by Austria, who is up to this point has played an absolutely magnificent game. And the orders on the table are the ones that are so obvious at the end of spring 1906. Constantinople supports Smyrna to Ankara. 2 supports for something to go to Romania, cut Ukraine. You've got a build. There's another build. And in fact, if you move Budapest, then you've got somewhere to put it. You've got a build. Italy's got all fleets. So the only thing he's ever really going to take off you is Greece. And you're absolutely golden, right? Golden. And I know he got spooked by the fact that Jamal moved all his units towards him, but it's fine because in the next turn, Jamal's going to move them all away again. So this is a mistake. He's decided he's had enough of the uncertainty and he wants to do something firm. But he's made an enemy. And this is, I know that Jamal's picking up stuff and all the rest of it, but he's made an enemy and Jamal's only got one thing to do from here, and that is to home in. So prove me wrong, Marcus. Come on, mate.
There's not much he can do. He has no fleets. He's literally got no fleets. So there's not much he can take off Jamal. And
yeah, he has a problem with Zach Moore on his back as well, right? Like this isn't part of a grand strategy that that opens up a new path. Zach has nothing to do but take dots off of him as well, right?
I don't know. Maybe Zach feels good. He left Anchor alone, right? that was a sop to Zach. So there's that.
All right, let's see how the builds progress. We got armies everywhere except for Jackson Roberts puts down a fleet, and why not? Didn't do anything with the army to begin with this past year.
Yeah.
You guys like that fleet Marseille build?
It's not a fleet in Marseille.
I'm sorry, army. You like the army Marseille build rather than a fleet?
I mean, he didn't know Tyrrhenian Sea is coming off, so he can sell it as defensive. Your man likes armies. You said so, Jordan. He loves it. He loves the French army. Right?
I think he just. I don't think he's interested in English home centers. I think he's just interested in taking all the German centers and neutrals and being in defensive position. And Jackson keeps building fleets, so I mean, I don't think it's harmful.
All right. So, I mean, the question for me would be, what is Jordan's win path? How does he get ahead of Jackson? And he has to. So the tiebreakers aren't showing here. They will show in a bit. Kevin's going to take over after this year, and his will be working properly. All right. Talk us through spring of 1907, Mr. Dan Lester.
Okay. So I can't tell you whether English Channel is a stab or it seems very unlikely that it will be arranged. But that there are no other attacks on English centres coming on, or there's no other anti-English work occurring here. So I find it a little bit confusing. So what's going on with IA, which is my current obsession? I think Jamal is now going to have armies in Greece and Trieste, right? But he probably won't be able to hold on to both of them because he's got Tyrolia behind him and Piedmont behind him. There it is. Hello. That defensive army. Whoopsie. Oh, did I say it was defensive? I'm sorry. I meant, what's the other one? Peter's handed St. Petersburg to England. Either, this is like to curry favor or he's just like had enough. Zach, yeah. I mean, he's got 5 units to do whatever he wants with, and he's decided to do this. Well done, Marcus. Like, great job. All the things I said he could do last turn, instead he's just done them this turn, and there doesn't seem to be any problem. There's no problems. I'm loving this guy. I want to meet this guy.
All right, here we are for Fall of 1907. Feels like a really consequential turn, doesn't it? Especially for, say, Jamal, who could have a rebound here potentially, or, things could go the other way.
Yeah, he's going to have to diplome his socks off here.
And then what happens in the north with Holland, Berlin, Kiel? Fascinating. And the answers are, this is back to you, Dan. Tell us about them.
Right. Well, those anti-English moves weren't long in coming from France. And I think it's amazing that he's got 2 fleets, and we said he's got no designs on the English home centres, and now he's got fleets next to 2 different English home centres. So absolutely superb. In the meantime, he's also managed to take an English centre somewhere else, and it is Kiel, which feels super defensible to me. So massive surprise. But that one English Channel unit, I guess, said it all, everything that he needed to know. England has focused on picking up more German dots, and has not managed to do that, apart from Holland. So he will be up Holland and down Kiel, and he's getting one blown up. Ooh, that St. Petersburg blow up could save his bacon, because he's just moved the last army off the English home, but he will get to rebuild.
Rebuild it. Yep.
Lucky boy. All right. Meanwhile, in the south, there's Zach has guessed correctly, presumably. Jamal's gone with the safe route, the safest route he could find. So yeah, Austria will remain unch, and with hostile Russians and Italians here, there, and everywhere. Piedmont decided not to bounce Venice, so it doesn't make any odds really. Tyrolia, what's Tyrolia done?
Supported
Silesia to Munich.
Yep.
No, Ruhr to Kiel.
No.
Silesia to Munich.
Yep.
Silesia to Munich.
So he's supported a Russian. So that means that this whole con business is probably arranged and that they're friends again. Cool.
In the comments, he says it's arranged.
Yeah. Cool beans. Cool.
All right. Well, Ed, how do you feel about what you've seen in 1907?
Well, if I wanted to be a better lawyer, I'd want to be Jordan Connors. If I'd want to be a better diplomacy player, I'd want to be Jordan Connors. I mean, I think it's all coming up Jordan. And I think that the reason it's coming up Jordan is the reason why he can do all this with 2 fleets is he had a great relationship with Italy before all of this. And now there's no incentive for Italy to put any pressure on him whatsoever. He can maintain that position and he can fully play in the West and try and be of some help, if he can, to propping up Jamal. And I think that's great for him. I love everything here. I mean, I know that England's going to get a build. That's fine. So is France.
Does the rest of the board unite against Jordan Connors at this point? Do Austria and Russia and Italy decide that it's in their interest?
Why would Italy do it?
If you were Italy, what would you need to give you the leeway to go do something?
It's about the AR. If the AR is locked, then this game's got lots of play. If it's not, I wonder. Because you can say to Jamal, look, you're going to get nothing. You're going to sit here. Rome supports Venice. That's 2. Whatever. If you mess around with the G and then you're going to lose Greece, that's not a lot of fun for Jamal there, is there?
Does Jamal have a path forward to win, Ed?
First of all, never count Jamal out. I mean, I've counted you out, Brandon, as Italy, and then I've seen you come back and somehow, get all these centers. So I'm not counting him out, but I don't see it, to be honest with you. If Zach and Austria are working together, I don't see any easy glide path for Italian dots. He's got to get Zach on side to do that. Zach's not in a position to do that. So I think the best he can do is hold. And the person who's got to hold out against is the person who stabbed him and is now attacking him, and that's Austria. So
He's only got 8, you guys. It's not like Kiel is sitting there unassailable.
And Munich is potentially vulnerable too if AR work together. Certainly, if Italy gives them space to do it. Let's flip this around before we bring Kevin back on the screen, and who's going to take over his hosting duties. What does Jordan Connors need to do to seal the deal here? I think we'd all agree that he has a nice position. You just admitted there's some precarity to it. What does Jordan need to do to win this game, Dan?
I mean, he needs to get a consensus that he's unstoppable, right? And I'm not quite sure how he does that. He needs to get maybe Russia to. I mean, there's a lot of units there that are tangled up with Russia, and he needs to get Russia to prioritize his own position. Russia, how do you win? Russia, how do you get centers? Leave me alone. Austria's been a thorn in your side. What's going on? Help me against England. Maybe that's a way. It's a way.
That's not a bad way. First of all, Jordan's the one that put Russia into Berlin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't think Russia's an enemy of Jordan's right now, and I think what he tells Jordan is, you're not getting dots off of me. I guess you could try and work with England to do that, but on the other hand, you have English dots in Scandinavia that are vulnerable. If you work with Jamal, you have Austrian dots that are vulnerable, but I think that will give him the consensus to win. And Zach is a bit of a spoiler, so maybe Zach doesn't care about Berlin or loyalty or anything like that. And maybe he'll just work with Jackson here because Jackson is persuasive too. He's a hell of a diplomacy player.
All right, and really quick before I head off, what does Marcus have to do to win? I mean, Marcus is tied for the lead here.
Oh man, Marcus just needs to keep impressing me. Like, I mean, he's blown my mind with the way that he's played. It always looks like he's walking a tightrope made entirely out of razor blades, but he's topping the board right now on 8. So keep going. Just keep going.
All right. With that, I am going to reintroduce Mr. Kevin O'Kelly. Welcome back, Kevin.
Greetings. I find it silly that anyone's asking why anyone else but Jordan Connors will top this board. So Brian Preble, Mr. Statistic, put together some items. Jordan Connors has an 80% top share this season. 80%, 4 out of every 5 boards he tops. Why are we even debating it?
And that's not even including the extended deadline.
Yeah, right. Just what's counted for DBNI statistics. So 80%. Number two on this board is Zach Moore. Why didn't anyone ask how does Zach Moore tops this?
All right.
Just saying.
See you guys in a bit.
Brandon did not want to answer that question, so that's why he left. Zach Moore has a chance. One last thing before we get through the winter here. Here are the orders. I don't know if we revealed them in the build stage or not, but heavy is the head that wears the crown. Peter McNamara will not have a chance to repeat for the Diplomat of the Year. Peter is now eliminated. Peter won number 1 and was eliminated in number 2 before making it back to the Super 7 in number 3 and number 4. So he's taking a year off, and we look forward to seeing him in number 6 being back where he deserves. The rest of the builds, Army Warsaw for Zach, Fleet Crest for Jordan, Fleet Liverpool. So maybe some...
That's not the build that I would have chosen.
For who?
Army. Jackson doesn't like armies.
No.
I like armies as England, especially in this situation.
Doug Malott had all fleets, and that's what got Doug to the top board. So we will see how this plays out for Jackson, who had the even years. Who am I turning to for spring?
I got the even.
All right, Ed. Spring 1908.
All right, so Jackson's trying to make a comeback here. Takes Kiel. Takes Kiel with. I can't tell if Berlin is supporting Kiel. I think it is, and Kiel's moving.
Yep.
So that actually would have worked. The support would have worked, but Jordan, I guess at the last second, decided to try for a brace or something. In any event, loses Kiel, retreats to Munich, is in Silesia. Zach, I think. Maybe Dan will correct me, but I'm seeing this as all anti-Austrian. Every single move here is anti-Austrian. And if
Not
Jordan
Conte back, but yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that Austria. Well, you're right. That Conde Black is. I can't really explain it, but I guess it's a play for Romania now. In any event, Venice is gone as opposed to being supported by Piedmont. They tried to go to Tyrolia. That seems ambitious to me, by the way. I think I would have predicted the attack on Venice, but
well, they got three. They got 3 to get it back.
They do. They can take it back. They can take it back.
They can take it right back this way.
They can take it back.
I think you're right. I think it's exactly what we said, isn't it, Ed? Like, what does Jordan need to do to win? He needs to persuade Zach that he's his best friend and that his gains come from Austria. And hey presto, I mean, when I said it, it didn't seem like a very plausible ask, but then hey presto, and lo, it has come to pass. And danger. I'm going to say it again. I'm saying it for the 19th time. Danger for Austria. Ooh, he's in trouble, but he's proven me wrong every single time. So,
my only surprise is St. Petersburg moving down to Moscow. I would have thought it would have stayed up there to try and snag Norway or something. Instead,
snag it.
Jordan snags Norway. Jordan snags Norway. Looking at this, he tries to put Zach in Kiel. That doesn't work. He tries to take back Holland. That doesn't work. But I think he stays even with the Norway capture. In any event, they do take Venice back, as Dan rightly predicted, and I was wrong. Piedmont goes to Tyrolia to bounce Vienna there. This is a good thing to do in any top board, by the way, which is to try and enable your allies. And he's still trying to give Zach a path forward. Meanwhile, I'm just looking at the Dipsy Doodle in the east, but Aegean's going to Khan with Bulgaria's support, but Khan bounces in Ankara, so that's why that doesn't go through. But I would say this is not great for Marcus, as Dan says every turn.
Well, he's got a build. It's just he's got nowhere to build it. His moves are almost perfect. If he just doesn't order Serbia to Budapest, then that's the perfect order set. And he builds in Budapest, which is absolutely chronic. It's unfortunate he'll be playing one short, but he's still there, and he just needs to get into Jamal and just be like, "Come on, man, do me a favor. You're getting nothing. I will leave you alone. I will leave you so alone. You can have something. You know what? I'm playing one heavy. I'm playing one light. You take something in spring."
He could have taken Greece. He could have taken Greece. Albania goes to Serbia. Bulgaria could have supported Albania. He could have
he could have taken Greece. So I think it's very that's what he could have had. He could have been up 2. Amazing. Like, okay, come on, Marcus, you can do it, mate. But at the moment, you're right. It's all coming up, Jordan.
Even though Marcus is in the lead, you guys believe it's still coming up, Jordan? Let's see where winter 1908, the removal of Galicia for Zach. I do want to thank Liam Stokes. He's the GM for this game. He had recorded some videos that we don't have, sadly, enough time to play them as we would with the top board, and it was the only board we had videos recorded, but we did listen to them. By about this time is when the players are jockeying for position. Hey, what would it take for you to support me? Back and forth. He said the tension was building, but by about 1909 and 10 is when it started to ramp up more and more. So let's see if it affects the orders. Again, spring 1909.
It's you, Dan.
So what's Aegean doing? It's supposed to be convoying Greece, but it didn't. Is that right?
Maybe it was an accidental Ionian to Smyrna. Yeah, that doesn't work.
Ooh, whoopsie. Maybe that's on purpose. Maybe it isn't. Let's find out. Austria is definitely sort of, trying to do his best. Don't forget to leave a home centre open. Jordan, how you doing, mate? Yes, Holland. Holland goes.
But he loses Munich.
Yeah. Yeah, he loses Munich in exchange. He's trying to get back on the line. He's got Norway who's playing from behind, which is interesting, isn't it? It's quite messy up there. It is quite messy up there. But he's got that Russian help has gone away, right? So that the Russian is now playing for himself again in the north. Is Berlin supported Bohemia to Munich, so that's really important. And Norway's under pressure as well. So whatever, England's probably said, "I'll let you have Norway, you lucky thing," or something. So, yeah, that thing that we said last year that Jordan had done so well, which is to get Zach, that time's up on that, and that's a huge deal for the game. Yeah,
maybe not, because now we got Austria going back towards Russia, so maybe Zach is going to feel bad. Maybe he'll walk out or something. I don't know, but this is not great for Jordan, but it's certainly recoverable, and I think if anyone can do it, but Norway, I think if Zach and Jackson play together here, they can do some damage.
They do not.
Ankara supports Aegean to Con. So those guys maybe have sorted something out or are about to. France takes Warsaw. Bloody hell. And
London.
While St. Petersburg is supporting Norway. And Munich is successfully taking Kiel off England. I mean, good grief. Yes, London.
This is just a knife fight.
Yeah, right.
So the result of that is Zach Moore's prediction from the Paris method that he would have the German centers this game. And now Zach Moore does own every German center.
Wow. Okay.
Gets to build one. Jamal picks up Khan to replace the unbuilt from Austria. So builds one. Konk takes the lead with 2. Leads by 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is the turn where it broke apart. This is the turn where that last season, go back a season. This fall 1909, this is it.
Yep.
Right? This is the one where the dam breaks. I don't think Jordan can be stopped now. You want this if you're Jordan. You desperately want those 2 Russian armies to be holding 3 German centers in the middle. You want Austria to be trying to move east against Russia. You want Russia to be split 2 ways, so he's not going to come over the top. And you want England to be facing lots of different types of pressure while you pick up a sneaky Warsaw. I mean, it's great. What a turn.
And London. You got lucky with London. He could have taken Berlin. I'm still a little surprised he doesn't, because he supported Berlin. Ruhr supports Berlin to Kiel because he didn't know that Berlin would move there. And he thought Warsaw would be for sure open. But still.
I mean, Zach might have even asked him to go to Warsaw to cover it against the Austrian. Who knows?
Yeah, we don't know what's happening.
Spring 1910, Ed. These orders are yours with Jordan continuing to move.
Yeah, so the bad news for Jordan is he loses Norway and London. The good news is he's going to soon be in all the German centers. So it's sort of like trades one for the other, but it's sort of like he's winning every coin toss, right? That's this looks bad, but I don't think it is. Meanwhile, I guess Italy's now sort of making peace with Austria here. Seems to be a bit of a headline. I don't know if everyone's just fighting Zach or if people are rallying to stop Jordan. I don't know which one is. Maybe that they've had it with Zach. I don't know what Zach's doing. He has no cohesive plan, thought. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing turn to turn, and I don't think the players do either.
Marcus makes some position, picks up Warsaw.
Marcus has done a deal with Jamal. Jamal gets those 2, makes him viable again, and the hope is that he's going to get Warsaw, Moscow, and Sevastopol out of it, basically, and stay, and then maybe press up to those German centers by the time the game ends, and maybe it'll be between him and Jordan somehow. That's all he's got. That's his best chance.
Zach gets back to Warsaw.
But Jordan is in all of the centers of Germany, and
Yeah.
Denmark, and he could have taken Liverpool, but instead he's playing for position. But Jamal does make his move against Jordan, but is it too little, too late? It might be. And then Zach's imploding, right? Lost Sebastopol. He's taken Warsaw back, but very difficult.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want if you're Jordan. You want to trade these outlying, very, very annoying centers that you hold that's broken up all kinds of contiguity. You want to see your opponents collapse back in on those, those odd centers that you've got here and there. You can see a lot of things moving around Norway and Warsaw while Jordan's already left. And you want to pick up those things that you can hold forever. It's German home centers now because they're there and nothing's going to take them against 5 French armies. And then next, if necessary, it'll be those English home centers, which again have very little adjacency. So give away the fast stuff to consolidate at home. Very nice. Jamal's trying to make it happen. Too little, too late. Spent too much time locked in some kind of death struggle with Austria. Again, Austria's kind of like facing the kind of the limitations that we previously discussed. So a Jordan at a canter at this point.
The Winter 10. Jordan picks up another one. Marcus rebuilds from the blown up retreat. Ukraine. Zach has to pull. Jamal gets the build out of it. Marcus is doing a lot of the work. Jamal is picking them up one by one from behind. Is it going to be too late? Let's see. Spring 1911, Dan.
Yeah. So again, the only possible downside in the remainder of this game for Jordan is if he faced pressure on 3 fronts: the Italians coming from the south, the Austrians coming from the east, and the English coming from the north. In fact, he faces precisely none of those pressures. Zero. The Italians have bigger fish to fry. Jamal possibly thinks he can hollow out Marcus and get viable and hope that the other 2 do their jobs. England's got other things to do.
This game's over. Jackson's announced that he's not fighting Jordan. There's no centers of Jordan's that are in danger. Meanwhile, Jamal's thinking his only path to victory is to get Austrian dots. It's done. I don't think, just what I know of Jamal is he doesn't seem to be the kind of player that thinks he's out of it ever, so he probably doesn't draw, but it's basically over.
He is still playing to win, Jamal, and that's what's guided him since 1908. I wonder how many of the others are still playing to win. Austria, probably. Mm-hmm. Yeah, more chaos. More chaos in all the things that aren't locked up blue.
And the result of this stab is net 0, right? Picked up Trieste, lost Greece. Yeah. 0-0. Jordan doesn't need to gain anymore. He is already there. Jackson picks up St. Pete.
Mm-hmm.
Fleet. Black Sea goes.
2 years.
Anything of consequence? Nope. Jamal
pulled same. Denmark should fall. So he'll go down Denmark.
Denmark is vulnerable, but
because Norway.
But he has to lose the North Sea to get it, right? So I doubt that he wants that to happen.
No, because he's got 3. He's got 3 on Denmark, but he's going to lose St. Pete to the Russian. But I don't know.
English Channel can tap North Sea, so. So to take Denmark, he has to do it from the North Sea, which means he loses it.
Yeah. No one's within 3, you guys, and Jamal's not about to cough it up to Austria, right? So.
Fall 1912. Yeah, Denmark does fall, but one is not going to make the difference. Marcus on the return. We'll pick up one out of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just attributing all this to Jamal is stubborn and doesn't want to draw.
Well, but that was
which I admire, by the way.
Yeah. And at that point, Jamal was still closer. Now with this dropping here and Marcus being within one with 1 year left, you don't give up yet. They give you 13 years to play. Marcus can't build one, still having home centers occupied. Picardy is not any threat because nothing can get to the middle of the board. All right, so we got 1 year to go. Bulgaria likely falls, but what could be taken?
This is close.
Without any commentary from the players here. I know you've been throwing things in. Let's keep the thought process for 1913 until after we reveal the orders.
Trieste and Bulgaria are vulnerable.
Yep.
And I don't think there are obvious gains for Jordan. Jordan loses a tiebreak.
Yep. So Khan falls. But Bulgaria and Trieste are taken, and so is Vienna, but Vienna gets to retreat to Bohemia.
And Smyrna's gone with the fleet moves.
Yeah.
Can we see the units as they lie?
So here's fall 1913. Brest is not vulnerable. Well, no, Mid-Atlantic will cover Brest. Pick will cover Belgium with Holland's support.
I don't think Jordan can take anything, right? I mean, I don't think he can take anything. It's just a question of this Austria-Italy entanglement here. And it seems like Jamal has enough units and enough places to deny that +2 that Marcus has to go. He's got to take back Vienna.
Hold on. Hold on. So he can take. So it kind of Warsaw and Munich are significant, right? So Zach's significant. He's significant in the end game.
Anyone with the center is significant.
Oh yeah, because Venice. Because Piedmont to Venice just is also very important. Yeah, I don't think it's there. Let's see. It's really close. Yeah.
He does get Trieste in Bulgaria, but he loses Khan and Smyrna. I think that basically means he can't win.
Yeah.
And Jordan took Denmark. Strangely enough, Sweden does not support Denmark.
Yeah, and Russia supports him into Warsaw.
That's over. Yeah.
Although he loses Munich with Austrian help. Lol. Yeah.
By 2 centers.
Good game.
It's Jordan, man. He knows what he's doing.
So
he had
done.
one chance. He didn't even play the first chance game, and he was one of the top seeds. He comes in second chance and just treats this game of world champion players and just did his thing.
I mean that was a game with some outstanding play in it. Like I feel like it was a bit of a privilege to observe it. I keep coming back to Austria. Like watching him tread that tightrope made of knives. Well done, really, really strong. Obviously, huge props to Jordan Jackson. Like he just would not stop. Right, that guy did not know when he was beat, when to stop. It just kept coming back and back and back again and back again and again. Some classy play, obviously, from the two storied champions. Michael, unlucky mate, not much chance there, and Zach played his characteristic game, as I'm beginning to understand. So thanks for the opportunity.
This center chart looks like the heartbeat chart as the game ended here. Blip, 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 blip. We'll bring in Brandon, who caught the beginning turns of this match. What did fill me in? I went to grab a quick bite. Was the Jamal Marcus feud like at the end? Jamal, if he doesn't attack Marcus, maybe there is a chance. Was that an all game feud? What was the difference maker for Marcus not coming out on top down there?
I mean, they were doing squirrely things the whole time that I was hosting. I mean, I even remember that first Apulia to Venice, or Jamal opened Venice to Tyrolia, and there was an Apulia to Venice later on. That it just seemed like neither one was ever sort of fully willing to commit. Granted, no other pair of people on the board were willing to fully commit either. So it just so happens, I think, that it's harder to do that in the East. Especially when the West is sort of moving, and Jordan is the kind of player that somehow doesn't scare people, but just sort of rolls along like a steamroller. It's just steady. There's no sort of jagged moves. Everything seems to have a clear purpose, and the rational result of that sort of play is what you see here.
That's fantastic. We are going to go to the final 2 last chance games, and I've gotten notifications that both of those are completed. So we are excited to finalize the Super 7. Before we do that, it is a very late hour across the pond from me. So Dan Lester, thank you so much for joining. Highlights from what you've seen so far today.
Yeah, look, I just want to say, for anyone who wants to be negative, to cast aspersions about the virtual game, I just want them to come and have a look at some of these games, the way that they were conducted, that there's some outstanding tactics that happen on the board. There's obviously some top quality levels of negotiation among players that are known in all the different types of playing diplomacy. What a testament to the strength of the field and to this competition, which I've never had the privilege of playing in just yet, but like great fields, great games, fantastic advert for diplomacy. Jump in, guys. If you're watching this sort of thing for the first time, jump right in. It's a friendly group, I promise you that, and you can be a part of some incredible tournament play like this. 2 thumbs up.
So what I just heard you say is you haven't participated yet. Is that
yeah. Well, there's never say never, right? Never say never.
I think you just need to take your own advice, Dan Lester.
I just want to say I'm happy that Dan hasn't played much in virtual, because it's hard enough losing to him face to face. But any broadcast Dan is on, then just because he's British and he has a sense of narrative and style, he makes everything seem so significant when usually it's not. But it's a pleasure to listen to him, and I just love listening to him. The inner monologue in his brain comes out, and I hear it all and learn. And so can all of us.
Well, look, that's very kind of you to say. I just say what I think, and all I know is that having watched these broadcasts and then participated in them, I had no idea how ignorant you feel on this side of the camera when you're watching some of the moves unfold, and the opportunity to make mistakes here is immeasurable, and I'm sure I've made many. So to anyone that I've offended, or for any mistakes that I've made in the last few hours, I apologize. And I look forward to seeing a lot of you guys at the World Championships in San Francisco, which I anticipate will be unbelievably exciting. If you're on the fence, get off the fence, get out there. It's going to be an amazing occasion. It's not often you get 3 figures worth of diplomacy players in one place to play this magnificent game of ours. And even if you get eliminated quickly, I promise you'll be addicted. You will. It's going to be great. The hosts are incredible people. So please do come. I'll see you there.
We look forward to that, Dan Lester, and we will see you on the board soon.
Good luck.
Oh,
he talked too much. He talked too much, anyways. All right,
that was enough. The hook.
He gets the hook. No, but this is the 2nd year in a row that Dan has helped us out on the semifinal boards. It was a lot of fun last year, and he was back again this year. So, frankly, that's how McCollis. He did an entire February of broadcasting. And then he went on to win everything. So, Dan, if you want to win even more than you already have, you've got your start here, and we'll see you in the DBNI next year. So thanks again to Dan. You can see the banner at the bottom for which Dan was publicizing the World DipCon, which I forgot to publish a couple times earlier. So we'll put those in the show notes as well as the comments below. Come join us in San Francisco. Dan travels well to the West Coast. I believe he won WAC in 2014, it might have been. I was there. I saw it. So he does well in all time zones. Wins in USA East, USA West. Come join Dan, even if you want to slay that dragon, as we were saying about it earlier. So, Game 6. This one was held today, or earlier American time, I think noon Eastern. It was more of a almost all friendly. The Australians who played today had to probably wake up a little early, but for the Americans and the Europeans, this was a good time zone, so we will see that.
Katie can't play France. Tim can't play France. Am I right? Did he play France in his first game?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll show up on the next page when
that's somewhat significant, but those two can work together. And I see them. I predict not a lot of dropping. I don't know. I predict not a lot of dropping in this Paris method. I think the two of them will want to work together.
Let's see how that panned out.
Welcome to the power selection for the DBN Invitational 2025 Last Chance Round 4, Game 6. We have a great group of players who I think will be eager to have a better chance than our past go-round, and we'll go ahead and get right to it. First up, we've got Keith. Keith, you will select your position, then we'll work our way up. So everybody's selected, and the only difference with this round is that you are not able to pick the same power that you played in the previous first chance rounds during this round. So Keith, you are first up. Next, we've got Jason. Before or after Keith?
I'll try before Keith if I get a good pick.
All right. Johnny.
I was in the same position yesterday, and I picked first, and it was a mistake. So in my infinite wisdom, I'm going to do the same thing and pick first again.
All right. Definition of insanity, I think. Next, we've got Steve.
I'll select before Johnny, please.
And Jan.
Between Steven and Johnny.
Tim.
I will pick first.
And Katie.
I will pick first.
Taking your own advice. Excellent. Next up, we've got Katie picking first. You can pick any power but France.
I would like England, please.
Tim.
I will take Italy.
Steve.
Germany.
Jan.
France.
Johnny.
This is terrible. This is terrible. No. Austria.
Jason.
Russia.
All right, that leaves Keith with Turkey. Congratulations.
Yeah, but he already played Turkey.
Yes, the rule is that you are allowed to play the same power twice if you're forced into it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That happened last year too.
Yep. Congratulations, everyone, on a very successful season. Wishing you continued success in this round. Good luck.
Thanks, Brian. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, everyone.
The amount of laughter, I can't tell if it was higher when Johnny said this is terrible the first time or the second time. You could see Brandon and Ed and I all trying to cover our mouths when we know we're on mute, but it was pretty good. So my reaction is former world champ,
You put him in
fourth,
France.
gets France. I mean, that's
Stephen Hogue made an error. He needed to pick France. You
Yeah.
can't put Jan Coe in France. I mean, it's not Tim or Katie's fault because they could pick it, but Stephen could have picked France. I don't. Yeah, I mean, Jan Coe in France is going to be good on this board. I wouldn't want to be Stephen Hogue right now. I think we'll see some cooperation. I think they'd be good for Keith. Those are my predictions.
Oh, Steven's got some comments. Keep them to yourself. Let's see how this goes. Before we see how it goes, though, Lou Pulsifer in the 1970s in particular would have been hard to read a diplomacy zine and not read an article either written by Lou or which mentioned Lou. Not only was he a well-known player, reaching the top 7 popularity in that Doug Byerland poll mentioned earlier, Pulsifer was also a prolific variant designer and promoter. Renegade, for those who follow, they are working on the publication of the new variants. I believe it is pre-ordering, not out yet, but for those of you who like variants, I know there's a few in the audience and even on our crew here that do like it. Keep an eye on those. So Lou was there. Indeed, he was still working on dip variants until a few years ago and can still be seen occasionally at conventions, even though he has not played in quite some time. For those who actually enjoy the Avalon Hill board game Britannia, you have Lou to thank for that design as well. So I know that is a common game that is being played while diplomacy has ended for the evening. So thank you, Lou, for that. And with that, let's go, Brandon. I'll keep you in the odds. Let's start out with Spring 1901.
I just want to say, by the way, that with Jordan winning as France, we have all 5 qualifiers so far coming from the West. So it'd be nice to see an Eastern Power do well in one of these games. Let's find out. All right. If you had asked me beforehand what I would say about this game, I would say that there are not a lot of aggressive players on this board. And that's without knowing Jan's play style. And here we have Katie Gray opening to the Channel and to Wales. It's as aggressive an anti-French English opening as you can get, coupled with Stephen Hogue getting into Burgundy and Timothy Crosby getting into Piedmont. Jan,
what did Jan do? He said France, like it was fourth. He's like, I get to pick France. Now he doesn't want to pick France.
I mean, he comes in with the baggage of being a world champ, former face-to-face world champion in the strongest country. I think that Jan, was learning a hard lesson here, which is that you do need to protect yourself. You need to figure out if you're a target in that situation, and you do at least need to protect yourself. He's done sort of the most friendly opening to his neighbors, and he has paid a price for it. Elsewhere on the board, as if there is anything else, Keith Wurstel once again opening Sunstrom.
My man is going down with the ship. That's what he likes.
To black in Armenia. Jason Bennett, however, opened south. Unlike it was Stephen Hogue that opened north in that, right? Correct. As Russia. All right, and then when we're looking at what A and I are doing, it looks like they're being very friendly to each other.
Yeah, but this is good news for Turkey with that unit in Venice going to Piedmont. There's no, Trieste loan. So I'm liking what's happened with Keith here. He's probably not going to go to Romania this time. We'll see. Oh, he does. He's sticking with the plan.
Yeah, so in Chicago, the Weasels we're so used to this opening because it kind of almost became standard for turkeys, and so we have just a lot of ways to cope with it. And this is not one. This is not a common one. Usually, it's go to black and cover Sevastopol from Ukraine. All right, so what happens here? Germany does not bounce Russia in Sweden, so that is important to note. We get Katie convoying into Belgium, and we get Burgundy supporting Piedmont into Marseille. So Jan avoids the worst case scenario here, which would have been losing either Brest or Paris as well as Marseille. But this is still not great, is getting a build, but still not in a great position. So Katie Gray is picking up 2 and has a Fleet in the English Channel to go with it. Let's see, Tim Crosby picks up 2 now, an unusual 2 as Italy. And yeah, we have very, very interesting and unusual alliance structure here. Thank you, G6 Lou Pulsifer.
Builds, we have two western-facing fleets for Katie. Fleet Brest. Usually when France is under attack, they like the armies to defend the home. Jan wants to give the flexibility of forward movement still. We love it. 2 fleets for Tim. And Fleet Con. I think Keith built an army last time. So
He did.
Yep.
This is different.
Yep.
This is different. Army Moscow. And 2 armies from Steve. So
yep.
There we go. Ed, Spring 1902.
Okay, well, he may have found a friend. Keith may have found a friend in Johnny this time, because this time A does pull the some of the AT moves off. They could have taken some. They didn't take Sevastopol, but they advanced to Galicia. It looks like there's a Eastern triple, but Russia's not in it. This is the best way I can put it. Khan goes to Bulgaria East Coast. You don't see that very often, by the way. But that's not good news for Jason Bennett, who's nothing but a nice guy. So you guys are mean. And Jan, you guys are also mean to Jan. Here we go, advancing the fleets to North Atlantic, IRC, bouncing in the channel. There's complete cooperation here between Stephen Hogue and Katie and Tim, for that matter. But this cannot hold. I mean, it wouldn't hold. It's 1913, but Italy cannot be part of the triple in the north and the triple in the east. So this will.
Yeah, I don't know that Timothy is part of a triple in the east. At least not in actuality. I think Johnny Gillam alarm bell should have been going off for him with all the IG cooperation, with that move from Munich into Bohemia and Apulia up to Venice. This is a dangerous moment for Johnny.
So looking right to Johnny, he seems to be just fine. Turkey takes Sevastopol. Austria takes Romania. He covers Trieste. And it's also good for Keith picking up Bulgaria and Sevastopol. Let's see here. Stephen Hogue going full on in the east here, moving Munich to Silesia. You don't see that very much in a France attack, that he can divide his attention like this, but he's done it. Meanwhile, Katie advances her fleets to line up to aim for the mid-Atlantic, and there's every reason to suspect that it will fall, because Spain will have to fall, I would think, in 1903. So it seems like England and Italy are working together, but how that can happen in the long term, I do not know. If I'm Katie, I'm starting to think about maybe Jan's a friend and not an enemy.
Yeah, there's some curiosities here. Burgundy to Marseille is interesting. That could still be coordinated with Timothy if Stephen told him it was happening. Wes is going to Spain here, so that cuts that. Greece to Bulgaria, that's presumably just a mistake. And AT, really fascinating. Yes, I'm with you. There is a big question of what happens next with this alliance structure.
First, we see the builds another fleet for Keith, and Johnny puts down another army. Brandon, Spring 1903.
Yeah, so if I had elaborated that thought, what I was curious to know was whether AT would work against Italy. And that is finally what's happening here. We have Greece going to Ionian, bouncing. We've got Keith moving fleets in that direction. And we have Johnny moving armies to take Venice, which he will now have guaranteed. In the north, we have Stephen and Katie collaborating against Sweden. I'm guessing this was sold as we will walk out in the fall. We'll see if that happens. And then in the west here, we have Katie sticking with the plan against Jan, taking Mid-Atlantic, getting into Paris. Timothy gets into Spain. So Jan's sort of hoped for Renaissance is not going to happen here. And that decision point is going to quickly arise about what happens with this EGI alliance after France is mortally wounded, which is about to happen.
Well, I think the answer is I think it's hard to know which alliance is going to do better, the AT or the EG.
Yeah.
Because I think Tim here, what do? You have easy centers now that you can take because Tim's got to be focused on the Austrian attack. But on the other hand, you don't want to take him too easily. You notice this move of Mid-Atlantic already to Western Med. But this implosion by Italy is consequential, and I don't know how it's going to shake out for which side is going to be better for.
All right, we have Germany taking Belgium. It's the most interesting thing here, but walking out of Sweden as we suspected. And Mid-Atlantic supports Portugal into Spain against Italy. So this is a decision on Katie Gray's part to use France against Italy. We can talk about whether we like that or not, given that the AT is advancing against Italy. That's about it. Those are the major things.
I don't love it. Usually you don't see that from Katie. I mean, you can use Italy in this situation. That's what I was hoping they would do, and just gaining position. But they chose to attack Italy, and there it is.
I suppose you could make the argument, if you know that Marseille is leaving Piedmont, and maybe Timothy told you that, then Spain is gone no matter what. So you could try to curry favor with Jan, but I don't know. Don't you just take a stab at Portugal or Spain in that case? Like, what do you need Jan for?
You don't need Jan for anything. And we already saw in the last game that leaving Jan around is not healthy for board topping, although Bradley was able to pull it out.
Yeah.
It's all coming. I love to be Keith right now. I loved it. Get Austria facing up against the West. You've got fleet power. You're in the black. This is coming up good for Keith.
Yeah, Keith's opportunity. I'm sorry, and Brest is available here as well. Yeah, Brest. In fact, Brest is a given. Paris doesn't really need to support Burgundy. In fact, Burgundy even moves here. Yeah, this is a strange turn here by Katie.
France was expendable. Italy was not.
What did I do? Sorry, I went too fast. Brest is gone, so we'll be there for the pickup later. Munich was the build because of Belgium being given to Steve because Katie picked up Paris. Tim, why was Tim +1? Oh,
because of the PIF.
Yep.
Must have had more than one PIF though, right? Because he went down one here.
Venice and Spain.
Oh, he pulled both. Okay, great.
Oh, I pulled. Yeah, he pulled it. Yep. There we are. So the Fleet Naples and another army for Johnny, army for Jason up north.
Does Jan convoy to Tuscany?
Yeah, probably.
He does.
Yeah. Okay. So if Jan is willing to be a Janissary, that's the reason to keep Jan around, but don't let him get a build.
We saw that before. Ed, tell us the rest.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it's a sort of a West versus it's an AT versus 5 other people, as best I can tell from this outline. And AT cannot hold off 5 other people. I would love to be Katie or Steven in this situation. I'd love to be Kate. I mean, the witches are going to profit. So either England or Turkey here looks to be the beneficiaries of this big battle at the center of the board.
Yeah, Katie. I'd want to be Katie or in first place, and then Keith in second place here for sure.
This may be more tactical. Let's. We don't want to skip through things, but let's see.
Okay, so fall 1904. Here we go, picking up, some of Jan's stuff, picking up Brest, giving Katie, giving Paris to Germany to fight on the line, I assume. Meanwhile, Katie advances to Tuscany, still there in the Mid-Atlantic. Jan just self-bouncing in Spain, so that's part of the deal. And critically getting rid of the I think it's the Austrian army in Rome with Jan supporting Tim. So it's definitely this 4 or 5 on 2 right now.
I'm growing to really like what Katie is doing here. So letting Steven get a build, as long as he's not building fleets, totally fine. He's only got 1 fleet. As long as you stay in position to take dots, so you don't get too far ahead. Yeah, if you're getting Tunis, if you end up with Iberia, those are dots that no one is going to take off of you. So I think the only thing Katie has to be aware of here is of just being too slow. Like slow is fine, but there's a point where you need to be able to be growing. And she probably needs to get a build in the coming year just to keep the forward momentum going.
Just want to point out tactically, Tunis intentionally does not support Ionian. Wants to get the forward retreat, and does get the forward retreat, and that was exactly as. And I don't think Turkey has a build, so Smyrna's gone.
Yep.
But so is Eastern Med. When you lose Marseille, that was the downside.
Yeah.
Army Berlin, yeah, Steven is the one getting the builds. Katie is not as of this point. Johnny sitting pretty with another army in the middle. Keith lives to fight another day. Brandon, spring 1905.
Yeah, so Katie, as I said before, Katie had to get a build here. She makes sure of that by convoying Brest into Portugal. It's really, really nice. And also, Gascony goes down to Spain. So they're definitely going to just take the French centers here. If they can put France into one of the Italian or Austrian centers, they'll probably do it. But there's no forward movement among the armies in the center of the board. It's all stagnation. We do have Turkey supporting himself.
Turkey made his move
into Romania as a
Turkey
move.
Made his move
as a move that's peculiar. Surely you would go to Bulgaria here to prevent that forward retreat.
I think he takes it the next turn. Doesn't he have Greece and Bulgaria if he wants it?
Yeah, but he can't also get Romania. Well, in any case, there is a forward retreat here. And we'll see. It is a move, and I think Keith, this is really, really good of Keith, because the stagnation of this board would only benefit people on the other side, particularly Katie. So if Keith is going to have a path forward here, he needs to shake things up, and Johnny's the only way that he can shake things up. So
read the comments, though. You said fake stab.
Well, let's see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Ignore the comments. We don't want anyone from the peanut gallery.
Is it still me? Yes, it is. Okay, so now it just looks like they are. Well, no, Johnny pulls completely back. So this is definitely Johnny didn't think it was a fake stab. Maybe that was meant to be a prediction. I don't know. So Johnny pulls back completely. We do have so because Jason Bennett taps Sevastopol. So now you see the problem here. Keith is only going to get 1 dot out of this. He's going to be putting down 2 units because one of them is going to be a rebuild, but he's in Black Sea, or not in Black Sea, which is awkward positioning. The big news is that Katie Gray is picking up 3 dots here. Takes Tunis from Tyrrhenian Sea, I suppose, to make sure it was guaranteed. He'd rather be in Tyrrhenian, but hard to argue with this. Katie puts down all 3 units and gets good position. She's in command of this game.
Well, maybe he'll disband that too. He disbanded Eastern, so maybe he'll disband North Africa.
And he does. 2 armies for Keith because of the fake stab. And Katie waves.
Yeah, but still puts down 2. They're all fleets. She doesn't want Steven to think that she's coming to get any of his dots. And she could win this game without needing any of his dots. But she does need to make sure that he can't stop her, right? We saw Michalis sort of do that expertly, make sure that nobody could stop him. Katie.
To Katie.
Yeah, that's right. So Katie needs to learn from that and do that here. Still very early in this game, but it feels like it's at a tipping point already.
Should she go to North just to...
Yeah.
No. Well, she doesn't need to yet.
No.
All right, so spring 1906, she does go to Gulf of Leon and Spain, and Steven takes Marseille and advances down the line here. It's funny how England and Germany just keep moving forward, and Austria, I guess, is like holding now mostly. He's got a lot of centers under threat, helping Russia move down to some, and anti-Keith moves here. So how long will it hold between Steven and Katie? I suspect they're both the kind of players that will hold out for a long time. It's just that Katie has to be sure, just like Brandon said, to squeeze out any oxygen of life for Steven. He has to make sure that Steven doesn't think he can get any centers off of her at all. And then Katie will be fine.
Yeah, and the Steven's problem here is that the current trajectory is advantage Katie. So if Steven's going to win this game, he has to change it up somehow, and the opportunity to do that is going to rapidly narrow.
Yeah,
unless Katie overcommits in the South.
McCallus typed what I was thinking because I have the same thoughts as McCallus all the time, but this is where Steven's got to ask Katie for Sweden. I would think does not get it though.
No. Instead, we say goodbye to Jan, but he is trying to mess with Katie a little bit at the end there. But Steven keeps advancing forward into Galicia, into Piedmont. Gasp of breath for Tim. He'll get a build, taking Venice. Keith's on pure defense now. Horrible position for him. But it's still positionally huge advantage to Katie.
Huge.
Yes, Steve's picking up Marseille, so that's not Sweden. Maybe it wasn't this turn, but he's getting in position. Two more. What's Katie's next build? Let's get to the builds here. Has a wave from last time. Jan is gone.
She should put down an army here. Why not?
She should definitely put down an army. I think Steven should put down a fleet, but I doubt he'll do it.
He would need to negotiate that, and Katie may not accept it. Yep. Oh, fleets in Petersburg, yeah.
Yeah. So that's where in the comments, and I'm supposed to be ignoring them, but why do you let Jason build there? That's like he's not a Janissary by any means, but why do you give someone a chance at life at this point? Like that would have been why Sweden or St. Pete had to go that time.
Look, it's not a threat to Katie at this point. Katie waves again. Okay.
Yeah.
She got to move a fleet back now. Mid-Atlantic's got to come back up.
Yeah, it's a nice excuse to move another fleet back, I will say.
And Tim gets to build the fleet. So now there is some pressure on EG. Keith is pulling. Johnny is trying to build, but is locked up. So we're almost halfway home here. We think Katie has the advantage, but everyone but Jan is still alive. Is Tim has the lowest probability of chance, but everyone else still alive?
I think Keith is probably cooked here. The thing is, nothing is going to change as long as Steven is overcommitted in the East. Right?
This is exactly right. He is the pivot point. If he does not change his pivot point, no matter how much cooperation there is with everyone else, nothing can be done.
But for the players in the East, Steven can actually win on this path. It would be by getting so many centers in the East that he passes Katie and can put down units and prevent Katie from taking any of his. It's a narrow path, I think, but that is the path forward. But if anyone in the East is going to recover here, they have to get Steven to turn around. And that seems highly unlikely. Oh, sorry. These are new moves.
New moves.
Some of them look strangely similar to the previous moves. All right. So we have Katie not going mid-Atlantic to North Atlantic, but the English Channel does stay there at least. Baltic does not go to Sweden this turn. And see, that's the other thing about that fleet in St. Petersburg. Katie really can't go to Sweden now, lest she get pulled out of position.
It gives Steven 9 too. It gives him at least a minor advantage in the alliance.
Yeah, if he takes it. But Steven still needs Jason in the East, so he's probably not likely to take it, at least not right now. I think Steven is the kind of player who will want to make a move at some point.
I agree.
So Can Katie, who now has 4 fleets in the Mediterranean basin and an army in Spain, can she keep from getting overcommitted? That's really the question.
I mean, she could stab Stephen, but I don't think she's going to. No, instead she convoys.
Yeah, convoys into Tuscany here, tries to get into Tyrrhenian Sea. So she's being active. The English Channel moves to mid-Atlantic now, so she has no stab opportunity. And she's not picking up a unit here. Neither is Germany. So, Germany, Stephen, needs the game to change direction in order to win, I think.
So Keith pulls Aegean back to Khan, but is getting support from Romania. Trust but verify at this point. Is it slowing any progress down too much? What Johnny needs to free up a center for a build, but can't do that.
Well, not without taking a risk. It would have worked if Trieste had gone to Albania here.
Yeah. But Albania pulls it back way. Maybe Adriatic can move it forward, sub a build somehow. We'll see. No orders in winter 1907. Does not end there.
Oh, yeah, nobody had any builds. So
yeah, okay. I don't remember that from before, but we do move on.
Yeah. So everyone's thinking about how to win. And I don't think Katie wants to stab Stephen, but she's darn worried that Stephen might stab. And I think she sees she's not really going anywhere. So she's now got the stab back, right? She can take Marseille in Belgium, I guess, in the fall if she wants to. I don't think she's the kind of player that wants to. I think she just wants to.
But what she's done here is she's done similar to what McCallus did in that turn, where he moved some units back, not necessarily to attack, but to defend. Turns out, and we commented at the time that that move set kind of had both options open to them. They increased the attack chances, and that's exactly what Katie has done here. Pulled that Tuscany unit back, recognized that it wasn't going to produce anything. Neither was that North Africa fleet. This is great. It's perfect by Katie. Stephen doesn't move forward at all. Oh, I'm sorry, this is you. So Stephen has to recognize here that this path is just not going to produce anything. I should have recognized it already. The opportunity may have passed at this point with Katie moving back.
Yeah.
Austria pops Galicia, which is possibly good. Yep.
I think you're missing. She doesn't take Marseille, but instead convoys to Belgium, which is just, I don't know if this is a technical term, fucking brutal. Like that's just horrible for Stephen. Katie's here to play to win. She's not here to race some alliance. This is her path was only through Stephen. She's got her fleet presence still in Western Med, so it can protect Tunis for another turn. So, anyways, you don't say 1-dot stabs are usually that great. This is a great 1-dot stab.
This is a game-winning move. Build an army, get to go take Holland, put another army over there. You don't even need Tunis, honestly. I would. You protect it, but don't worry if you end up getting getting overrun up there. But you do have a problem in Norway. Jason is going to be in position to do something against you up there. So the Mid-Atlantic needs to come back around.
Thanks, Johnny.
The only problem with this move is that the fleets, she could have taken Belgium with a fleet and then moved another fleet up, Mid-Atlantic up.
As good as this is, I still think Marseille and Belgium.
Yeah.
That way, it's a little messy, but take the +2.
Yeah.
Build an army and a fleet. You're fine.
Oh, she had one in the bank. That's right.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
But even so, you take 2. Germany has to pull 2 off. Yeah, I think I would have built another fleet here, just because your fleet movement is slower. But look, it's a statement by Katie, and let's see if she can get away with it.
I think she needed to build a fleet Edinburgh.
I think so too. I think so too.
No, that one she has to retreat out of Norway.
Okay, so it does not look like Stephen Hogue is beat up about this. Moves armies further down into the Italian peninsula. It would be fascinating to know if the taking of Belgium was agreed upon. I don't know. So she doesn't move into Holland, which would have been a sort of straightforward way to continue prosecuting the attack. Goes to Ruhr, potentially to help defend Stephen. And Picardy will probably go to Burgundy. If Stephen is okay with this situation, then Katie will not.
Won.
What's it?
It has definitely won. If Stephen's okay,
100%, 100%. Her units will now get into position to take whatever dots she needs, no matter what happens in the east. Takes Denmark because Stephen doesn't need a build, right? Goes to Burgundy. Yeah, this game is largely over at this point. No one in the east can do anything.
She's a kind dictator.
Yep.
She only takes what she needs.
Well, Jason picks up picked up Romania, as well as swapped up north.
Stephen does get a build.
That's a rebuild, yeah.
From Bohemia.
Yep. Picked up Sweden, lost Denmark.
Yep.
This is great. This will just keep the east a little bit slower. So Jason can do some stuff in the north. This is why you want to have more fleets up there.
Spring 1910. I'm just looking at, I mean, Katie's over everything, but right now helping Stephen. The east is on the run. I mean, it's not good.
In theory, Keith could make could grab some centers here. The problem is he can't really take them off of Jason because Jason is the only one holding, fighting Katie at this point. There aren't enough centers in Johnny. He can't get Johnny centers very easily. Yeah, we can move forward.
Fall 1910.
Okay, Katie hasn't taken another dot because she doesn't need to. Johnny gets one. Keith gets one. Like I said, this only makes Katie's job in the north easier.
Yeah, she'll take. Yeah, the Scandinavia is a mop up at this point.
Yep.
And he pulls the northerns, so this should end it. Nope, not yet.
Nah, they're gonna fight, but this game is over. Yep. Yeah. There's nothing. Keep going. Again, because it's not about what Katie has; it's about what she can get. She can get everything.
Taking 2 more from Stephen this turn.
I mean, there's 18 here, right? If Katie wanted, maybe Munich would be a little hard to get right away. No, but she could. There's 18 here. And
I don't know, but Keith is only 2 away. I mean, it's not. I agree that Katie can jump up big, but she doesn't seem to. We'll see what happens. She's
actually,
take what
sorry.
She needs.
Yeah, let's give Keith a little more attention here in the south. Can you go back because I don't think we called out that he went up 3.
Stab for Trieste, Serbia, Romania.
Hard to think that's a stab with Trieste walking out of Venice, walking out and going to Albania. Yep.
Let's see. All right, puts down 3 armies. It's hard to imagine that Jason is going to be on board with a throw towards Keith. Paris.
But even there's only 2 more dots, right? And Katie's got Sweden.
He's going to
Norway,
he'll convoy to Apulia, get Austrian help into Venice. That's what they're going to try.
Yeah, fair. And whose unit was in Tuscany? Was that Katie? That was Stevens, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So the path forward here for Keith is getting Budapest and Vienna and Venice then, and possibly Naples. So that would be +4. I guess Katie's only issue, can she take all she needs this year, or does she have to wait until 1913? I don't think she has to wait. She got Norway, Sweden, Holland, Munich, Paris, Marseille, and St. Petersburg if she wants it. So,
well, here, so let's go to this. We haven't talked about tiebreakers for the top board. So the seeding on the top board is determined by first chance winners get the higher seeds. Second chance gets the lower seeds, but a solo in the second tops any first round just top. There were no solos in round one. So
Soloist round 1, soloist round 2, toppers round 1, toppers or first chance, toppers last chance. Yep.
So if
I don't
Katie
think,
wants
I don't think
the
Katie
number one
wants
overall
a
seed,
solo. I don't think she wants it. I don't think she wants it.
Yeah, because I think she'd be below Jordan, who's going to be ahead, right? Or is Katie? I forget what seed Katie is.
Go back to the players. Katie's a 4, Jordan was 3. So
Yeah.
she would be the 6th seed at this point. Do you want to be 1 or do you want to be 6?
I don't know if Katie does like choosing the country.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I don't think Katie's thinking about that right now.
I don't think she is either, but
18
who
is
knows?
18 is there. It is. St. Petersburg is the difficult one in one more year. Does she put herself in position to take 18? The answer is yes, actually.
She
And
does.
meanwhile, Keith is getting in position to take 14 by getting all of the Italian centers. Timothy, interestingly, okay with it. So probably blaming Katie and Jan in the West for his
I
trouble.
mean, Keith is fighting, man. Like
Yeah.
this is impressive.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
They're tied going into the last year.
It's great diplomacy to get people to do this for you, for sure. But
Tim is now out, so no more of Tim's centers to get. There's Vienna.
okay, hold on. So Tunis, I'm sorry, Tunis is actually a guess this year. And the guess is whether to take Tunis in the spring, or Lyon if they can get Lyon and have a unit in Tyrrhenian Sea, then but they have that was the problem. They had to lose the fleet. Sorry. Okay, so Tunis is untakeable.
Yes. Okay. So here, a good question to consider. Why was Russia complicit in this? We will get
I
to
don't
that.
quite understand Russia's play, if I'm being 100%. I don't know what Jason was doing or trying to accomplish, and maybe just survival on the highest number of dots.
Jason made his move, and Austria-Turkey slowed him down from making a move to attack Katie. And he said, look, I tried to help. I tried to slow her down, and you guys attacked me from behind. If I'm Jason, I do the exact same thing. There's no way I'm helping Keith in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. He saw his move. He saw his chance to get back in, and where was that? 1909. He was up to 6.
Yeah, he was like we said, he was the only one holding, fighting Katie. And so for AT to shank him like that, yeah, I would do the exact same thing.
All
right. You got to take St. Petersburg here, though, right? Protected with Norway. Yeah, you got to do that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Baltic could have gone up as well. And so
14, 15, Paris.
Does she take
Holland.
18? It's about Paris, Holland, and Sweden. That's 18.
She can solo. She probably doesn't turn it down now.
Yes, Katie. Woo! Congratulations, number 1 seed on the top board. Pending what happens in the last game, there would need to be a higher seed soloing. Yes, congratulations, Katie Gray. Wow.
She went out there and earned it. She taxed a world champion. I've never seen her move to the channel in Wales. I know Katie's gameplay pretty well. She usually does not open like aggressive against anyone. She does it. They attack. They just, she managed Jan. She managed Steven. Just everything was wonderful.
Yeah. So we talked about Jason's actions after he was stabbed. Steven's actions after whether that was a stab or not, the taking of Belgium, that is an open question. If it was a stab, then his actions after that are sort of interesting to talk about, right? Because that was a key moment in this game. And if it wasn't a stab, if it was agreed upon, why, right? Was it like, okay, Katie, you did what you needed to do. You moved, you got into position, you got me. Interesting question. It was a stab from Katie Gray. Okay. So then the question is, so why did Steven not fight after that?
I mean,
be it.
diplomatically, what was he going to do? So I guess his only option at that point is say, okay, you got me on our thing, but let me help you or whatever. And that must have been the play, because the real challenge, everyone can stab. When I stab, people really hate it. They take it very personally. What Katie can do is get people to still like her. I've seen this happen multiple times where she's done it, most famously winning Summer Classic with Farron. She can get stabs, and then the people still work for her. It's an impressive skill.
It is one of the most important skills in diplomacy, right? How to handle somebody who you have lied to, who you've betrayed, and the best players know how to do it. And Katie Gray is one of the best players in the world right now. We talked about McCall peaking. Katie has now been peaking, I think, as well for the last year or so. And this top board that is shaping up is remarkable. I'm already fascinated to see what they do with power selection. Do they see that that 6 games, possibly 7 of the semifinals, have been won in the West? And is there going to be a scrap to get into the West? Or are they going to think the top board's going to buck that trend?
There's no scrap. Everyone's picking the West at the beginning anyways, except for Steven, who picked Russia that first time by the random generator. I think that everyone wants to be in the West, even on a top board, even all the statistics. You have a better chance, I think.
I don't know. Russia and Italy have been going high, and typically go high. We'll see. I think Katie was being genuine. I think she wanted Russia too.
4th solo in DBNI history. In DBNI number 1, Peter McNamara as Italy, and Marcus Zylstra as England. So not the first English solo. And then Riaz Varani in DBNI number 3 as France. So Katie joins that elite group to currently sit in the number 1 seed. But Brandon, you did mention, is there a higher seed still left? No.
Okay.
There
we go.
Not.
Katie Gray, officially the number 1 seed on the top board, returns to the Super 7 and will go in the pole position.
No. And played with McCallis in the first chance board, and we'll get to play again with McCallis on the top board. So, game 7, the last chance to stamp your ticket to the Super 7 is Brian Dennehy. Brian Dennehy is one of the best players to ever come out of Ireland. Dennehy was a frequent tournament denizen of the early 2000s. In addition to winning 4 events in Ireland itself, he took 2nd place at both the 2000 World DipCon in DC and the 2001 World DipCon in Paris. For Euro DipCon, 3rd place appeared to be his jam, and he took that spot in both 2001 and 2015. He was also one of the anchors of the winning Irish team in the 2010 edition of the extended line online event that was called the Diplomacy World Cup, which Dorian Love from South Africa was a key organizer of. Then he was known to be fun-loving, jovial player whom others describe as a joy to face over a board. So, cheers to the Irish. Right, Brandon?
Indeed. Go Irish.
Yep. Let us see how these 7 players, with only one of the top 10 in the standings on this board, but these names we have seen both today and in the past. Don't count this board out as being devastating towards the end. Here's final board draw.
Congratulations on a very successful season so far, and wishing you success in Last Chance Game 7. We're going to go ahead and begin the power selection right now. As a reminder, you will not be allowed to select the same power that you played during your first chance rounds. First up, John will begin in 7th, and Noam, would you like to pick before or after John?
I'll pick before.
Rob?
I'd like to pick before Noam.
And Riaz?
I'd like to pick before Rob, please.
Justin?
I would like to pick after Riaz.
Okay. Jason?
I'm going to drop below Riaz.
Okay. And Micah?
No, I did not want you to do that. I'll pick after Justin.
After Justin. Okay. First, Riaz, you get first pick.
I will take France, please.
Jason?
I will take Italy, please.
Justin?
Well, now what? I will take England.
Micah?
Is Micah still here?
It looks like we may have lost Micah, actually.
I would do the same thing in her position.
Let's see. She picked Russia. Just sent me a chat. Thank you, Micah. And Rob.
I will take Turkey.
Noam?
I think I'm forced to take Germany then, right?
Germany. Yes, it is. That's correct. So, John, you are forced to Austria. All right. Well, that wraps up the final Paris method selection for this season's DBNI. Congratulations once again for making it this far. Wishing you all success in your last chance to qualify for the championship game. Good luck.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Riaz Virani, maybe the luckiest fourth seed in the history of the DBNI here. Stephen Hoke could have taken France, but we won't pick on him. Jan got it as fourth. So here is.
Well, I just want to say I'm going to repeat my critique from before. Micah made a critical error not taking France, I think, in this game. Riaz, no offense to any of the other players who are all accomplished, but Riaz is a standard deviation better than the rest of the players on this game, in this game, and you're giving him France. Like I think he's going to do pretty well. I think that was the game. I think Riaz soloed from France already in DBNI. When you said it soloed in third year, I'm pretty sure it was from France. He knows how to play France. He's going to play it well.
We just talked about that. He was the third solo. He has France.
Yeah, I remember clearly because he and Peter both sort of took France, started aggressively, and just rolled to the board top. And so in my last chance board that year, I was like, okay. I mean, I typically don't like to do that, but I was like, okay. So I took France. I think I opened to the channel, just got good position, and then it didn't roll quite the same way that the two of them did, but that was the strategy here. I don't know if Riaz will do anything different here. I also don't know if the other players on this board actually know what a strong player Riaz is. So I think he's got a chance to slip a little bit under the radar in the beginning here.
I think that's right. I think they underestimated him. You can't underestimate Riaz because he's so unassuming. He's an assassin, man.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Noam Brown will recognize what a strong player Riaz is, because remember on that top board that year,
he was England.
He was England and Riaz was France. So fascinating to watch the interplay between the two of them here.
And they've already played together in Austria and Italy, if I'm not mistaken, in another game earlier. So let's see if two of them get it together.
Yep.
But Gnome kind of does his own thing, right? It's tricky to diplomatically deal with Gnome sometimes because Gnome wants to do what Gnome wants to do, and it's sometimes hard to figure out how to collaborate with him.
But what we saw, in the VDC top board, is that if you can get on Gnome's good side, it can pay really good dividends in the long run.
So Riaz picked France as his first country last year after the success of 2 years ago, and was stunted. So let's see if a year away has people forgetting how well he did 2 years ago. Ed, we're going to have you as the odds for this final board. Take us through spring 1901.
Riaz moves to the channel, supports himself into Burgundy. It's the playbook from before that we saw. So we'll see how Justin reacts to this in England. But this is Riaz saying, I'm going to play in the West and I'm going to play here, and it'll all sort itself out. Meanwhile, in the East, we see, I thought this was the Sunstrom, but I guess it's the fist bump is what we've got going on.
That's right.
Not the Sunstrom, because that would be Black Sea. And we see a bounce in Galicia finally. Like, I don't know why Brandon Fogel has taught us many times why you bounce in Galicia. So Galicia is so critical, and I see so many people not bouncing there that I don't understand. So I like this old school opening here by Russia with Galicia. Old school moving to Galicia, which is crazy to say.
And Jason going to Tyrolia. That's pretty old school too. I like this. I like this opening. Tell us about the fall. Oof.
Yeah, well, you can tell Riaz right away wanted to jump on England, trying to. I mean, typically what you see in this situation is the reason why this doesn't work is because Germany is worried about the unit in Tyrolia. But normally in this situation, when you do this, you see Kiel go to Denmark, Denmark to the North Sea, and Ruhr go to Holland. But Germany couldn't do that in this case. So I understand why Gnome didn't want to take the North Sea, but it is a bit of a painful problem for Riaz because Belgium has bounced and he only picks up Spain, and now Justin knows that for sure he's got an enemy in Riaz, and he's got to deal with Gnome wavering back and forth. So that's an issue. Meanwhile, Micah goes to Moscow, like literally no idea what the point of that is. But she takes Romania, she gets her 2, and Austria gets its 2. And you don't see this very much, although I like it. The Ionian just goes to Tunis. There's no convoy. But you see Italy backfilling Apulia to Venice. So I don't know what the builds will be. And Turkey's out without a lot of pressure. This is good for Rob.
It's quite a nice opening here for Turkey. To get into the Aegean and to have Ionian empty, that's lovely. That's very, very lovely.
And the single attack on Romania. I don't think we've seen this today. We've seen Keith force himself in Romania twice, but it forces Sev to have to support. Nice.
That's the right thing to do. Okay, the West. So Riaz made a bid here to be like the early power broker. The request has been denied, but Riaz is still in quite a nice position. Now is when he has to play diplomacy and find an alliance structure in the West. He made a bid for an FG. That bid wasn't accepted. It's still, another offer may get him there, but EF I think is also a possibility here. But this is where you see the diplomacy coming into play.
Only one for Riaz. Army Paris.
Fleet South Coast St. Petersburg. Bam. That changes everything on this board.
And a wave. And
paired with a wave is especially curious. That maybe It'd be interesting to know if Noam and Micah had a conversation about this, and if Noam sort of agreed on this. If not, then this is a very anti-German build, and if you're going to do it, you might as well go whole hog, build Army Warsaw, and just go for it.
I don't understand. I don't understand why I don't have an army in Warsaw, but they're there and I'm not, so I don't know.
In the West, we have armies in Paris and Liverpool. There are mysteries in this world that are deep and vast, and we have just encountered one of them. What is going on between E and F? I can't imagine that was not coordinated between the two of them, and it's EF. It says EF to me.
I agree. I think it's EF, but it's hard to know because they didn't talk since the fall 1902, right? They go right into build, so
yeah.
This must be both of them trying to signal to the other. But I think the army in Paris had to be done. I think it had to have been done.
Yeah.
The issue is I'm surprised it's not a Fleet Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what they
or Liverpool or Fleet Liverpool.
Well, I think it's going to go to Wales. I think he wanted to make sure there's no convoy. It's fascinating. Very defensive play from Justin that keeps a possible. But I think it's EF from here. I think, yeah, at least for this year.
Take off the take off the promotion.
That South Coast build, though. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
I want to know.
Okay, so I'm on 1902. So, Riaz didn't have he didn't get the second build. So what he needed was a little bit of breathing room to get another build in here. And that's exactly what he got with the builds from Justin Lohr, and manages to keep Nome out of Belgium. It's clearly that F and G are fighting, which is not good for G. He kind of needs friends right now. And Micah moves the fleet out and an army up. So there is a possibility for an attack on England here. Germany seemingly not too worried about that fleet. Goes up to Skagerrak here instead of Baltic.
I'm a little surprised that Justin doesn't support English Channel of Belgium. I'm a little surprised at that.
Yeah, it would get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the south, we just have a standoff over Ionian, so we do have AT happening here. What can Jason do to hold it back? Not a whole lot right now. All right, and in the fall, we have burgeoning ART making progress, getting into Ionian, taking Norway, thanks to Noam Brown taking north. Now decides to do the Sea Lion. It's interesting. Riaz picks up Portugal. He does have Riaz does have a problem with the ART, and is going to have to navigate that, but it's not a terrible one, and he's got time now to try to get some fleet presence in the south. You rarely see an ART get this far in by the end of 1902, and it's just thanks to messiness in the west.
It's really good, but I mean, I think Mike is so happy to see Budapest go to Vienna, Vienna go to Bohemia, because, man, she was feeling awfully vulnerable there.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to play Russia on a top board situation with only two in the south, because people get impatient and greedy, and let's see how long this lasts. She already got stabbed once.
But really good diplomacy right now to make this work so far. I'm assuming we're going to see a fleet North Coast St. Petersburg now.
I gotta have Army Moscow for sure, but I didn't know what the North Coast.
We do get a fleet Marseille from Riaz, so seeing the growing threat in the south. The question is, what does Riaz do in the north? Continue with Germany against England? Probably, because what else are you going to do right now? His units are just out of position right now to do anything useful. That can change.
Ed, spring 1903.
Riaz finally gets into Belgium because Nome's got to deal with that fleet in Heligoland, and also keeping a bit of a southern presence here. I guess had to do that. Moves to Lyon, so the army goes to Spain. It's good for Riaz in the west. Meanwhile, Russia's looking really strong in the north, repositioning the fleets. Just fantastic. And this ART kind of getting stopped a little bit with Italy taking the Ionian, but the retreat to Tunis is a killer. I think that's a forward retreat, that's meant to be a forward intentional, because I think it might be intentional.
Yeah, I think so.
So is Turkey in on this? Is it a foursome in the East?
What do you mean? No, I think Austria. Yeah, I think Austria and Turkey they didn't want to have to guess between Naples and Tunis. So,
right.
But you're giving up Ionian, which isn't great. So,
yeah.
Oh, and also no. Okay, never mind. Yeah, and in the north we have you already said that. Sorry.
The fall, Riaz does not hold Belgium.
Yeah, and the fall. I wanted to say one thing. I mean, I understand why Justin, I guess, built the army as a deterrent to Riaz, but it really does limit your offensive capabilities as England to have two armies on the island. Meanwhile, the big news here is that Germany gets into Belgium, and for his troubles, Nome gives up Munich to do it,
and gets into Burgundy.
It gets into Burgundy. Rough stuff.
Why is Bohemia going to Munich at all? Why isn't Bohemia taking Tyrolia?
Well, I think it was meant to tap the support of Tyrolia so Austria could get through there. That was the idea.
That's crushing for Nome.
Nome's like and it's obviously not good for Riaz. I mean, nothing good in the West is going. I just look at these Russian fleets. We're now at 3 in the north, and we're not in a disaster zone in the south anymore like we were. No build, but the positioning is much better.
Yeah, the fact that Riaz and Nome are still fighting at this point of the game is just a disaster for both of them. Neither of them will be able to win this game, fighting each other with the East advancing so quickly.
No build this time for Micah. All position gain, no centers.
And Justin, I thought he was going to put down an army here. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. Fleet Liverpool's great.
Poor Riaz. He's got to be thinking, "Oh my God!" And he knew it was coming because nothing else made sense. But still,
yeah, he took a risk, Burgundy to Ruhr, and it wasn't a good one.
All right, Brandon, spring 1904.
Yeah, but France and Germany just have to get on the same page here, and they don't. And so what happens is Austria supports Germany back into Ruhr. So Germany is still working with the East, which is maybe not going to last very long, with Micah going into Denmark and taking north. So that looks designed to advance at Germany's expense. Which is I'll be interested to hear if Ed likes that decision or not. In the south, we have Romania getting taken almost certainly to blow up that fleet. But will Turkey get to keep it? Or does Russia get to make the argument that they need to stay bigger than the others because they are more spread out?
When I've done this as Russia, I lose. I mean, first of all, I don't think Ukraine in any way, shape, or form should have moved away.
Yeah.
But when I've done this as Russia, I'll lose Sev and Brum in this situation. And when that happens to you, you never do it again. Maybe she gets away with it, but unbelievable.
All right, Ed, what's the odds? 50-50, 60-40? She keeps them?
I think Russia's so vulnerable right now. I don't know how AT doesn't attack her, right? It's a top board. It's not fun. This ART's been fun, but it's time to, oh my God.
Well, they just move out. There we go. It is still me. So we do have, not only do we have Rob moving out of Romania, but advancing the fleets around the Italian centers. So, I guess Naples was guaranteed. Yeah. So, assuming France didn't go there. And why is France going to Rome anyway? Why is Riaz? Yeah, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think Riaz had to cover Western Mediterranean here. Must just not have seen this coming at all.
I don't think he thought it would happen. I don't think he thought this moveset would happen. It's my only explanation. But man, this is really I mean, we aren't talking about John Bin, but he didn't get here for no reason.
Yeah.
He's playing great.
This is not. It's worth saying that Germany and France finally did cooperate here to retake Munich. So that's happening.
Yeah.
Sorry if I cut you off.
No. It's great.
So winter 1904, Micah gets to build 2 from the pop and the pickup of Denmark while owning the North Sea. Nome takes the fall. Riaz takes the build.
Another South Fleet. That's great.
I think he had to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, you were talking about South Coast.
Oh yeah, St. Petersburg.
But that 4th Russian fleet, always when Russia gets to 4 fleets, it's usually really good for Russia. But she is vulnerable. I keep saying it.
Yeah, only to a stab, right? from Austria and Turkey.
Yeah.
Now Austria's got to be careful, right? It's way too early to make a move at this point. Way too early.
But the problem is you don't make the move and Russia keeps growing, right? It's
If I'm in Austria's head, I'm like, I'm losing Berlin. I got to be in Romania now. I'm losing Berlin. I mean, it's the thoughts that go through your head.
If Russia helps you, you shouldn't. And maybe you're pulling back to Munich here, trying to do that.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
That could be guaranteed. So I had highlighted or I'd saved or favorited a comment, but I don't know how to filter the comments. But if you guys didn't see it, Nome had made mention that Riaz had stabbed him in round 1. And he generally likes to forget about previous games, but he said it may have been a factor in my head. So you wonder, can they ever patch it together? Maybe a little bit.
All right, spring 1905. The Russian Bear advances, supports Austria in Berlin. Fleets moving west into Helgoland to crush Kiel now, I guess. Riaz trying to mount a defense here. Saved off Spain. Took Belgium, assumed by agreement. I guess had to protect it from Russia. Justin's back in the North Sea. Might be too little too late to stop the East, but the game will be decided when people in the East decide whether or not they're going to try and take each other's dots and not the West dots.
Yeah, that's the question, is how far the East wants to try to advance. There's still stuff for Austria and Turkey to take, for example. When does Turkey start wanting dots?
I mean, Turkey's got some dots available.
Yep. But so far they've been patient, haven't been asking for them. That patience is over.
Turkey takes Romania. Turkey takes one off of each. Meanwhile, there goes the Austrian dot in Berlin. I don't know. Micah tried to support.
Yeah, Silesia supported Tyrolia to Munich. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Munich.
I wasn't even looking at Munich, but yeah, that Silesia supported Bohemia as opposed to supporting Bohemia to Munich, right? That's supports Tyrolia to. Oh, well, hold on. Those are, they got the wrong unit.
On both sides, yeah. Didn't matter for Holland, but it did matter for Munich.
Yeah. Well, I mean, guess this is good for Turkey, and I can't tell what's going on with the map except Turkey took 2, so I'm going to go with it's good for Turkey.
Yeah, it is interesting to take one off of both, and you wonder if that's a move or if that was agreed upon. I guess we'll find out.
Well, hell, maybe it was supposed to be a bounce in Naples. You never know.
Oh yeah. If it's a move, it's an interesting one.
So Austria loses one, but was piffed, so no more pulls Italy's down to 1.
We'll know if Turkey builds fleet Ankara, if this was a stab or not.
Yep. Stab on Russia. Stab on Russia, not necessarily on Austria.
And a good one, right? Sevastopol's gone. The units in the north are out of position. The west is in chaos.
Yep. Justin Lohr getting a build. It's worth noting. Justin's game not over here, not by any stretch.
Nope.
And Riaz is in play here. You know, if Turkey's gobbling up dots in the east, as long as Austria is holding him back, you know, at least working to, there's play for Riaz as well. This game is far from over.
The EF is back on.
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, Ankara does not go to the Black Sea as we thought, but Khan going to Bulgaria should worry. Should worry Austria, you'd think.
I don't even know what's happening.
That's fascinating. So, France, Riaz pushes into Lyon, but at the cost of getting a Turkish fleet in the Western Mediterranean. So Rob O'Brien, you know, at the very least, Rob O'Brien has managed to get into a share of the board top without angering his neighbors who he just took dots from. So, you know, Micah's not pulling back. John Bin is moving away. That's a really nice situation for Rob O'Brien.
I mean, I guess Rob had to move on Austria and Russia and decided to move on Austria. You can't view this as anything other than that. And I think it might have been the right move. If Micah wasn't, you know, Micah takes a stab pretty well. If anything, it's a weakness of hers, you know, where she doesn't show a lot of resistance sometimes. And she's willing to work with Turkey, and they have different glide paths to dots. I can see that happening, but that's advantage Riaz ultimately, I think.
What if Rob were to go against Micah?
Yeah, correct. Or, I mean, any Turkish massive gains are going to push Austria back, and Russia will get worried, and I think it's going to open up the space that France would want. But look, France's position is fine. He's everything on side with Justin right here.
So it was perhaps a feint, perhaps not. So
it was against Micah all along.
Rob O'Brien goes and takes Sevastopol, moves armies up, so passes up Greece. It's a fascinating question here right now. Does Rob need Micah more or John more? And Rob has decided he needs John more. There is a chance that some of this was negotiated, since Micah is picking up 2 in the German centers. Had a guess, I think, over... No, it wasn't a guess, not with North. No, there was a guess, actually. Although with Helgoland tapping Denmark, there wasn't a full guess here. So anyway, the net result is that Nome stays alive in Norway. Micah disbands the fleet rather than retreat it. Interestingly, that suggests that the taking of Sevastopol was not welcome, and that she wants to build a unit in Moscow.
Correct.
And possibly Warsaw. I think she'll be putting 2 down now. No, just 1. Okay.
Because she lost Norway and Sevastopol.
Right. So even with the rebuild. Okay.
Which is the Army Moscow. As mentioned, John can only build 1 of 2 by repicking up Munich.
Well, John better be on board with all this.
Yeah.
If John's not on board with this, then this is going to fail miserably for Turkey, and Riaz is going to do really well.
They are even, it's worth saying, A and T. It's just that, I think we all agree that Rob probably has more growth potential here.
Ed Sprano 7.
Sure. So Rob advances his position into Ukraine, and they'll take Moscow. Well, they may not take Moscow because Micah convoyed Denmark to Livonia and can cover Warsaw. So anyways, Turkey and Russia are fighting. I can guarantee you that for a fact. Meanwhile, Austria trying to fight France with Turkey, and that's right now looks like advantage Riaz. He kept Spain, kept Turkey out of mid-Atlantic, took Munich. I think it's looking good for Riaz in this situation.
Yeah, and I think Rob too. I mean, the fact that that Micah supported Riaz into Munich is interesting, and this feels like a missed opportunity for John to cultivate a good relationship with Micah. John's not helping Rob against Micah, but he's also not helping Micah against Rob. So it's really sharp, I think, of Micah to recognize that that's a problem. And she needs, if you're not with her at this point, then you're against her.
To the fall.
In the fall, no attack on Moscow works, but Riaz does lose Spain, and Rob gives Romania to John. And John got back into Munich anyways. So good negotiation there by John to be able to do that. And Turkey's remains flat, so it's not awful for Turkey in that situation. Meanwhile, Justin, McAllister said he's not out of this game in the comments, and he is in Denmark, although it's an army. And doesn't seem to be, whereas there's cooperation between Micah and France and Riaz, Justin's not reciprocating that, taking what he needs to do. He's just trying to get dots, and so that's fine for him.
It's a fascinating moment in the game here. We have this sort of unstable balance between John and Rob, and they both may know that if that the other person is both a potential help and a potential threat, and also a potential source of a game-winning move. So they have to be eyeing each other warily. If they move too quickly or not in the right way, that'll open up, an avenue for somebody on the other side of the board. Possibly Riaz, possibly Justin Lohr, who's now sort of creeping up back to 5. And has play, around Norway and Sweden and eventually St. Petersburg. So there is a path here for Justin to get back in this game.
I think also that John has worked whatever out with Micah, right? She's moving to Warsaw. Well, she had to cover anyways, but he's moving away from Silesia. He doesn't put in one of the southern armies in there. So maybe Mike is just mad at Rob and not John. Curious.
Yeah, and John's getting a rebuild here as well from the Munich PIF, putting down 2. John's got a lot of options right now.
Man, that turkey's spread out.
Yep. Is now the right time? I don't know. All right, spring of 1908 finds Riaz retaking Spain, and I think we'll have a guess as to whether to hold on to that and Marseille at the same time. Elsewhere, we have the Galicia. That is interesting. Hard to imagine Micah being happy with that.
Nope.
That looks like a prelude to Warsaw or Moscow being lost this year. In the north, we have Justin getting a position to take either Sweden or Norway. And that's good for Justin. Justin's creeping up here. Justin gets 7 or 8 and stays within a dot or two. Got a real shot here.
And not just that, I mean, he doesn't really have a French problem because France is fighting Turkey and all those fleets.
Yeah. There's lots of Russian dots up there to take.
And I guarantee you this, no one's more eager to win than Justin Lohr.
That's right. I agree. Oh, God. And St. Petersburg is open for a retreat here as well. No? Okay. So we have a Janissary situation here. Noam supports Justin into Sweden. And we also have Riaz being supported into Kiel. I assume that's by Holland or Helgoland. Helgoland is the one that does it. Looks like Holland does something else.
Yep. No,
Holland
okay, so it's both. It's a power of 3.
And Denmark. Yeah.
Power of 4, except it gets cut. So that's fun. Oh, poor Micah. This is a sort of a classic Russia, getting big, spread out, and then collapsing.
Why is Galicia not tapping Warsaw? I mean, I guess, were you that worried about Turkey? He just gave it to you.
Yep. And the problem, I think the problem that you're going to face if you're John Bin now is why is Turkey going to keep working with you if you're not going to help, right? So Greece is vulnerable. I would assume Ionian would come back here. Although Turkey's going down one here, right? Yep. It's almost certainly going to be a Western fleet.
Tyrrhenian. Nope. What do we got? Leon. Nope. North Africa.
All right. So if you're John, do you now stab Rob? You do have units that can do some damage, especially if Micah's on board.
I think you do. I think Riaz probably is begging him to. I think it could happen.
Yeah, but what does that get John? Center, maybe, and it opens up the game for Riaz. I mean,
and Justin.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a unit to cover Greece here as well. There's not a good stab here.
Doesn't mean it won't happen though.
Everybody's yeah. So, anyways, Austria and the AT have given up on trying to take Warsaw, Moscow. That's gone, and it looks like Turkey's just trying to put in a more defensive position. That's what Turkey's doing. Austria's going back up to the line now. So Turkey may have something to say about this. Turkey might be in. I mean, I don't know. Like, why isn't Western going to Tyrrhenian if you're going to do this? So, like, I feel like Turkey could have. I don't know if Turkey's. That's why I said it was defensively, and then like maybe there's a stab, maybe not. But Greece, Bulgaria. That's really about it. Rome, maybe.
I think you just take Rome here, don't you? Also, I think you take Rome and Romania. Like, I don't think there's a need to bring a unit around the horn like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're going to stab, you take Romania and Rome. Yep.
Well, I think Tuscany is going to cover Rome now. Yeah.
All right. So you got Greece. Okay, so we do have Justin Laura advancing here. Picks up I'm sorry, I'm stepping on your toes.
So, okay, Justin takes Norway. Nome goes to Barents. Justin is when he goes to Sweden, obviously, and he's in Kiel. He wants those centers there, Kiel and Berlin. Right now, Kiel gets into Holland. I'm going to say by agreement.
Yeah,
I'm going to work with it. They're working together still. Against the East, because I don't think they know what's going on in the East, and I don't think we know what's going on in the East. I'm not positive that Ionian to Greece is a stab. Otherwise, I think we would have seen other things, but fine. I don't know what's going on with the AT anymore. I know Russia's confused. I'm confused. Everyone's confused.
It looks like Micah was giving up on the North here. I'm not sure if this is a bid to get Austria to try to stab Turkey or move on Turkey. Yeah, it's hard to know. But Riaz is still viable here. Justin's getting back in the picture. I think I wouldn't mind being Justin Laura in this moment.
9-8-7-7. This is like those opening games we saw where everyone was close together with 4 years remaining. Ed, what do you want to see here from Justin? Where's his what can he put down without upsetting Riaz, but also having a chance to grow?
I think Justin builds. I don't know what to build here. Fleet London, probably.
Oof.
I think I might put down Army Eddie, and actually not move it off of the continent just yet. I think you've got enough units. I think your goal here is to just go get St. Petersburg, get Kiel into Baltic, clear it, get that fleet dominance in the Baltic, Bothnia Basin. Justin has time, unless nothing in the East seems like it's about to break out. Although with Rob building, there's another chance here for Rob to make a move. So
Another fleet for Rob. Ukraine goes instead of. Wondering if Baltic would go with Prussia, but it does not.
Interesting. Yeah, I do like the army build. But man, Riaz and Rob O'Brien need to figure something out between the two of them because they are both wasting a lot of units doing nothing.
Been horrible.
And I know I've seen
time though, right? They are doing nothing, but boy, is it just giving them enough time to say, "Give me my chance, give me my chance."
Yeah, but that time is now. Yep.
Is it?
If it's going to happen, now is the time for it to happen.
It doesn't look like it's happening.
It doesn't look like it's happening between Turkey and France. They're both stagnant. I've seen Riaz in this sort of situation, and I know how frustrating it is for him. Why Justin is allowing the German fleet to be in Norway, I don't know. This might be an overreaction to that fleet, to Fleet Baltic. I think North probably should just be covering Denmark here. I guess he's worried about Riaz getting position on him. Elsewhere, we have Turkey not getting in position, or maybe they are getting, Austria and Turkey are getting in position now to finally take Warsaw and Moscow. I don't know. Yeah, we're at the point of the game now where somebody needs to make a move. I mean, it needs to make a winning move. Austria and Turkey, really Turkey now. It just has the option for it. So Austria and Turkey, they both get a dot here, except one of those dots, the Turkish dot is Austrian, so Austria is even, while Turkey is
advantage Turkey.
Yeah, advantage Turkey. But look, they're moving all of those fleets west. They could easily get in position to take Rome, so that's kind of one. So it's sort of a question here, like who's getting in. I guess rather than who's going to make a move right now, it's who's going to get in a position to try to make a move on the very last turn, so they don't have to deal with the consequences of making the move.
It seems like they're both too clever by half, right? They want to sort of be in position to make the move, but they're both kind of in that position, so it's never getting there perfectly for either one of them.
Yeah. And so what happens with Justin and Riaz? That's kind of the next question. Does Justin make a move? I think Justin is pretty good on the tiebreaker. Number 5 loses to Riaz, loses to Jason Gray. Doesn't have to worry about that. Yeah.
No, he beats Riaz.
No, he beats him. 7's the lowest. John's got the tiebreaker.
Right. It's not selection order, as we talked before the game. Okay, so Justin actually needs to get a dot ahead of the Eastern powers.
Yeah.
Oh, and Turkey needs to get a dot ahead of John Bin. Okay.
Yep. Tied now. Putting down Fleet Khan, another fleet.
Yeah. This game is Turkey's if he wants it right now. Austria.
Did he need another fleet? I really think an army is what Turkey needed to build there.
I agree.
You don't want to scare Austria, maybe? If there's an agreement between the two of them, one of us will win.
I don't know. Just do what Brandon says. Sometimes when you got your foot on the pedal, just hit the gas and go. And I think that's where we need to. Yeah.
And there it is.
Okay. Good. Let's talk about what Rob O'Brien has done here. He has put himself in position to win this game, and we can talk about whether there are things that people can do to stop him. I don't know if they can do enough. So at least Warsaw is holdable, but Rome is lost, and Trieste is also lost. Not necessarily, because Tyroli is there. But good. This is a winning move by Rob O'Brien.
Is it too early?
I don't think so.
I don't think it's too early. I think it had to happen. If anything, it's too late. But I don't think it's too late.
It's not too late because how far west John Bin was. Okay, so he picks up Trieste, but at the cost of losing Romania. It is still plus 1 over Austria, right?
He picked up Rome, he picked up Trieste, he picked up Budapest, he picked up Moscow. So he got 4 and he lost 1, right?
Yep.
Didn't he
Building
lose?
3.
Oh, only lost 1 to Austria. Thank you. So Austria's pulling 2. He's putting down 3. Yep.
Riaz making the move against Justin. Just kind of the
thank you,
side note,
shows.
the
Thank
side
you.
note
Yeah,
here.
go back there. So picks up Holland and gets in position to take Liverpool. Justin is and he has Kiel as well. Was that
that was last? He moved in last time when Kiel convoyed to Livonia.
I see.
So it's just
I'm sorry, but Riaz loses Holland.
Right.
It's a trade. Yeah.
Oh, if he had bounced north there. Oh, I think that's what he needed, right? Is to bounce north in Holland in the fall here. Yeah. Okay.
But what did that order do? He tried to support Micah into Denmark. Which Micah just held, it looks like. Yep.
We could have bounced it with Ruhr, right? Oh no, that's Justin's unit.
That's his own unit, yeah.
I'm getting a little loopy after 7.5 hours.
I know. I am a little bit too. Maybe Riaz was thinking that Ruhr would support north into Holland, and so it wasn't worth it. Something like that. But I don't think it's going to matter, right? Because Rob is +3 here.
+3 in 2 Austrian home centers.
And look, and he's got fleet. He's got a fleet in Adriatic.
He's 5 ahead with 2 years to go. I mean, this is going to be, and it's not like Nome can do anything with his fleet. I mean, there's no real pressure on him.
Yeah, well, he'll lose Moscow because Finland
Munich,
will come over.
maybe. Well, no, not if they're fighting. Maybe he doesn't lose Munich.
Who? Oh, Austria, you mean?
Since E and F are fighting now, Austria may not lose Munich.
Oh, yeah.
And,
You know. Yeah. Okay, let's move forward. Let's see. I think you put down a fleet and 2 armies. Okay. Yeah, you got enough fleets, but it'd be nice to have it. But you need a fleet in Black Sea. Yeah,
fleet in Black.
Yeah, I would have put down a fleet in Anchor here. Okay. I mean, this is a very nice position for Turkey. Let's. It's me. Yes. Okay. So now it's just a question of can Rob hold on to the gains and maybe pick up another one? Holds on to Moscow, is going to lose it though because we have St. Petersburg coming in. Unless he can guess right, there'll be a guess around there. We got armies coming up. Loses Budapest, but retreats to open Serbia. Yeah, this is when you would really want to have a fleet in Black Sea here. That'd be very, very helpful. There's probably going to be a little bit over Tyrrhenian Sea. No, he's fine over there. So with 2 years left, he's not going to lose anything there. Loses Trieste, picks up Venice. Oh, and in the west, we have trading of Kiel and Holland. Liverpool is lost. So that's +1 for Riaz. That'll take him up to 8. It's going to be too little too late. All right, we do have St. Peter. So Nome is somehow staying alive. Okay.
He's dead now, by the way. Oh no, he's not. St. Petersburg lives.
Why isn't Norway going to St. Petersburg here? I don't know why. Okay, so Riaz picks up London as well, and manages to get Kiel. So actually, this is the way that this game could still go Riaz's way. We probably should have considered that. Yes. Basically, Justin letting him have some dots. Are there enough dots, and are there enough tactics, or is the tactical situation for Rob such that he can lose enough?
There's 1 center difference, and what does a final turn come down to?
Well, it's really a 2 center difference when you put in the tie break.
Sure. All right. 2 center difference. But what does a final turn end game scenario come down to? Who's the better tactician? I do not know, Rob, and I'm not going to opine on his tactics, but of all the players in the hobby, Riaz is near the top, right?
Yeah, but on the other hand, like, you don't need to be a tactician to know that Serbia is vulnerable.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he doesn't have to do much.
Yeah, this isn't about tactics. This is about diplomacy and whether Justin Lohr and John Bin are okay with Riaz winning, because John has walked out of Munich and Berlin. There's Edinburgh, there's Denmark. They can
Still got to get the units in place to get there. So make sure the convoys are made. Make sure the centers can be captured. Be done.
You're right. Obviously, if they want to give the game to Riaz, they can, and they might want to.
I think they will. If you're John Bin, can you blame John Bin? Justin's more interesting. That the question of whether his giving dots away, is sort of justified on like revenge grounds or something. It's not, but maybe on the fact that they were good allies, or they were allies at some point in this game. I don't know. All right, you're up, Ed.
Well, I'm not looking to see what happens, but it doesn't look like there's much of a throw, if there is a throw here. Serbia gets taken by Turkey. Austria gets into Venice, but loses Trieste. So it looks like Turkey's flat. Meanwhile, France takes Berlin with English help, is going to lose Edinburgh for sure. And looks like they might take Munich, although John does appear to be wanting to defend Munich in some way, but won't be able to defend it, which is pretty admirable. But I think it's Riaz's game. We'll see in the fall. I mean, all he's got to do is pick what? He's just got to get 2.
Yeah, well, no, Rob is +1 here because he got Trieste and Serbia, and he'll retake Venice. So I think there's going to be a guess over Trieste here. No, because Budapest is going to get hit. So he's going to take Budapest here. He's not going to lose Sevastopol. Let's say he doesn't keep Venice, especially with Piedmont there to help support it. Can't take Vienna, so he'll be +2 overall. That would take him to 13. And
Riaz needs 4.
He's got Berlin, Munich,
Edinburgh, and maybe Denmark.
And Denmark. Yep.
Well, it's up to Justin. It's up to Justin whether he wants Riaz to win.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah.
All you have to do is look at Denmark, and you'll know without looking at any other order.
Norway.
It works that way too.
There is not a retaking of Venice, and Moscow is held. So I believe that means that Riaz Varani is going to advance on a tiebreaker. Holy shit.
No, it can't be on a tiebreaker. He would lose all tiebreakers.
He's going to win by a center.
That's right.
And he wins by a center.
Wow.
Hey, man, Riaz is good. And I really am proud of Rob for making the move. And sometimes those are the breaks, right? You make your move and the board reacts. But I thought he made the move at the right time. I'm not going to take back my commentary on that. I didn't anticipate Justin wanting to help Riaz so much.
Yep.
I don't think John did either.
It's an interesting game. The game of diplomacy is difficult and intense, and it's psychologically challenging. And so, Justin and Riaz were fighting a lot in the West, sometimes working together, sometimes not. And, that might have created the sort of psychological conditions for Justin to want to help Riaz, and Riaz successfully exploited that.
I think we saw a great play from Rob, but if I look back at Riaz, I mean, sometimes the grind is the reward. And this dude grinded it out on the back foot for a lot of this game. He's facing all those Turkish fleets, can't get traction in the north. I mean, it never really went all his way. He didn't just dominate this. It sort of just all came together at the end. But he persevered, and a lot of these long-term games are about perseverance.
Yeah, and just maintaining your equilibrium in the face of challenging circumstances. Riaz clearly did that. Rob may look back on this game. We didn't really go through the tactics a whole lot to see if, there was something more optimal he could have done once he made the stab. But whatever happened, it opened an opportunity for Riaz to, squeak through by the skin of his teeth.
So Riaz becomes the 7th of the Super 7. Here is the Super 7 in seed order. Katie Gray with her solo in the last chance round. We had Max Robanks, Bradley Grace, Callis Camarides, and Doug Malott. In the first chance games, Jordan Connors plays in only one game, but it was his last chance. Same with Riaz Varani, advancing to the Super 7 in his final chance.
I mean, you're Jordan Connors, you dominate, and you get a 6 seed. That sucks.
Well, he just had to win his first round game if he was available. He just was he's giving everyone else a chance to possibly top this last board. The one thing to note, and this is going to be fantastic for Brandon and Brian, who make this wonderful event happen this year. Look at the time zones that are on this top board. It is going to be a fun ride for
it's all. When we first put this together, we thought once in a while we'd have the problem of people in all 3 major time zones being on the top board together. It's happened every single year. So they'll start the negotiations and figure out who is going to be who's gonna make the sacrifices. Is it the Europeans or the Australians, or can they convince the North Americans to do it?
Well,
we don't sacrifice in North America. We don't sacrifice. It's up to the others.
Such as it is these days. So France wins again. That's all seven semifinals were won in the West. That is a surprise, and it will be a really interesting storyline going into the top board. It will not surprise me at all if the winner of the top board comes out of the East after this.
Brian, put up
who could pick among these 7 players? I mean, you got hella good players in this game. I can't imagine a better Super 7. I'm very excited for this top board.
This is fantastic. I've
been lucky enough to play on 2 of these Super 7s, and even the one with Brandon on it wasn't as good. I mean, this is a really good board.
That one had some pretty good players on it. This one is fantastic, though. Katie is, we said before, at the top of her game. Fantastic performance. Different style of play from, I think, some of these other players. Max Wanjiro Banks was the Rookie of the Year, I believe. And I think this is the first time the Rookie of the Year has made the Super 7. We'll have to verify that. Fantastic story coming out of Australia. Bradley Grace has been an up-and-comer now for quite a while. And, like we said before, has won tournaments in the UK and sort of in the UK. He's won Tour of Britain, which is virtual. But sort of looking for his first big win. This would be a heck of a way to do it. McCallus
he's won big press tournaments. So, I mean, I agree that he's looking for a virtual tournament. He's hungry.
Fair. McCallus is also another one of these players who's been peaking lately. Making this, has he made a Super 7 before? I'm actually not sure.
No, I don't think he's made a Super 7, but he has obviously won a top board, and he's won tournaments, and he's it's going to be super interesting.
Katie Gray, this is I think her second appearance. Doug Malott is the sole repeat player from last year's Super 7. Jordan Connors, who is dominated in lots of different venues. Can he do it again from a low seed? And then Riaz definitely has played in the DBN finals before. And also looking for a major tournament win. I don't think he's had a major face-to-face win yet. So this is a fantastic Super 7.
He's run World Diplomacy Classic, I believe. Riaz has, as Turkey, if I'm not mistaken. But I might be wrong about that. It's late. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people on this board hungry to prove themselves, and that's going to make a great final board.
Yeah, you're right. He won VDC in 2022. So,
yep. Nobody has been on more than 2. Katie, Riaz, and Doug have played in 2. The others are making a first-time appearance, so not rookies by any means, but it'll be the least experienced of the top board. So obviously, it's the first one, but.
And in terms of appearances in the Super 7.
Yep.
I mean, and Riaz was in it in that race at the end, Brandon, when you won. It was you, him, Peter McNamara, I think, all racing at the end there.
That's
maybe
right.
another player. So
Chris
he
Brand was sort of
close.
in it, yeah.
Yeah, he was close. So
Yep.
but all these players are so good.
Yeah.
I know you've asked me to cover it, but I might want to just be on the sideline.
Oh, we'd love that actually. We do need a sideline reporter. So if you
I think
want to
I'd
take
prefer to do that.
Perfect.
We will work on that. You can see Brian here in the comments. We look forward to having a good staff for you next week. We have no idea the time of the broadcast. So if you haven't already, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you're not already subscribed, the view count from today has been consistently the highest number that I have seen since last February, because without a doubt, these are probably 7 of the best games we've witnessed all year. And we've got one more great one looking ahead at next week. So, Ed, final thoughts on today's games?
I'm going to call it like I see it. Sometimes these games are a bit of a letdown. Usually the newer players that come on the board do some random stuff, or they're overwhelmed by the moment. And I didn't see a lot of that today. In fact, what I saw were 7 really, really well executed, well played games. Yeah, there was a solo. Usually you say a solo is a failure, but not the way this went down. If I'm being honest, and it's not. I can't sit here and say, that 30 other players lost it. These 7 players went out and won it. And they were tough games, and they were all close. I mean, how many times going into 19, 10, or 11, except for the one game, we didn't really know how it was going to go. And they tricked me a lot. And it was for someone sort of struggling to find his motivation in the world of diplomacy. Again, this sort of helped me, realize why I like playing. And I hope that the viewers who don't know a lot about diplomacy saw a game like this, and maybe they don't understand all the things that are going on, but just by our excitement and seeing how things were close, could see that this game can turn on a dime, and in many cases did, and in some cases didn't. And that's how the cookie crumbles. And I'm really happy for the players, and I'm so excited for all of them.
Yeah, so before the virtual era, top boards were pretty infrequent, like WDCs, maybe sometimes DipCons. In Chicago, we have them, every year. So local clubs would have them every year. What you've seen with the virtual era is an increase in the number of top boards that people play and that people observe. And then with the introduction of this format, the winner-take-all semifinals 3 seasons ago, we've now seen just a lot more top board style, winner-take-all style boards being played. So people are getting more experience at it. They're seeing it happen much more frequently. And I think what we're seeing here is the evolution of winner-take-all play. And you see people throwing sort of more like expertly, I think, more deliberately. It doesn't necessarily look emotional. A lot of it looked like it was due to sort of how the game evolved, and they were making deliberate choices about who they wanted to win. We've often said that winner-take-all formats are beauty contests, and I think we were seeing that today. And what was nice is we saw other games too, where people made big moves and took control of games and won. So it's interesting to see how this winner-take-all format continues to evolve, and I don't think we're going to have any reason to change this format going forward.
And it's certainly been great to watch today. My thanks to Dan Lester, who is asleep at this moment. Hopefully, watch the final couple of boards when he wakes up tomorrow. Ed and Brandon, thank you so much for being here all day today. We have got 7.
Thank you, Kevin.
7 hours.
Thank you, Kevin.
40 minutes. This is fun. This is fun to do. Love being here. Thanks to the people watching, and keep tuned for next week. One last promotion is DipCon, which was just in the banner and the icon previously about a minute ago. And Ben Kelman put in the comments, Virtual Diplomacy League will be back in action in about a month. So for those who want to get in on 2026 DBNI, it starts in a month. So come back, watch one more game next week, and be prepared to qualify for the next one. With that, as mentioned, I'm Kevin O'Kelly, hosting for DBN today. Thank you for joining the DBNI 2025 semifinals, and we will see you next week for the Super 7 for the DBNI Championship.